Good morning. Good morning, Questbridge College Prep Scholars. Yeah. Good morning. How are you all this morning? Okay? Good. Good. You know, we're actually live streaming this conference today, so I want to say good morning to the people online as well. Say good morning, folks. Okay, great. Well, so you're all doing okay, it sounds like. Did anybody get sleep last night? Not so much, right? Was anybody driving last night? Yes. Okay. Who came from the furthest away, do you think? Yes? Where did you come from? Missouri. Okay, what else? Where are you all from? Texas, Florida. Wow. Okay, well, I am excited. I am excited to be the first to welcome you to Emory and Atlanta. So, so welcome everybody. It's great to have you here. My name is Anna McCullough. I am the co-founder and CEO of Questbridge, and it is really a pleasure to see all of you. We've been waiting all week for you to arrive, and I wanted to first ask you, who in here is nervous? Okay. Who in here is excited? That's great. And who in here is wondering how, out of 12,000 college prep scholar applicants, how you got here? Well, well, actually, I am here to tell you that every last one of you deserves to be here. And every last one of you is among the most impressive high school students in the country. Do you realize that? So what that means is, okay, so I want you to shake the hand of the person next to you, and then shake the hand of the other person next to you, because you are meeting among the most impressive high school students in the country. And so cherish this opportunity to get to know each other as well as get to know the colleges. So, I have just two things to say because I need to be brief. The first one is to say welcome, and the second one is to say congratulations. And the first, I'll start with congratulations, and that is because you have arrived here, not just physically, but because of all your hard work, all of the efforts you've made over the years of your high school years and before that really got you here. And I know that each one of you knows the sacrifices you personally made and the sacrifices your families made and the choices that you made to get yourselves here to become Questbridge College Prep Scholars. So first of all, congratulations on that. And secondly, welcome. And I say welcome both to this conference and to Emory and to the opportunity to meet wonderful colleges some of whom are sitting in the back joining us this morning. And you're going to see them, much of them today. They're going to be giving presentations, and you're going to be meeting them at the college fair and over the lunches and opportunity just to have some casual discussion with them as well. And also welcome to the national community of college prep scholars. So you are among the many college prep scholars who will be going through this process, learning about the best colleges in the country, which are our partners, as well as learning about just college admissions in general. And so welcome to that national community, which you'll have hopefully much contact with over the next year or so while you're getting involved in your actual college admissions applications. So welcome to the community and welcome to the stage of your college admissions journey. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker this morning, who is, I'm going to read his bio so I don't get any of the details wrong, but he is Dr. Ajay Nair, and he is the Senior Vice President and Dean of Campus Life at Emory University here in Atlanta. Dr. Nair is an accomplished scholar and student affairs leader whose interests include immigration, race, and ethnicity. As Emory's chief student advocate for nearly 13,000 undergraduate and graduate students, Dr. Nair shoulders a broad portfolio of responsibilities ranging from intercollegiate athletics and the Greek experience to student health services and residence life. He also provides leadership and strategic direction in cultivating ethnically engaged community consistent with Emory's vision. Previously, Dr. Nair served as Senior Associate Vice Provost of Student Affairs at the University of Pennsylvania, another one of our partners. He has also held positions at Columbia University, Penn State University, and the University of Virginia. During his tenure in higher education, he has served in a variety of capacities as faculty member, student affairs administrator, and academic administrator. Dr. Nair serves on the NASPA Student Affairs Administrators in Higher Education Board as Director of the Division of Equity, Inclusion, and Social Justice. His research interests include quality assurance in educational systems, service learning and civic engagement, and second-generation Asian American identity. His co-edited book, which sounds really cool, Desi Rap, Hip Hop in South Asian America, focuses on the complexities of second-generation South Asian American identity. His current book project explores the current state of multiculturalism in higher education. So welcome to all of you, and welcome to Dr. Nair.
All right, thank you. There's some hazards over here. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I am honored and privileged to spend some time with you this morning. QuestBridge is near and dear to my heart. We have 300 QuestBridge students here at Emory, and they are among my favorite students. And it's especially near and dear to my heart because I am also a first-generation college student myself. As you embark on this exciting and scary journey, I want to share with you 5 things to think about. And these are 5 things that you may not find, you probably won't find in any brochure, in any website, and all that fancy material that you're receiving at home, all that good stuff to entice you to come to our campus. I'm going to share with you 5, good students, right? Writing it all down already. I love it. I love it. I can share my notes with you if you'd like, if you don't want to write anything down. But these are 5 things that I think you should ask every admissions officer. You should delve deep into every campus community. These are 5 principles of community that you should look for in a college, because these are the kinds of things that will help you reach your full potential and help you seek positive transformation in your community and the world. And I happen to think Emory does them pretty well, right? Surprise, surprise. The first idea that I want to talk to you about today is the notion of courageous inquiry and courageous leadership. That's what we call it here at Emory. Courageous inquiry and courageous leadership is the idea that the community should enable you to trust your peers, to be innovative, to take risks, right? The courage to be a leader. We have a wonderful example of that here at Emory, a student who graduated several years ago. Her name is Maria Town. Maria formerly worked for the US government in DC, working on disability initiatives for the Obama administration. She doesn't work for the government administration anymore, but she is a profound, courageous leader. Maria Town was the first Student Government Association president at Emory University with a mobility disability. She had cerebral palsy. And Maria was required as part of her duties as a Student Government Association president to carry what we call the ceremonial mace. The mace is a highly ornamented staff that you carry during convocation and commencement. It represents the authority of the university. Because of Maria's disability, she wasn't able to carry the mace during these important ceremonies. And so when she told the administration about this, the administration said you should find a designee and you should follow behind that person. Now, if you know Maria, that didn't go over very well at all. So by the time commencement rolled around, by the time graduation rolled around, imagine this. Maria was pushing a cart with the mace perched atop. She wasn't just moving the margins closer to the center. She had redefined the center itself. That is courageous leadership, and that is what we expect of you here at Emory University and many of the institutions that you will pursue. The second principle of community that I want to offer up today is the notion of generosity. And I know generosity is on your mind. You're going to be looking at financial aid packages, right? That's not the kind of generosity I'm talking about, although it is important, right? The generosity that I'm referring to is the idea that you should expect from your community members that they give you your time, encouragement, and attention to help you reach your goals. That's from your peers to the faculty to the staff. And it is an unconditional openness that we seek here at Emory University. It is about being a reflection of the world that you want to live in. Another story that I'll share with you, former student by the name of Robbie Brown. Robbie Brown graduated several years ago from Emory University and won one of the highest honors at the university. It's called the McMullen Prize. The McMullen Prize comes with a $25,000 cash prize. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Just imagine if you come to Emory, perhaps you will win this prize, right? Now, he got this prize, $25,000, for his academic achievement and outstanding citizenship. He got this money at a time when he really, really needed it as a graduating senior. And he turned around and he gave that money to a peer who was starting a nonprofit focusing on healthcare and education in India. That is generosity, and that is what we expect of you at a place like Emory. The third principle of community that I want to share is an idea that I borrow from an educational philosopher named Maxine Greene. Maxine Greene is an educational philosopher who coined the term wide awakeness. Wide awakeness. Wide awakeness is this idea that we should live what we learn and learn what we live. That self-awareness, she says, comes from being alive, awake, curious, even furious, with an intensity and passion and love for learning. Right? Self-awareness, self-authorship. We have a wonderful student, one of my favorite students, who actually still lives in Atlanta. She graduated several years ago. She was actively engaged in a program called Volunteer Emory. Right? It's a nationally recognized service program at Emory University. And during fall break, when many students are catching up on their studies or visiting with their families, Kat decided that she would sponsor a program here in Atlanta, partnering with an organization called Forever Families. Forever Families, you may be familiar with it. It's a nationally recognized organization that works with the 2.5 million children who have a parent that is incarcerated. Right? So in this particular fall break, she called it an alternative break. This particular weekend, she took 4 very young children to visit their mother in a local prison. And as each child would spend time with their mother, Kat would care for the other children. To this day, she retains that bond with that family. That's wide awakeness. The fourth principle, and probably the most challenging one, and I'm sure you've been reading all about it, is what I call the impossible conversation. Colleges today struggle with the idea of having the conversations no one wants to have. Lately, it's been about race and ethnicity, right? Colleges are really struggling with how to have these impossible conversations. What I'll say to you is that Emory isn't perfect by any means in any of these categories, but we're working really hard to ensure that students have the ability to engage in debate and dialogue, to present multiple perspectives on any given issue. We happen to have a hidden gem here at Emory. It's not so hidden anymore. Our debate team. How many of you are debaters, by a show of hands? And you may know that Emory won the national championship in debate. Emory's debate team, by the way, is like our football team. We don't have a football team, right? They win our national champ. We have actually an incredible athletics program, a Division III athletic program, and they win all kinds of national championships. When I think about football powerhouse, I think debate at Emory, right? It's powerful. Well, these debaters and these debate coaches, they have been helping us facilitate conversations across the board on those impossible conversations. If you come to a place like Emory, again, our expectation, and your expectation at any college that you go to, should be that you should have the opportunity to delve deep into issues and hear multiple sides of issues and discover, again, new ways of knowing and understanding. The final idea that I want to present to you that I hope you'll think seriously about no matter where you go is the notion of cultural humility. Now, most of us talk about cultural humility in another way. We talk about cultural competence. How many of you have heard about cultural competence, right? Probably everybody in the room. Cultural competence suggests that there's something that I could learn about you, a list of ingredients, if you will, that make up who you are, and if I can master those things, then I can work with you. The reality is that we all have multiple identities, multiple allegiances, and multiple affinities. We are complex human beings who are changing on a daily basis. And you want to be sure that you join a campus community that acknowledges your great diversity, the many identities that you bring to campus. And so we ask our students here at Emory, before they enter into relationships, to check their own baggage at the door, right? To think about their own thinking before engaging in those relationships, that they engage in a lifelong process of self-reflection and self-critique, that understanding of others, that there is no discrete endpoint, that it's a continual challenge, an obligation to learn about others. Naomi is a student, again, graduated recently. She decided one summer that she would travel to Latin America and that she would volunteer on an organic farm, harvesting, cultivating fruits and vegetables. Naomi's an awesome human being. She came back to Emory's campus energized, and she wanted to make a difference. She wanted to do something here on our campus community. And she decided to found a chapter of campus kitchens. Now, at a place like Emory, and probably any institution that you will explore, we have a lot of wasted food, a lot of unused food, right, that goes to waste. This organization that she created on our campus takes that wasted food, repurposes it, repackages it, the good quality food, and distributes it to people in need in the Atlanta community. Naomi demonstrates cultural humility. My point in sharing all this with you is that places like Emory and the institutions that you're likely to explore are destinations for dreamers, dreamers like you who want to be change agents, who want to seek positive transformation in the world. And we hope that you will consider these 5 community principles in your college search. You are about to embark on an amazing, exciting journey, and you're going to pave the way for yourselves, your families, for others, and I'm so excited to see you do that. You will change the landscape of higher education forever, each and every one of you. And we hope that we can play a special role in your pursuit of that excellence. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day, and congratulations.
Good morning. Feels like afternoon to me already. Thank you again all for coming. I'll be the next person to welcome you, and I'm sure everybody will be welcoming you throughout the day. But I'm here about the logistics kind of stuff, so the less fun one. So just a couple logistics to start out. All of you should have a binder. On your binder, at the upper right-hand corner, you see your group number. So your group number is the group that you'll be following throughout the day. You also, in your binder, have a copy of the schedule. So if you get separated from your group, you go to the restroom, they start to move, you know where your group is going to be. You should have hopefully met your group leader. If you didn't quite yet, you will as we're leaving here in a little bit. So group leaders, you want to raise your hands? So your group leaders have those nice bright shirts, so you'll be able to find them wherever they are, and they have those big signs to help you find them. Yes. You will be, for lunch and the campus tour, you will be rejoining with your parent or guest if you came with one today. So that's why you want to make sure to pay attention to that group number, because they've also been assigned the same group, and that's how we're going to make sure that you meet up properly together. You should, when you checked in, you should have gotten a lunch ticket. So make sure to have that out when you get into lunch. If you didn't get one, I'll be over there at lunch, so come and see me. Then at lunch, we will also be having a liberal arts college lunch. So if you've heard that term and you're like, I don't quite know what that is, can you tell me more? That's what they're going to do at that lunch. So that's optional for you to come to. It'll be come over here. So what you'll do is you'll go over, you'll get your lunch back at where you see WPEC. What people here on campus are going to say is WoodPEC. So if you hear WoodPEC, you're like, what is that? That's Woodruff Physical Education Center, WPEC, all the same thing, where you registered this morning. So you'll grab your lunch over there, bring it over here, and learn more about liberal arts colleges if you're interested. Then lanyards. So anyone with these red lanyards around their neck are somebody that's part of kind of running this conference. So I am part of the QuestBridge staff. I work with our team that works with our college partners. So staff is going to have a little yellow bar. So if you see any of us with these lanyards and this little yellow bar, we should be able to tell you where you need to get, help you with anything, any problems, find one of us. You can also find your group leader. So your group leader will have blue on the side. Yes, blue. They'll have blue on the side, and they know how to get in touch with all of us as staff. Lost and found, all of those kind of things. Any emergencies, check in with your group leader or a staff person. You will also see people with red, and some of them are in here in the back, and those are our college admissions office representatives. So they're actually going to be doing most of your presentations today, and they'll be at the college fair. So they're a great group of people, generally, and also a great group of people for you. So I said that, I was like, oh, they are. But they're also a great group of people for you to get to know today. And that's really a big part of the advantage of this conference, is getting to know some of them and hear what they have to say throughout the day. Social media, so if you're taking pictures and you're into social media stuff, there's a hashtag for the conference. It's hashtag NCAC17. So you can tag that and it'll kind of go in with all the QuestBridge stuff. And then last kind of logistical piece is please silence your cell phones throughout the day. So next, what we are going to do is we are going to meet our college partners. So we have 39 college partners who will all be represented here today. And what I'm going to do now is show some videos to help introduce you to those schools. In your binder at the back, in the section about the college fair, you have information about all of the college partners. You also have information about those college admissions representatives I said were here today. So this is a great spot to kind of think about our colleges. There's a college fairs tips document back there that'll help you as you navigate the college fair this afternoon. So you can kind of be referring to that section as I play these videos, and keep track as you watch them. Is that a campus that I can see myself at? Are those people that I want to hang out with? And that'll kind of give you a sense of what some of our schools are like, and you can, any questions you have from the video, you can go and ask somebody this afternoon. So that is kind of this next session here.
My name is Peyton DePalma, and I'm a QuestBridge Scholar and current Vanderbilt student. What makes Vanderbilt so special, you ask? Let's hear what the VU community has to say.
I think Vanderbilt, to me, is one of the most distinctive and great universities in the world.
My Vanderbilt is working in a cutting-edge research lab.
My Vanderbilt is graduating debt-free from my dream school.
My Vanderbilt is a place where we welcome everyone.
This is my Vanderbilt!
My Vanderbilt is anchoring down for SEC sports.
My Vanderbilt is exploring Nashville.
My Vanderbilt is studying abroad.
My Vanderbilt is preparing you to make a difference in the world.
Welcome to Vanderbilt!
My Vanderbilt is home. Stop by the Vanderbilt table at the college fair today to learn more. Anchor down.
2,000 students from 90 countries and all 50 states come together at Macalester, a college known for educating students in an international tradition with an emphasis on multiculturalism, service to society, and academic excellence. At MAC, you will meet faculty and classmates from around the world who will become your lifelong friends. Participate in class discussions that expand your perspective. Find a supportive and inclusive community. Gain real-world experience at 200 internship sites within 8 miles of campus, as well as places like Google, NASA, and the World Bank. Explore the world through study abroad in Bhutan, Peru, Italy, or 47 other countries in over 95 programs. Conduct research with professors and community partners. Engage in meaningful service that contributes to the public good and fosters a lifelong commitment to creating a better world. Thrive on a beautiful campus in a friendly neighborhood between the vibrant cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Be intellectually curious, globally minded, socially aware, ready to make a difference. At MAC, you will discover 4 unforgettable years guaranteed to change your life.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of human brainwaves or Martian geology, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, if your interests run from oil on canvas to terabytes on silicon, from scholarly research to athletic competition, from changing the world to having an impact in your own backyard, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Brown is committed to meeting 100% of admitted students' demonstrated financial need, so students are defined by talent and promise, not by financial resources. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Moving there.
Hey.
Go.
Go Irish. The alliance in the telescope confirmed that this star that we're pointing to.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And the Claremont Consortium.
That's so nice. Hi, welcome to Scripps.
Hi, welcome to Scripps.
Didn't see you there. Welcome.
This would look great on you.
Hello, we're in SCORE, which is our social justice office on campus, and it houses our many affinity groups and allies.
Dogs love Seal Court.
You're like, this is what a room at Scripps looks like.
Scripps room. First year triple.
It's a cool 70 degrees, the sun is shining.
I would encourage you to come because there's so many different things you can get involved in and so many things you can be passionate about.
My name is Kellen McCone. I am a student at Amherst College from Greensboro, North Carolina, and I am the president and liaison of the Amherst College Cuthbert Scholars chapter. The open curriculum at Amherst is really nice because it means that there are no graduation requirements outside of those within your major. Your courses are really filled with people who genuinely want to be in that course. You have much more intense discussions, you have people who are dedicated to group projects. The quality of your work is better because everyone is actually fully invested in what they're doing. I've had some professors ask me to, go to lunch with them after class because they felt like they wanted to get to know me a little bit better, asking me about my background, my history, where I come from, what I've done, and kind of moving away from the academic context. So not just what are your grades, what are your school activities, and more so like what is it about you that makes you unique. And I think that that's something very unique to Amherst. Amherst knows that college is a place for you to explore and become aware of yourself as well as others. And in order to do that, it tries to really foster this sense of community around identity. Identity is something that is intricately connected to how we work with other students, to how we work with faculty and professors. One of my favorite things about the Cuthbert Scholar Network is just how tight-knit we are. whether it be supporting us by having bi-weekly meetings, bringing in speakers about financial aid, talking about internships, talking about summer funding. The Scholars Network has really been there to have my back and to really support me throughout my entire time at Amherst.
Emory University is about bold ideas. Our students pursue their interests with a drive that illustrates they're not just learning for today. They thrive in a vibrant and diverse community, collaborate with innovative and world-renowned professors, and flourish in a myriad of out-of-class experiences. The university is internationally recognized for its outstanding liberal arts programs, extensive research opportunities, and a commitment to courageous leadership and social action. All of this takes place on one of the nation's most beautiful campuses in the progressive and global city of Atlanta. Emory celebrates our partnership with QuestBridge because of the amazing students we come into contact with. We are proud that for the incoming class of 2019, Emory was among one of the partner schools to enroll the most QuestBridge applicants. QuestBridge scholars are some of our most successful undergraduate students. If you're looking for a community that inspires and challenges you, programs that foster creative thinking and hands-on learning, and a collection of truly unique traditions, we encourage you to consider Emory University.
A lot of QuestBridge students are leaders in many other aspects of campus life, like whether it's Greek organizations, student organizations for service, student organizations for enterprise. Every area on campus that I look at, there's a lot of QuestBridge involvement.
Because it's not a giant school, it's easy to kind of start up your own initiatives, and it's also easy to get to know people and try to find gaps where things don't necessarily exist that you can create a program to fill, or that you can kind of get to know upperclassmen mentors and get involved in the same types of things that they're involved in that you appreciate.
When I meet other QuestBridge students on campus, especially upperclassmen, I notice their great passion for what they do. That makes me excited and motivates me to pursue what I want to do.
You can have personal relationships with deans and professors and even the president, and this university offers you a space to find your own community.
Haverford is where I am part of an incredible intellectual community.
Haverford is where I'm proud to be my queer, quirky Quaker self.
Haverford is where I took ownership of my education.
Haverford is where I can get Philly cheesesteaks at midnight during finals week.
Haverford is where I investigated gas separation using silicone.
Haverford is where I met other Quest scholars and made friends for life. Haverford is where I feel at home.
I guess what Vassar meant to me in retrospect was that as a student I could really kind of wrestle with my education my own way. It was really this really open environment that allowed me to explore different things and do things kind of the way I wanted to do them. And to me as a student, that was really what I was looking for in my college experience.
Every single person here at Vassar has some random thing that they're really passionate about.
Vassar has really become my second home, and all the people here have really become my second family. Everyone here is just very accepting and very open.
The professors are really good at playing devil's advocate, really getting you to question why you think what you think.
I was able to see and understand views of the world that I would have never been exposed to in South Dakota. It's definitely laid out a lot of the groundwork for what I think I'll be doing for the rest of my life.
My favorite spot on campus is the pathway in front of Sunset Lake. That's cool. Got it. Nailed it.
Pulitzer Prize-winning author Herman Wouk once wrote, "Within the rectilinear boundaries of 114th Street and 120th Street, of Broadway and Morningside Drive, there is a peaceful oasis of the life of the mind, defiantly independent of the surrounding marketplace racket of Manhattan. The best things of the moment were outside the rectangle of Columbia. The best things of all human history and thought were inside. If only you had the sense, you could spend 4 years in an unforgettably exciting and improving alternation between two realms of magic. That doubled magic is lasting me a lifetime. All my writings, such as they are, trace back in one sense or another to my 4 years at Columbia.
If we were only given 30 seconds to describe the University of Chicago, which happens to be the case here, we'd say something like this. UChicago is a community unlike any other. We come here from every state in America and over 70 countries. We represent basically every race, creed, and orientation that you can think of. We're scientists who love sports, thespians who are really into math. We're philosophers who play piano and someday want to start our own tech firms. We're musicians who spend our weekends volunteering, and we're budding politicians who love to paint. We're interested in a lot of things, but we all share one thing in common. We love to learn in a diverse and passionate environment, and we get to do that inside the most exciting city in America. If we only had 30 seconds, that's what we would say.
Hello, my name is Christina Rivers, and I'll be at the Pomona Conference.
And I'm Sophia Johnson. I'll be at the Yale Conference.
And my name is Ryan Cannon. I'll be at the Emory Conference. We're so excited that you've been invited to this year's conference.
And we hope you find the information beneficial throughout your college search.
Be sure to stop by our table at the fair to learn more.
See you at the conference.
Okay, I forgot to warn you guys about something. I'm going to ask you questions about what you saw in the videos after each set. So, a couple trivia questions. From the videos we just saw, which two Questbridge College partners are in New York? Columbia and Vassar. Good job. Even without warning, you guys were paying attention. And then, where is Seal Court located? Scripps. Oh, and that wasn't even a girl's voice. Boys, you were paying attention for the women's college too. Good. So now we'll do the second set of videos. There are 3 sets of videos because we know making you watch them all at once would also be exhausting first thing in the morning. So let's do this next set, and then now I'll warn you, I'll have some questions after this set too.
My name is Shanna Nichols. I'm a 4th-year philosophy major from Washington, D.C. Welcome to Grinnell College. One of the first things you'll notice about life at Grinnell is that students here are pretty busy. So why don't we go on a tour and you'll see a typical day in the life. So one of the really cool things about Grinnell is that we have speakers come from all over the world. Today we have Raj Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi's grandson, coming here to talk to us about issues in the Middle East.
Unity among peoples long divided by language, race, or religion.
This is our Bear Athletic Center. We've got varsity sports, intramurals, clubs, and exercise classes. I'm gonna head to spinning right now. So with all the things that are going on campus throughout the day, it's easy to forget that academics are the #1 reason why we're all here. But I'm going to head on into class right now. This is my post-colonial literature class with Professor Kapila. She's amazing.
Flow happens. The idea of flow is very comforting. It's like, yes, everything flows now. Money flows, people flow, ideas flow.
So after a really long day, it can be nice to unwind with some friends or come to a place like Bob's where you can sit, have a cup of coffee or tea. Right now the improv team is on, so I'm going to check them out. So that's what one typical day in the life could look like. But to really know what Grinnell's like, you'll just have to come check it out for yourself.
I'm Miles, and I'm a Quest Scholar at Colorado College. CC is a small, private liberal arts college located in Colorado Springs with a student body of roughly 2,000. I'm going to hand it over to my English professor, Stephen Hayward, and he's going to explain our academic schedule.
The block plan. It's simple. 2 semesters, 8 classes a year, except it's just 1 class at a time for 3.5 weeks. Each block starts on a Monday and ends on a Wednesday, 4 weeks later. Class Monday through Friday mornings with afternoons reserved for lab classes. Does that sound a little crazy? Good, because it is. You can spend an entire class, that's 3 hours, discussing a single page from Gravity's Rainbow. Your professor thinks you should observe the stock exchange? You're on a plane to New York. Let's not get started on what you can do in the field. Is it still a lab class when you're in the Canyonland studying geology? That's the beauty of the block plan. After 4 years of this, you'll be able to learn just about anything. You'll be able to accomplish anything in 3.5 weeks.
Tufts is a place where you can put your mechanical skills to the test here, while you find your creative spark here.
I'm the kind of student who never knows where to study. But at Tufts, you have the option of studying with your friends or in a focused academic environment.
Tufts is a self-contained campus and a beautiful New England town, and a 20-minute T ride from one of America's greatest cities, Boston.
Tufts is a place where you can relax here,
while you get your blood pumping here.
Tufts is a place where you can enroll in the engineering program while taking advantage of interesting courses in the arts and humanities.
As you can see, Tufts offers the best of both worlds. So what are you waiting for?
I love CMC because of the 5C consortium. I can take classes at any of the other 5C colleges.
I love CMC because I love to go to the Athenaeum.
I love CMC because of the weather. Being in Southern California has definitely been a great change.
I love CMC because of all the amazing research opportunities available through the 11 research institutes. The research I do at the McGrublian Center for Human Rights allows me to do graduate level research in an undergraduate setting.
I love CMC because I have the opportunity to see the world.
I love CMC because of all the opportunities I get while working at the Career Services Center.
I love CMC because of the access to incredible amounts of support for student projects and endeavors on campus.
I don't think I could have chosen a better college.
Hi everyone, my name is Shawan Jackson and I'm a Quest Scholar here at Princeton. I'm really excited to show you Princeton today. Right now we're standing in front of Nassau Hall, which is one of the most iconic buildings on campus. Today Nassau Hall is home to a lot of university administrators. Our president has office hours where he'll talk to students about how their classes are going, what feedback they have about the university. East Pine is home to a lot of the foreign languages that we have here at Princeton. Princeton prides itself in making sure all of its students have some type of international experience. We are in one of our dining halls. They're very open to people who might be kosher, or who are vegetarian, or who have certain dietary restrictions. We are at Blair Arch, and we have about 10 different a cappella groups that are here that perform both here and at other arches. And this arch is connected to different dorms on campus, and it's nice to be able to live in a place that's quite literally a castle. As a Quest Scholar, I felt incredibly supported here at Princeton over the last 4 years. Be sure to talk to the admissions officers who are here at the fair. Go Tigers!
Enzyme called thymate oligopeptidase.
They require work with other countries and engagement with other countries.
I know that many people choose Davidson for any number of reasons. The reason I've heard the most is the people.
There's the strong sense of community that I felt on campus.
People say hi to you. People are typically excited about having people come to Davidson.
I chose Davidson because I really loved the small community atmosphere, but also the academic rigor.
And I didn't want to go to a college that would just be a breeze. I wanted to be challenged academically.
The fact that they have such a high admission, great for medical schools, because I think that's something I want to pursue.
Really fantastic professors, small classroom sizes. A lot of the stuff added up for me.
That, ability to be in a class that wasn't so big that the professors would know my name.
I love the idea of the trust. I love the idea of the honor code.
It was really the honor code and the community that it really created.
I think the campus and the weather just stole my heart.
I like the area, I like the people, and it helped that there's no loans.
Everyone here is so nice. And so friendly and so academically involved.
Everybody brings something really different to the table and everybody has their unique passions.
It just felt right for me.
Whenever people ask me why I like Northwestern, I always say it's because the people here.
You can always find help. You can always find assistance, the resources that you need to succeed in.
What do you think is the most impressive aspect of Northwestern's classes?
They're really intimate and it's really easy to be able to get to know your classmates and get to know your professors. Even if you're kind of shy, your professor will reach out to you and be like, tell me about your life. What'd you do this weekend? Why are you in this class?
Food on campus is actually really good. There's a huge selection of food, no matter if you're vegan, vegetarian, if you keep kosher.
It's like you're at home.
I'd gone on a tour, I talked to students, and I was sold.
Lake Michigan, to me, is just as beautiful as the ocean.
Yeah, it's not all nerds.
We're fun. My Northwestern experience, challenging but fulfilling.
Best days ever.
It's a place where students grow.
Northwestern is my dream school.
One of the great things that I love about Swarthmore is how strong our Questbridge community is on campus. My best friend happens to be a Quest Scholar, and I think that one of the main reasons we've been able to bond is because of that shared identity.
Coming to Swarthmore, I noticed that all of the students are extremely academically driven and want to do well, but there's absolutely no competition in the classroom. And if you're struggling in a class, there's a very strong collaborative spirit and your friends are there to help you.
I think a lot of freshmen have trouble acclimating to their new environments. But what I think made the difference for me was Swarthmore's small community and professors' willingness to engage in one-on-one relationships with you.
Swarthmore is the best of both worlds. You have this very beautiful campus here and also Center City, Philadelphia, which is a 25-minute train ride. You have access to museums, great people, great food, and it's such a wonderful place to go explore.
I am Williams.
I am Williams.
I am Williams.
I am. I am.
I am Williams.
I am.
I am.
I am.
I am Williams.
I am friend, student, brother. I am love for another.
I am Williams by choice.
Add puns in public speaking, shake well, and stand back.
Present student, future physician, always me.
I am so thankful to be here.
I am Williams.
I am Williams.
I am Williams.
I am Williams.
My mom was like, we need to go on like a college tour. Like, let's go on a college tour. And so I was like, I don't really know if I'm feeling it. And she was like, like, we have to check it out. Like, there's this great school. It's called Bowdoin. I'm like, well, that's a funny name.
The common good struck a chord with me. And just knowing that the sense of community here was so centered around more than what the college campus was.
Bowdoin's commitment to financial aid, really speaks to wanting everyone to have a chance that if they have the skills and potential to come here and succeed, that Bowdoin will give them that opportunity.
I'm actually a recipient of QuestBridge Scholarship, and I think Bowdoin really goes a long way to make sure that students' financial needs are met.
They take people because they think that that person belongs here, and that's regardless of race, social class, or any other variable that may come into play.
All the professors want to know their students on a personal level rather than just someone whose papers they read or exams they grade.
Institutions like these aren't founded and endowed for the benefit of the individuals who attend them, but for the benefit of the common good.
If you're living in a place where people vacation, you're not doing too bad. And I think Maine is a beautiful state.
No matter who you are, where you come from, there's a place for you at Bowdoin.
Okay, you guys ready? It's a little bit easy maybe. Okay, which school has a block plan where you take a class for Colorado College? How many weeks? 3.5. See, I made it harder by adding that 3.5 piece in, because I knew you guys could handle it. What school in this set of videos is just off of Lake Michigan? That's there. Perfect. You guys are awake this morning. Let's meet the last 13 schools.
Hi, I'm Harshini, and welcome to the University of Southern California. I'll be walking backwards for a majority of this tour, but let's get started. USC is a large private university. We have over 40,000 students, 18,000 of which are undergraduates, and while that may sound big, our average class size is only 26 students. For those of you who aren't sure what you want to study, we offer more than 150 majors, and encourage you to choose more than one. For example, you can double major in psychology and cinema, or you can major in engineering and minor in music. We encourage our students to get involved in research alongside professors, get an internship, and get involved on campus in student clubs. One of our greatest assets is our location right in the middle of Los Angeles. You can hop on the metro and be in downtown in less than 10 minutes. And all of this is done with the support of students, faculty, staff, and alumni, and make our tight-knit community the Trojan family. Maybe you can see yourself here someday. Well, that concludes our tour. Fight on!
Hi everyone, welcome to Yale. My name's Brandon. I'm a senior history major from Chugiak, Alaska. Throughout your college process, you've probably mostly been thinking in terms of ors. Something that really sets Yale apart is its philosophy of ands. I'm going to show you and tell you about some of the ands of Yale.
Yale is a world-class research university with 800 labs, 12 million library books, and 13 graduate and professional schools, supporting our single, small undergraduate liberal arts college, Yale College. This is the Yale Center for Engineering, Innovation, and Design, or CEID. It's a combination of a meeting room, machine shop, wet lab, and studio for the creation of new ideas and physical prototypes. It also exemplifies the melding of art and science at Yale. This is Branford College, one of Yale's 12 residential colleges. These colleges are all about living and learning. Suites surround a central green courtyard. Each college has its own facilities, such as a library, gym, and dining hall. A whole lot of learning happens in the dining hall as you engage with Yale's best resource, your peers.
Well, I'm a graduating senior, so I'm out of time, but let me leave you with this final and. Yale will be your college for 4 years, and your home for life. I hope you'll be joining the Bulldog family.
What can you expect from an institution founded more than 200 years ago, named for Alexander Hamilton, and that today is one of the most highly regarded liberal arts colleges in America? That's a good question. At Hamilton College, we make 3 promises. You can study what you love. Our open curriculum makes us different. It gives you the freedom to choose courses that interest you while still studying broadly across the liberal arts. Be who you are. It's easy to fit in at Hamilton because there's no typical type of student here. Find your future. We will make sure you have the knowledge, skills, and confidence to be successful when you leave Hamilton. Whatever your interests, Hamilton's 3 promises will help you discover more about yourself and the future you were meant to pursue.
Even though it's a small campus compared to other larger universities and colleges, I just felt more at home.
There's a sense of the Dartmouth community that every student is really trying to bolster up the next student that they see, and that it's not about a singular effort, but rather about how can we get farther together.
It doesn't matter whether it's the people in your class, the people you share a floor with, your own roommate, or those you play a sport with. Dartmouth makes it accessible for you to create your own community.
Dartmouth was a place that really let me jump into something new. Here at Dartmouth, I was encouraged to really take advantage of that and to see the world and get to experience the world.
Welcome to Oberlin, a liberal arts college and conservatory of music
30 minutes away from Cleveland, Ohio.
Oberlin has 3,000 students who want to change the world. In 1835, Oberlin adopted a policy to admit students of color.
By 1900, Oberlin had produced 1/3 of all U.S. African-American college graduates.
In 1837, Oberlin became the first college to admit women alongside of men.
The Environmental Studies building,
capable of filtering its own wastewater,
inspires students to think about the human role on the environment.
25% of our students major in the sciences,
and the majority conduct research such as early detection of ovarian cancer.
A new multi-sport complex houses 21 Division III teams,
home to a top 5 college art museum.
Oberlin offers art rental,
the opportunity to hang a Picasso in your dorm room
for $5.
Seamlessly sharing one campus, 600 students enroll in a world-renowned conservatory of music.
Students,
faculty, and
guest artists
perform more than 500 concerts each year.
Do you think one person can change the world?
So do we.
Hi everyone, I'm Sydney Lewis, a member of Wesleyan University's class of 2014, a former Quest Scholar, and currently an Assistant Dean of Admission here at West. 6 years ago I was in your shoes attending a summer QuestBridge conference, and since then I've accomplished and discovered things that I never could have imagined because of Wesleyan and QuestBridge. Wesleyan is a liberal arts university of about 3,000 undergrads located here in Middletown, Connecticut, halfway between New York and Boston. Wesleyan is committed to interdisciplinary learning, social justice, and empowering students to develop into independent, critical, and creative thinkers. One thing that drew me to Wesleyan was the freedom and flexibility afforded by the open curriculum, which means that there are no core requirements and no restrictions, so students have access to every class we have to offer on campus. The open curriculum allowed me to pursue my passion for urban school reform while also pursuing interests in dance, public policy, natural sciences, and feminist gender sexuality. I chose Wesleyan because when I visited, I felt that this community was dynamic and intellectually lively, and like students here were really pursuing their own individual passion. Make sure you talk to a Wesleyan representative today to learn more about Wes.
This is America's first university, founded by our first statesman, in our nation's first capital. More than 2 centuries of tradition, more than 2 centuries of progress. The Ivy League without the ivory tower. This is the University of Pennsylvania. Since 1740, we've been preparing tomorrow's leaders, thinkers, and innovators. Students from all backgrounds. Access to the brightest minds and greatest resources in the world. A truly integrated and practical education across our 4 undergraduate schools.
The fact that I feel free and empowered to do anything that I want and anything that I'm passionate about, that's one of the things that makes adjusting to UVA such an exciting experience, is once you find your place, you'll never want to leave.
The first minute I stepped on grounds, I knew that this was going to be my home.
To walk down the lawn or to go into these gorgeous old academic buildings and think I belong here, I am part of this place.
We're collaborative and we're not competitive because we all want to succeed together.
Even on the hard days, there's always something good that reminds me I'm supposed to be here.
UVA in Charlottesville feels like home to me more than any other place ever has, and something I think I'm going to remember forever.
I really don't think I could be me at any other university.
I'm a Wahoo for life.
For me, Rice University is exactly where I'm supposed to be. And it's for all the reasons that you think, because of the college system and the opportunities and the research and the education. But it's also about things that are really hard to describe, like the community and the atmosphere. And the closest thing you can get to actually being on campus is the YouTube channel, because it really accurately captures the feeling of what it's like to be here. So whether you're a student who's never been here before, or a parent who's missing their current owl who's walking around campus, or an alumni who graduated 30 years ago and wants to see what the university is like now, subscribing to the YouTube channel is a really great way to keep in touch with Rice.
In just one day at Duke,
thousands of students from all over the world
gather at one of the world's leading universities.
To study with leading scholars.
To share their experiences.
To learn by doing.
To grow. To help others heal.
And to expand their own horizons.
A place where opportunity is affordable.
Where students soar. Across borders.
To make a difference in the world.
All at one university.
In just one day at Duke.
Hey, what's going on?
It's alive.
If everything is necessarily F, then it is necessary that everything is F.
Welcome to the philosophy department.
Today we're painting.
Good day for quantum mechanics.
Art.
Interactivity.
Robotics.
Carlton adore la musique de Mali.
Happy Friday.
Pizza!
Have a cookie. Cheers.
Let's go sledding! Just another day at Carlton.
It's hard to believe that my 4 years at Colby are almost over. But looking back, I realize how much I've learned. And I'm not just talking about my bio major. At Colby, I discovered the power of community. Professors are always here for you. To talk through a reading assignment, to listen if you're struggling personally, or even to just hang out. Here we love to take professors out to lunch. I mean, yes, we have our friends for that too, and they're awesome. At Colby, people work together, and there's never a sense that one succeeds at the expense of another. Though I'm excited for new adventures post-Colby, part of me hates to leave. I love this place because of the people, and it's hard to imagine life without them. That being said, I also know that I don't actually have to. Because at Colby, the connections you make are connections for life. Whether we're talking about my roommates on the hill, my faculty mentors, the people I met when I studied abroad, I know these relationships will last forever. Even though it'll be so hard to leave Colby, I know that Colby will never leave me.
My Pomona is my relationship with my professors, which extends beyond the classroom, much unlike high school.
My Pomona is the opportunity to have an internship in nearby LA as only a sophomore.
My Pomona is using the many resources found around campus. As an artist, I love going to the Hive for any tools or supplies that I need, and it's a 5C open space so it can be accessed by anyone that goes to school here.
My Pomona is being a change agent for the community around me through the Draper Center for Community Partnerships.
My Pomona is the Questbridge community, where I received a mentor who helped me socially, academically, and with financial aid throughout my first year here at Pomona.
So, last questions. Which school makes you 3 promises? Hamilton. Good job. Hamilton is also our newest college partner. So if you didn't see them when you were originally applying to the College Prep Scholar Program, they will be one of the partners that you can be applying to for the college match. And then my last question. Which college partner meets 100% of demonstrated financial need? All of them, yes. And that was a bit of a trick question, but I really wanted to highlight that because you'll learn about financial aid, and if you didn't know quite what I said, what that meant exactly, you'll learn what that means. But really what it means, just philosophically, is you can afford all of these schools. So as you're looking at these schools, cost should not be what you're worried about. It's hard for me to say, don't worry about money. But don't worry about the money for these schools right now and really worry about where you feel you will find your place. So we encourage you to use this day to help explore that. I am now going to get you all off to your next session. So if everybody can stay seated for a minute, because I'm going to try and do this in a logical fashion to get all 300 plus of you out to your next sessions, which will be applying to Questbridge College Partners. So groups 7 and 8, where are you at? Okay, groups 7 and 8, if you can come over here, use these front doors and go down the stairwell that's kind of directly across, and that'll put you out to the path. Okay?
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? Great. We're excited that you're all here today, and the two of us and all the other college partner reps are excited to be with all of you here in lovely Emory in Atlanta. My name is Adrian Castro. I'm the Assistant Director of Admission at Williams College in Massachusetts.
And I'm Remy. I'm here from Carleton College in Northfield, Minnesota.
And we're excited to talk to you today about what it's like to apply to some of these QuestBridge partner colleges, what the process entails, and then of course at the very end, ask you to ask us some questions that you may have about the application process. And so just to give you an idea of what the next hour will look like, we're first going to talk about finding the right college fit. What does that even mean? What are some things that you need to be aware of, and what are some things you need to look at when you're going through this college search process? And of course, how do we actually evaluate these applications? By a show of hands, how many of you know exactly what we do behind our, when the doors close in our office reading your applications? Okay, so no one. So we're excited to give you some insight into what that process looks like so that when you go through this process yourself this fall, you understand what we're looking for so that your applications can be that much stronger. And so the first thing, like I said, is we'll talk about finding the right college fit. Now, there are a lot of colleges in the United States, and so when you're going through the search process, I imagine that you're probably going to feel some anxiety going through this. There are a lot of big schools and small schools and schools on the East Coast and West Coast and Midwest, and there are just so many different factors to look at. And so in your binders, what you'll find are several different documents that can really help you think through this college application process. And Remy and I will both talk about them a little bit more closer toward the end of this session. But the first thing I'll talk about is just what are these QuestBridge partner colleges and what do they all look like. One of the things that really unites all of us is that we are all committed to meeting 100% of demonstrated need. By a show of hands, does anyone know what that means? Or who has an idea of what it means to meet 100% demonstrated need? Yes, in the back. Like a full ride? Okay, and what's your name? Sadet, great. And then you had your hand up as well.
As long as you can prove that you need the assistance they're willing to provide it.
Great, and what's your name? Asia, great. So it's a little bit of both. So it's, if you can prove that you need some financial assistance from the colleges will provide you with that need. And if you need a full ride, these colleges will give you that full ride. And so all of us are committed to doing that. We're all committed to providing you 100% of your demonstrated need, so that regardless of how much money you need for college, if you show us that you need that money, we are more than happy to provide that assistance to you. We're also united in that we all offer excellent academic opportunities for you. We all have a ton of research opportunities, small class experiences, the opportunity to meet with your faculty members and all of your peers on campus. And so we hope that you take advantage of that throughout your 4 years on our campuses. We're all very committed to supporting low-income students. We want to ensure that money is not a barrier for anyone who attends any of our institutions. We want you to come to our campuses and have a great 4 years without worrying about all of those additional bills that may come with attending college. And finally, we have a high graduation rate. All of us ensure that we provide you with all of the resources possible to ensure that after 4 years you have a diploma in hand and you're going off into the real world. We want to ensure that you have a great 4-year experience and that you have all the tools necessary to be successful in your life post-college. And so when you think about these different types of schools, some of us are considered small liberal arts colleges or maybe much larger liberal arts colleges. And so there are a lot of us that fall on that side of the spectrum. And on the complete opposite side of that spectrum are research universities. And so when you start to think about the right fit for you, you might start to think about what it means to attend a research university, what it might mean to attend a liberal arts college. So Williams, Carleton, we're both schools that fall on the liberal arts side of that spectrum. So we ask you to take a lot of different courses in multiple areas of study. We want you to get a very fully well-rounded education and over the course of your 4 years at our institutions to really find your passions, whether it's in 1, 2, 3 different areas of study, but make a lot of cross connections between different disciplines. But some of you may know right now you really want to go to a large research university. That's what you want to spend your 4 years doing, and that's perfectly fine. So getting an idea of what kind of institution you want to attend will be important as you narrow down your college search list. And of course, size. Williams is a pretty small school. We have 2,000 students. Some of your high schools may be a bit larger than Williams is. And then there are some colleges, universities out there that have 60, 70,000 students on their campus. So if you know you want a big university, you shouldn't look at Williams. If you know you want a small college, we're a really good sized school that you might want to consider, as is Carleton. So getting a sense of that size is definitely going to be important as you search for colleges.
Yeah. Looking at other things that might be important during your search, location is going to be a big one. right? Looking at you guys in the audience, does anybody right now have an idea of a place they absolutely would not want to go to college? You don't have to tell me what it is, but if there's a place you're like, I absolutely would not go to this state or this part of the country, a few of you, right? That's important to consider. I encourage you to really think about that and why it is, because sometimes we have some preconceived notions about different states or different parts of the country, right? So check yourself a little bit, right? But that location is going to be important, not just where it is in the country, or some of you may decide to go outside the country for school, but what is the town like or the city, right? How far, if you're in a small town, how far is it from a big city, right? Are you going to feel comfortable while you're there, right? So keep all of that in mind. And along with that is going to go climate, right? Different parts of the US have different climates. Are you excited about snow? If the answer is no, that's really going to limit some of the places you should be looking, right? Are you excited to have sun year-round? There are certain states that are going to appeal to you, right? So for some of you, the climate may not matter, and that's fine, right? A big part of this college search process and finding your fit is going to be, what are the things you are unwilling to compromise on? Okay, and if climate is one of those, put some very serious consideration into where you're looking at schools. Academic programs, again, all of this you should be taking with a grain of salt. Does anybody have an idea of what they'd like to study? Maybe half of you? Okay. Do you know that about 80% of college students change their mind on their major, right? This kid included. I went into Carleton dead set on being a math major and left as a Japanese major and loved it, right? Like, that's super common, particularly at liberal arts colleges, right? So it's really important to look at the academic programs offered at particular institutions, but bear in mind, 2 years into your college process or university process, you might decide, philosophy is not for me anymore. I'm really digging geology. Right? Or biology is not for me anymore. I really love linguistics or women and gender studies or European history, right? So look at all that stuff, but keep in mind, you may change your mind, okay? And that's totally normal and a wonderful thing, okay? Also look at opportunities for research, right? Keep in mind, we do research at liberal arts institutions, right? I think that's a pretty common misconception. Also look at core requirements. Does anybody know what a core curriculum is? Anybody heard that term before? Kind of? You raising a hand? Yeah? What is it?
Aren't they the classes that any income expression has to do?
Yeah, they're classes that everybody at the institution is required to take, right? And every school has some version of this, whether it's a core curriculum of set classes, all the way down to the other end of the spectrum where there's an open curriculum, right? Where it's more of a curricular free-for-all, right? Like, take what you're excited about. And some of us in the middle with distribution requirements that are more broad in scope, right? If the idea of courses assigned to you is not appealing, keep that in mind, right? Ask all these Questbridge colleges about their requirements, right? Ask them what sort of flexibility they have. Right? Student life is going to be a big one. When we talk about college fit, we're really talking, academics are going to be huge, obviously, but every single Questbridge partner school is amazing, right? You're talking about 39 of the best institutions in the country on this single campus today. It's pretty awesome that you guys get to chat with all these really, really cool schools, but beyond academics, student life is going to be a big thing that distinguishes one school from another, right? And that feeling that you get on campus is going to be a big thing that may help you decide, yeah, this is the place for me. This is my college home. And for many of you, it should feel like home, right? A lot of you are going to be leaving your families and going to new locations for colleges. Can you feel like, yes, I have a family here, right? You don't just want to survive in college. You really want to thrive, right? Are you going to be surrounded by people and groups and a community that's going to support you in that process, okay? What sort of activities do they have? Right? What sort of housing system do they have? Do they have Greek life? Do I want Greek life? Do I care about that? Do I know what it is? You guys familiar with Greek life? Yeah, frats and sororities? Okay, and for some of you that might be a big thing. Others you might be like, I don't care, and that's okay. Right? Think about the things you are unwilling to compromise on. Okay? And that includes student life. That campus culture is going to be a big thing, and I really, really encourage you, do a lot of introspective thought here. Right? Like, don't put yourself in a place to say, okay, here's what college is supposed to be, and here's what I'm supposed to want. Okay, think about what you actually want, what's actually important, and let that dictate your journey as you find the colleges that are going to be a good fit for you. Finally, I encourage all of you to go beyond the website. The age of Google is a wonderful one, right? Like, we have so much information at our fingertips all the time, and you can learn a lot from websites, right? But a couple things that I would caution you on, many of us look similar on our websites. We all do a really good job of spouting off really positive statistics about us. Right? You're going to hear a lot of us say, we meet full need. In fact, all of us meet full need. You're going to hear a lot of us say, in fact, all of us, many students graduate in 4 years. In fact, most of our students graduate in 4 years. Okay? All of us are going to say, you have wonderful relationships with faculty and amazing communities and supportive and collaborative communities. Right? So how do you really distinguish between two schools? Right? The website is a good place to start, but this is the age of social media as well. Right? Does anybody have like Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, I hear, is a thing, right? Like, do any of you have that stuff? right? A lot of institutions have social media accounts, and we've got people better than myself to run them. I couldn't Snapchat if I tried, right? But we've got people who do that. Many of us have YouTube channels, right? If you have the opportunity to visit any of these schools, that is going to be the best way to get some insight into these colleges and what they feel like. And if finances are something that's blocking your path, contact us. Please, please, please contact us. There's no guarantee that there's going to be funding, but many of us do have funding available, okay? We want to make our campuses as accessible as possible to every single student that's interested. Okay? Anything to add on?
Yeah, so just to add one quick thing to that. As you're looking at the different colleges you might be interested in attending, also consider college fly-in programs. A lot of us offer the students the opportunity to come visit our campuses on our dime. So we'll pay for you to actually come up to our campus. You're there for several nights so that you can see what it means to be a Carleton student or a Williams student. And that's a bit different than, as Remy just described, than just checking out the websites, which might say one thing, but won't give you that same exact tangible experience of what it means to be a student on our campus. So we're more than happy to talk more about those programs later on, but consider fly-in programs. So you can come out, see our campuses for yourself before you ultimately apply to colleges. And speaking of applying to colleges, how do we actually evaluate the applications? So I'm very curious, what are your thoughts? What are we looking for when you submit your application to us? Yes. Okay, good. So we're looking at your grades and your academic preparation. What else? Yes, Asia. Okay, so the sense of self, who you are, what makes you unique. Yes. Okay, standardized test scores may play a role in the process. Yes. Oh, did you not? Okay, yes. Okay, good. So a little bit with what Asia was saying, but that thing that really sets your application a bit apart from some of the other applications we receive. Any final thoughts? Okay, those are all really good factors that we're definitely considering. And so we're looking for all those different things that you all mentioned and more. We're definitely looking for students who have strong academic abilities. We're looking for students who are intellectually curious, who are excited to be on our campuses, who have demonstrated that they can handle their coursework, who really challenge themselves in high school. We're looking for students who want to make a meaningful contribution to the campus life. That's why we ask you to submit a list of the extracurricular activities with which you're involved. We want to know what you do outside of the classroom. We want to know what you're going to bring to our individual campuses in that regard. Now, all of you come from very different backgrounds and experiences in parts of the country, and we want that to be on our campus so that you can present those experiences and opportunities to your classmates, and that you can learn from their opportunities and experiences as well. And of course, some schools may actually ask you to showcase to them why you want to attend their school. So why fill in the blank? How many of you have heard of demonstrated interest? Okay, so some of you. Who can tell me what that means? Should you at your hand? Yes.
It's basically how much interest you express in attending a school. So maybe by emailing admissions officers to ask questions about that school, or going on campus tours, or sitting in all the classrooms.
Great. So some schools might ask you to send them an email letting them know how much you want to attend the school. Maybe you have to submit an essay in which you detail why you want to go to a school. Maybe visiting the actual campus and going on a campus tour, going and sitting on classes, but just expressing to that institution why you might want to spend 4 years there. And some colleges are looking for that in the process. And so there are 4 things. If we think of everything we just described, there are 4 different buckets that we're going to look for. The first one is your academic ability, and that includes your standardized test scores, it includes your program rigor, it includes your grades. How well have you done in high school, and what can you show us about your level of academics that you'll be able to bring to our campus? The second are your interests. What do you want to study in college? Or what do you do outside of the classroom? What do you hope to pursue after you graduate? Who are you? What is that extra thing that you bring to the table that really makes you, you? The third thing, tying into what I just mentioned, is your story. So maybe there is one particular thing that no one knows about you that you want to share with us. Or maybe there is something that really impactful that happened in your life that you want to share with us. Maybe there's this very favorite pair of shoes that you own, and you just want to write a college essay on those shoes. But again, what's your story? What makes you who you are? And then finally, the outside perspective. So there are some components of the application that you will fill out yourself. There are some components of the application that you have crafted over the course of your time in high school, like your transcript. But your teachers and your counselor also play a role. They're going to provide letters of recommendation on your behalf, giving us an idea of who you are. how well you've done in high school, and again, some of those additional factors that we'd be looking for as we consider who to bring to our campuses. And so I'll talk about the first bucket, the academic ability bucket. We're looking at, again, your transcript and your academic performance. So how well have you challenged yourself in high school? Some of your schools offer AP courses, some of you might have IB courses, maybe some of your high schools have their own homegrown advanced courses. How did you challenge yourself over the course of your 4 years in high school? And how did you do in those classes? We're going to be looking at that because our schools are pretty rigorous. We're going to expect a lot of reading and writing and whatnot from you. And so we want to ensure you have those basic foundational skills to be successful on our individual campuses. Standardized test scores play a role. Of course, they're one of many factors, but they're still required at some institutions, and therefore they play a big role there. Other institutions are test optional. Other institutions have a little balance of both. So really consider that as you're looking at different colleges and universities, whether or not a school requires test scores, which test scores they require, and that can help you determine which schools to add onto your list. And finally, honors and awards. What achievements have you earned in high school? What are some of the things that your school recognized you for that you want to tell us about? One key thing for all of you here with us today is CPS. You're all here with us. This is a pretty prestigious award that you've received, to be here with one another and to be here with all of us colleges. So we want to see that on your application. We want to see that you were here at Emory. And when we're reading your application, we know that that means something. We know that QuestBridge selected you for a particular reason, and that's definitely going to look very favorably upon you when we're looking at your application.
Yeah, and just one final note on academics, we're not looking for perfection. If you're a straight A student, that is awesome. But if you're not a straight A student, if you had a slip up, we're not looking to simply ask students and say, nope, you're denied, you took a B, or you took a C, right? That's not what we're looking to do. We are very much looking at your potential to succeed and contribute to our institutions, right? So I know this can be an overwhelming process for some students, right? When they, especially when you're talking about hyper-selective colleges, which every QuestBridge match partner school is. I mean, we're talking about admit rates, double digits for most of us, single digits for many of us, or excuse me, for some of the schools, right? So it can be tough to get in, but please don't stress yourselves out if you haven't taken all A grades, okay? When we talk about interests, we can really break this down into 3 sections, right? What you do when you're not in class, right? And we talk about this idea of passion for your activities. That word didn't mean much to me when I was a high school student. We use it a lot as admissions officers, right? We say, what are you passionate about? What we really mean, what are you excited about? What lights you up? When you get up in the morning and you think about this thing and you smile, what is that thing? Tell us about that thing or those things that you do, okay? And they don't all need to be extracurricular activities where you're holding a leadership position or winning lots of honors and awards, right? Maybe the most important activity in your daily schedule is babysitting little brother for 4 hours a night while your parents go to work. That's awesome. Tell us about that, right? One of the biggest mistakes I see students make, not simply QuestBridge applicants, but all applicants to Carleton, they only list extracurricular activities that we think are important, right? They only list clubs and stuff that they do at school. They don't list religious involvement. They don't list jobs. They don't list family obligations because they think, oh, that's not important. I don't hold a leadership position. I haven't won any awards. We're not looking to evaluate how important your activities are. We're really trying to paint a picture of you as a student and evaluate how you spend your time. And for some of you, spending that time means 20 hours a week at a part-time job and 20 hours a week helping your siblings at home or doing chores. Okay? We really just want to know you. That's it. Okay? We would love to hear about what excites you academically as well, right? If there's something you're like, oh, I can't wait to be a doctor. I can't wait to be a police officer. I can't wait to be an educator. Tell us about that, right? Share that passion with us in as many ways as you possibly can, right? And you'll hear in the essay section, show us, don't tell us, right? So you can show us that in many parts of your application, right? But if there are things that you're doing now to prepare you for something you're excited to do later in life, show us that. Okay, and finally, show your interest in the school, right? As Adrian mentioned, demonstrated interest is something many of us take into account, right? But we as admissions officers, our job is to kind of woo you, right? It's the reason we do events like QuestBridge. It's the reason we travel to your high schools. It's the reason we do college fairs and offer interviews and things like that, right? That's our job, is to woo students and say, come check out Carleton, come check out Williams, come check out Pomona, right? But you gotta woo us too. This has to be symbiotic, right? Like, get us some metaphorical roses. Show us that you love us too, right? Whether that means visiting campus, right? Whether it means doing an interview in person or a Skype interview or a phone interview if you can't get to the campus, right? Maybe it means responding to the emails that we send you. Maybe it means just picking up the phone and calling us and asking some questions, right? Connecting with alums, subscribing to the YouTube channel, right? Woo us a little, show us that you're interested, right? Because we know that you're all very smart. We know you have many college options, right? So instead of just saying, yeah, I want a top liberal arts college or a top research university, tell us why us specifically, okay? In as many ways as you can. The story is a big one. A really big one for Questbridge applicants in particular. That is something that absolutely sets each and every one of you apart. And I know in our office, and Adrian, I'm sure in yours as well, when we pick up a Questbridge applicant, we know they have a unique story. And I really encourage you guys to own that story. Embrace whatever background you come from, and don't be afraid to show us exactly who you are in your application. Right? When I think about my own college process, this is something that strikes a chord with me every time I come to one of these Questbridge conferences, because I came from a broken home, right? A similar situation to probably some of you, right? I was a first-generation college student from a really low-income background, right? My father was a drug addict. My mom was working 3 jobs to keep me and my 2 siblings afloat. Don't know how she did it, right? And I didn't talk about any of that. I wrote the most generic college essay you could possibly think of, because I picked up all these college brochures and I saw pictures of smiling students and I was like, they want me to be like those kids. All right? They want me to pretend that everything is okay and I can smile and I can come and I can be happy on campus. Right? And so I submitted some really generic stuff, and thank goodness somebody at Carleton saw something. Admitted me, right? Because my essay wasn't great. And I absolutely failed to tell my story. And I know for some of you, it can be a challenge. I know for some of you, this might be the first time you've shared your story with anyone. We get that. We absolutely get that. And many of us in admissions, we do this work because we come from similar backgrounds. And we are passionate about access, and we are passionate about education. And we believe that you deserve spots in our institutions. Right? So please, if it's something that you're hesitant about, you're nervous to share your story, you think we're here to judge you, we're not. We are absolutely here to learn about you. And we want you to feel comfortable telling us exactly who you are, even if it's not all rainbows and unicorns. Okay? I won't get too much into the essay because I know we have an entire session on that. But please do ask questions during that session. Utilize your short answers. Right? One of the biggest mistakes I see college applicants make, and again, this includes Questbridge applicants and non-Questbridge applicants, I can tell when you've put a lot of work into your extended essays or your personal statements or whatever the application calls them. I can tell you've done revisions and you've gotten critiques from teachers and you've done a lot of work. And then I get to your short answers or your supplements, and I can tell you sat down and you knocked them out in 37 seconds. Right? That breaks my heart. One, because we're checking the quality of all the writing that you do. Right? And it's a bummer when I see such a terrific extended essay and then I'm like, oh no, right? Like it's riddled with errors and it looks like a tweet instead of an essay. Right? So please spend some time with what I often call the little guys, right? Those little essays that are easy to forget about. Okay, and the supplement for many of us is a really important way for you to, again, show that interest, right? Because most supplements ask a question along the lines of, why are you interested in Williams? What is it about Duke that excites you? Why do you want to come to Pomona? Right? And that's a really great time, again, for you to woo us, right? If you're able to replace Carleton College with any other college and the essay you wrote still makes sense, rewrite it. It should be specific to us, not liberal arts colleges or research universities, small schools in general, schools of the great medical school, whatever the case is, make it specific to the school that you are excited about. Hey, if you write an essay for Northwestern and it only makes sense for Northwestern, if you insert Harvard and it doesn't make any more sense, you've done a good job. Okay, spend some time and start this summer if you can on those little guys. Please, please, please don't forget about them. Okay, and feel free to use the additional info sections. Okay, if you've said everything you need to say, don't feel the need to fill it up. More words does not mean better. Right? But if you're like, oh, this is a really important part of me, it's a really important part of my life, and I have not touched on it anywhere in this application, that is a great time to use that additional info section. Okay, especially if you find something that might set off a red flag for an admissions officer. Right? You're the straight A student and you took an F in sophomore year. We're going to stop and say, whoa, what happened? That's a great time for an explanation. Don't let our minds wander. Tell us. Be proactive and tell us. Okay? Finally, we're looking at outside perspective, right? So we love all the things you're going to tell us about yourselves, but we want to hear from others as well, right? And sometimes they'll reiterate what you have to say and they'll only strengthen everything you've told us, which is great. But sometimes your teachers tell us things that you haven't told us, right? So you'll talk about different parts of your life, but your teacher will say, man, this student is a catalyst for conversation in my classroom. This student is the spark of life that we need every time our class goes dead, right? And we read stuff like that and we're like, okay, we want this student in our classrooms. We want that student on our campus, right? Igniting conversation on our campus. Okay, sometimes they'll give us a little bit of context, right, for some of the things that you've done, right? Maybe you'll tell us you're the school's valedictorian and we're like, that's awesome. But the teacher might say, hey, this is the first, valedictorian we've ever had who's a first-generation college student. We're like, whoa, okay, that's even more impressive. Okay, that 4.0 is really great. And maybe your teacher says, there's only 3 students in our entire school that have a 4.0. Wow. Okay, even more impressive. Okay, we'll get some information from your guidance counselor as well. Same sort of thing, a lot more context for us, right? Particularly in terms of the classes you're taking and the grades that you're getting, right? And the GPA that results from those grades, right? You'll send us what's called a secondary school report along with that counselor letter for most of you. Okay? I really encourage you to connect with the people writing letters of support for you. Okay? A lot of times you have these teachers in your classrooms, but they don't know what you do for the other 23 hours of the day, right? They know you're great in math class, but they don't know that you're captain of 3 sports and that you help your family at home. They don't know you've had a part-time job for 4 years. They don't know you volunteer, right? They don't know sometimes what schools you're interested in, right? Same goes with your guidance counselor. So I would really encourage you guys, if you can, write a resume and give it to every person you ask to do a letter of recommendation for you, right? Make a list of schools you're considering, right? And ask your teachers and guidance counselor, hey, can we just set aside like 10 minutes after class one day? Because they're busy, right? Can we set aside 10 minutes? I'd love to tell you about the kinds of schools that I'm interested in, right? And I'd love to tell you about the list and get some insight from you as well. Are there any schools you think I should add to this list, right? As much as you can do to help them, it's going to result in better support for you. Okay, and remember, that perspective for us is really important because pretty much every student applying to our schools through QuestBridge is a really great student, right? So we're looking for things to set you apart, and sometimes the letters of support are what will do it for you, okay? Meet with them early. Please do not go talk to your teachers and guidance counselors 3 days before this stuff is due. They will be very upset. Please, please, please give them as much notice as possible. Okay, they're very, very busy, so the more proactive you can be, the better they're going to be able to support you, okay?
If I could add 2 quick things.
Yeah,
the first one is, alongside with what Remy was just describing right now, you don't necessarily need to ask a teacher who gave you an A in class to write a letter of rec for you. Sometimes the teacher who gave you that B+ is the teacher that would write the best rec, because we're looking for this additional texture of what you're like inside the classroom, what you're going to bring into our own classrooms should you visit and attend our campuses. The second thing, and sort of wrapping up what we just described, is that all of us utilize something called the holistic review model. You've probably heard that before, maybe you haven't, but what that basically means is that every component that we described today is just one of many factors that we're looking at and looking for. We're going to spend a lot of time in your individual applications really painting a picture of who you are. That's a little bit about why the 2 of us kept talking about the importance of you really telling us who you are and using that additional information section to give us more details, really being thoughtful about who writes your letter of recommendation, because they're all helping to paint this picture of who you are and what you're going to bring to our campuses. The 2 of us and all of us admission officers are always going to be advocating for you. So in the entire process, we're looking for all those little factors that really distinguish you and set you apart, and all of the reasons why we want you to be on our campuses. So help us with that. Ensure that you proofread everything. Everything that comes through us should be proofread. Make sure that there's no question we can ask about your application. And if there is, that you tell us that you're upfront about that. Because we want to have these reasons to push for you. We want to have these reasons to say, this is why we need to take this student. This is why we need to admit this student. So make sure that you do your work this summer to really think about who you are, the story you want to share with all of us, who you want to write your letters of recommendation for you, and what picture and what message you ultimately want to send to all of us college admission officers when you submit your application this fall. And with that, what questions do you have for us? Yes.
She said in one of the things, like, what we should put in our essays is like an explanation for, like, if you had an asthma class. So do you think that it would be best to, like, provide an explanation, like a B or a C or anything
So I'll say I don't ever think. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So the question was, should you provide an explanation if you take like a B or a C, right? Like we mentioned before. Gosh, if you take an F, please let us know what happened, right? I don't often feel there's a reason to or a need to explain a B. I think a B is still a great job. You know, A's are ideal, but again, we're not looking for perfection. Here's what I would say. Anytime there's an anomaly in your application, whether it's grades, test scores, absences from class, right? Anything like that, I would explain it, right? And when I talk about grade anomalies, I would say a C or lower. What do you think?
I agree. I think that if there's anything there that just doesn't seem to resonate with the rest of your application, tell us. Be upfront about it, and grades are a really good example of that, where if you've done very well and then all of a sudden something happened and your grades went down, let us know. But it also includes, as Remy just described, other factors. So if you were the president of several groups and very involved, and all of a sudden you dropped all of your activities, it's maybe you have to take care of people at home. Let us know. So just if there is anything that is different from the normal status of the rest of your file, if there's something that's just a bit disparate compared to what else you've submitted, be upfront and tell us what that is. Again, we're not going to use that section at all against you. That's just going to provide us some more texture to be able to, a lot of times, offset some of the things that we see and again, advocate on your behalf. So just, yeah, please tell us, and that'll really help you out. Yes? The question is, do letters of recommendation only have to be from core subject areas? And no. What a lot of us say is that we want to ensure that your teachers who write on your behalf can give us some insight into what you're like as a student in the classroom. So what is how intellectual are you? Do you contribute to the class conversation? Stuff like that. So there are some students, for instance, who will submit a letter of recommendation from their AP studio art teacher. So it's not really one of the core subject areas, but it's still an advanced course. The teacher can still talk about you as a student who's performing high quality work. What we typically say is that your band teacher might not really be able to give us some insight into your critical inquiry or to your depth of knowledge and stuff like that. So just think about teachers who can provide us some insight to what you're like inside the classroom vis-a-vis your intellectual insight and intellectual capacity and how much you contribute to the classroom conversation and that stuff, less so maybe how good you are playing an instrument or drawing, stuff that won't necessarily translate to the same kind of environment in the class. I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, that was great. The only thing I would add is keep in mind, these teachers are an extension of you telling your story. Right? So you don't necessarily have to pick the teachers, again, Adrian mentioned this before, where you got spectacular grades. If you are a great math student, I'm going to see that in your transcript, right? I don't necessarily need 2 letters from math teachers to tell me that you're a great student. I can see that, right? Which teachers are going to tell the best story of you, right? And put the best version of you forth. Honestly, some of the best letters of recommendation I've read are from areas where, the student struggled, right? And the teacher said, oh man, the best this student could knock out was a C, but boy, if he wasn't in here every morning for office hours with me to get the extra help and to study and to work his butt off. Right? If I see that, I'm like, okay, I get it. The best I could do in physics was a C as well, so I get it. Like, I've been there. Right? So keep that in mind. I would also really encourage you guys, submit letters from different academic areas. Right? Even if you absolutely love both of your English teachers during junior and senior year, get one of those letters from a different department. Okay, it's going to work in your favor. Yes? So every institution is a little bit different. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible at this. Yes, the question was, do we accept letters outside of your high school, right? So letters from perhaps mentors, or maybe it's like a pastor, maybe it's a work supervisor, maybe it's a family friend, right? Like, people outside of your high school institution. Every institution is different. So this is a question I would really encourage you to pose to every school that makes your short list. In general, I think many of us do. I would not submit that as one of your 2 teacher recommendations. I would encourage you to submit that as a supplemental letter of recommendation. But again, ask the schools you're looking into, because all of us have a different policy, right? Like I can speak for my institution, Adrian can speak for his, and we can tell you what we would do with it. But there are some schools that might say, nope, 2 letters and 2 letters only, right? And they might just scrap one, that you submitted, and you may not have one of your teacher letters read. So just be cautious about that. Make sure you ask those questions to the schools on your list.
Yeah, and the one thing that I'll say is, a lot of us have a number of required letters of recommendation, and then we may say 0, 1, 2 additional recommendations. On behalf of everyone, all admission officers everywhere, please stick to that number. So don't submit 6 letters of recommendation if we only ask for 2 or 3. It's just those additional letters of rec really won't add much to your application. It's just a lot more reading that we have to do, and we'll gladly do it. But we really want to focus our attention on those 2 or 3 letters of recommendation that are really going to help you stand out. Adding any extras won't really help us out in the process. Yes. Sure. The question is it okay to ask a teacher who's no longer at your school to write a letter of recommendation for you? Yes. If you've had this teacher, and again, they can speak about your intellectual prowess and your behavior in the classroom and all of that stuff, that's perfectly fine. If you took a summer school class, they can write a letter of rec for you. It doesn't really matter where they're from, but as long as they are one of your instructors and they can really talk about you in the context of that classroom, that's what we're looking for.
If we are photographers or writers or filmmakers, is it possible to submit like a portfolio or samples of our artwork with our application, and if so, is that taken into consideration at all?
Yeah, so the question was, can you submit a portfolio, whether it's a dance portfolio, art portfolio, theater portfolio, something like that? Again, it's probably going to depend on the specific institutions you're applying to. In general, I think the answer is, for most of us, yes. And I think, for most of us, that will be taken into consideration, right? It's very much something that some of us look for. And I think this is something that we all know about is this idea of recruited athletes, right? We realize that, yes, most institutions have athletic teams and coaches are out there working to get the athletes they want on campus. Many of us, that's the case with artists and dancers and, theater majors as well, right? If you have an incredible skill set, we want to see it, right? So I would absolutely encourage you to submit that.
The question is, do colleges prefer the ACT or the SAT? That's a good question to ask. I don't think any one of us at this fair today have a preference at all. We just say take the test however many times you want to, and a lot of us super score. So that's another question to ask college admission officers. Do you super score the exam? And if for those of you who may not know, super scoring simply means we're going to look at every single test sitting that you've had, look at the individual sub-scores, and find the highest ones, and then combine those highest scores to create a new composite score for you. And so I know at Williams, and I'm not sure if it's the same at Carleton, but it probably is, we don't have a preference for one test over the other. We just want to see your best effort on any one of those tests.
Back to like the letters of recommendation, is it possible to get like a teacher you've had freshman year, or like a teacher that's a club leader or something for a club that you've been part of?
Sure, yeah. So the question was, is it possible to get a teacher that you had in freshman year or a teacher that perhaps supervises a club that you're a part of? Yes. Keep in mind, 14-year-old you is really different than 17-year-old you who is now applying to college, right? So oftentimes you're not getting into the more difficult courses until junior and senior year, maybe sophomore year, depending on the high school that you're attending, right? So yes, technically you can do that. Most of us don't limit the letters of recommendation you can submit, right? We don't say it must be from junior year, it must be from this teacher, it must be from an advanced course. But just be thoughtful about which teachers can provide the best letter of support for you, right? Like freshman year, maybe you weren't displaying as much advanced thought as perhaps you do in junior year, right? Same thing for a club leader. They might think you are an awesome student group leader, but are they able to evaluate your academic ability? Depending on the club, maybe, right? Just keep all that in mind when you're picking your recommenders. Yeah. Oh, yes, question in the back. Thought that was a time warning.
So the question is there more of an emphasis on doing well on standardized test scores or on academics? It's a hard question. Both. We want to see, so actually I'll say this. I think we really want to see that you've done well in your classes. We want to see that you've really challenged yourself, that other teachers can really speak about what you're going to bring to the table, about some of those factors, the grit and tenacity you have to really push through any work that's thrown at you, the ability to grapple with difficult issues, and the ability to really incite conversation in your classroom. We're looking for all of that. So doing well on your in your classes is definitely going to be a big factor for us. And it's a little bit easier to then look at the test score and to weigh the academics a lot more. The opposite isn't always true. So if you have a very strong test score, if you have a 2400 or now, what is it, 1600 SAT score, and then you have a lot of C's, it's your strong test score is not going to offset the grades that you received. So we're looking for a nice combination of the two of them, but I think having a strong academic foundation is going to help you a lot more than it is to have a very strong test score. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I will. Just one final thing. We are all aware that the biggest predictor of a standardized test score is socioeconomic background. We know this, right? So again, some of us factor test scores a bit more heavily than others, but what Adrian said is totally spot on, right? Like if you are a stellar human being and you're rocking it in classes and your teachers are like, this kid is amazing, and your test score isn't perfect, we're gonna want you, right? The reverse isn't always gonna hold up, right? If you are a stellar test taker but you're not rocking it in high school, that's gonna be really tough to overlook. Right?
Great question from the interwebs.
Yeah, so the question was, do we look more at weighted GPA or unweighted? Probably depends on the institution. I know we look at both if it's provided. We don't penalize a student for having one or the other, right? Like we'll take what you submit. And many of us have been doing this for years and years and years, and we understand pretty easily how to kind of make that conversion in our minds. So I'm not sure I'd say we put more of an emphasis on one than the other. Just submit what's available to you.
And I think I'll add just one thing, and that is not every college or every high school in the United States and in the world uses the same kind of GPA scale. Some are out of 100, some out of 4, some out of 5, some out of something random. So it's going to be a little bit different for from high school to high school. What we're looking at mainly are the grades that you received, the rigor of the courses that you have taken, and then how many of you have heard of something called the school profile? Okay, good. So all of your high schools, or most of your high schools, will have something called the school profile. And that really paints us a picture of the school from which you're coming and some of the context around that school, the AP courses, IB courses, all of that stuff. And so what we're going to look at are the average grades given at your school, maybe average test scores, where kids go off to college, et cetera, et cetera. And that's going to really help us get a sense of how well you've done in that context. So your weighted, unweighted, whatever GPA may look like one thing. It might look really high or very low, but it's the grades that you received and how well you've done in that setting that is going to be more impactful. And final question.
If we're somewhat shy, is that going to negatively impact our admission? Should we not mention it?
The question is, if you are somewhat shy, will it negatively impact your application? And if so, should you just not mention it at all? It won't impact your application negatively. And what we want to see is that if you're shy, that's perfectly fine, but that you're not going to come to our campus and then completely hide in the corner and never speak to anyone your entire time there, which probably isn't the case for any of you. If you're shy and you talk about that, that's perfectly fine, but your teachers will help paint a picture of you as well, and you'll be able to provide us some additional context, but just give us an idea of how your wheels are still turning in your head and how you're still grappling with ideas, and how maybe in the classroom you're not someone who's very vocal, but outside of the classroom, you and your classmates really engage in these deep conversations about the material you learned. We want to see that intellectual thought that's still there. Even if you're shy, that's perfectly fine. So thank you all so much. We appreciate you coming all the way over here to Atlanta, if you're from far away, to join us for this. And I hope you learned a little bit more about the application process. If you have any final questions, feel free to ask us after this, but thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, this is not
yet. One second, technical
Do
difficulty.
we have the other presentation? Telling your story.
So while, oh, do you want to wait? Oh, perfect.
Telling your story. Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're ready to get started with telling your story. Before we do that, I just want to quickly introduce ourselves. My name is Jasmine Estevane. I'm an admissions officer from Pomona College, and today we're going to be talking about sort of what your personal essays should look like and what we're looking for when we look at personal essays and how to sort of break it down.
Hi, my name is Matthew Price. I'm Associate Director of Admission at Brown University. I'm happy to be with you all, both here in the room and virtually. Hi, everyone. We are live, right? All right, great.
Perfect.
Great. So when it comes to the Q&A, virtual people, do not be afraid to ask questions as well. You have an advocate in the room who will let us know that you have a question. So the essay is one of my favorite parts of anyone's application. It's the time where we get to know you beyond your grades and beyond your test scores and beyond what others are saying about you. This is an opportunity for you to present yourself to us as a unique individual. So we're going to give you some tips and hopefully some helpful suggestions on how to do just that.
Yeah, so what we're going to be breaking down is sort of how you can tell your complete story. You're going to be able to see what your opportunities are to tell who you are as a person and how you can do that within such a short space and within the different parts of the application. To just sort of let us know more about you. We're also going to break down 5 essential essay strategies to understand how to write an essay that will effectively do what you want it to do and just sort of let you know what you should want it to do. And then finally, we're just going to sort of walk through some sample essays and also take questions.
Yeah, and I see that you planned on doing the next one, so we can get on track.
Yeah.
So
just, as a sort of guide, use the entire application to tell your complete story. Don't feel like you need to focus in on just one area, like put all of yourself into the essay. You're going to have the entire application as sort of a guide for who you are. Think of it as sort of a mini book about yourself. You're telling your story through transcripts and through recommendations and all of these other places to give us a bigger picture of who you are.
Yeah. So where are you telling your story? You're telling it throughout the application. The personal information, this may seem like kind of just the nuts and bolts of the application, but we ask you questions about your demographic information. We ask you your name, we ask you where you live, we ask you how you identify racially and ethnically. All of that is part of your story. We ask about your parents and any siblings you have and their backgrounds as well. So that adds to the narrative and is useful to us when we're evaluating your application because it gives us context. Your academic information is part of your story as well. What classes have you taken in high school? What was available for you to take in high school? All of that is part of your journey, and we learn about you through that way. Your teacher and counselor recommendations are really important and really great for us. So like we said in the last panel, when it comes to recommendations, make sure you choose teachers to write for you who know you very well and who can give us a great picture of who you are in the classroom as a student, as a classmate, as a worker. Your extracurricular activities, and don't just limit this to school-sponsored events. Your extracurricular activities do include athletics, music, clubs, all in the school, but they can also include part-time jobs. They can also include caring for family members, younger siblings, grandparents. All of that gives us more context and really shapes you as a person, and you can give us that experience and tell us about that experience in the application. And finally, of course, your personal statement and short answers. We'll get into those later, but we really want you to give us a great picture of who you are as a person, what you care about, what's important to you, and how you're going to impact our colleges.
So just to sort of break down why it is that we do what we do in terms of asking you for more than just your stats, here are 2 sample students. So for both of these students, they've sort of filled out the very basics on this information. You can see that these students have high GPAs, they have strong SATs, they look a little bit different, but that's what they are here. They have different extracurricular activities and essays and personal statements, but it's kind of hard to differentiate them with this little information. If I asked you to choose between these students, I'm sure you would say, you know, I mean, I could, but I've kind of picking a name out of a hat. I need more information. And that's why we ask for so much, because we want to know more about you than just these very basic things so that we can understand where it is that you'll fit into our college and what you're able to do.
Right. So here are these same 2 students, but this time applicant B has had the opportunity to introduce himself to us through essays and through more information. So you can see that, okay, we have his name and address, but we also know that neither of his parents went to college. So he may be navigating this whole search process on his own, or at least when it comes to the college process, he doesn't have someone at home to ask, hey, mom, dad, what was college like? Or what was your path to college? We see his academic information, but then we get this context. Only 3 AP classes were offered in his high school. He took them all, and then he studied for 2 of them on his own. That's impressive. He's going above and beyond what's expected and what's offered to him. So we have that context as well. He's Key Club president, but he babysits siblings while mom is at work, and he works part-time to help pay the bills. Maybe at some point he was also on the varsity football team, but he had to give that up because he had all of these responsibilities at home and he had to be home immediately after school. So like I said, family commitments are important to us, and you bring that perspective to our campuses of having cared for other people, whereas many students just kind of have to take care of themselves and everything is done for them by their parents. So that gives us really great context. And working part-time, that is a huge extracurricular activity, okay? If you're working 15, 20, 25 hours a week, that's time that you could be spending doing school-sponsored events. So we want to know about that, and that teaches you so much in terms of work ethic, showing up on time, knowing what it's like to earn money at a young age, and that's something that's really valuable to us. The short essays, community service tutoring peers. That's great. Many students write about or list that they're involved in community service, but he gives us the additional context that few students from his high school go to college. So he's really trying to open a door to these students who may not have thought that learning and education was a tool or even attainable to them. So that's something that we really want to see, that you're really making an impact in your community, no matter how big or small it is. And then finally, his passion for robotics in his personal statement, that's great, but then he went and developed, and he said he started his robotics club in an underfunded high school. So that, again, it shows that he has leadership qualities, he has initiative, and when you get to our campuses, we want you, you're going to need that initiative to really take advantage of all that we have to offer, and that really gives us a sense of what you're doing and that you can do that.
And when you're using the essay, you want to really optimize the opportunity that you've been given with this particular part of the application. And that's because this is a section of the application that you have complete control over. When you start applying to colleges, your grades are sort of set, except for your senior year grades. Your test scores, while you can take it again and again, I wouldn't recommend taking it too many times, but you can take them a couple of times, but you can't completely change them, right? And you maybe can't change a lot of the circumstances related to all of the other parts of your application. They're sort of in the past. Your essay is the one part that sort of is in the future. You're creating it. You're deciding what part of yourself you are sharing. You're deciding what context you're giving, and you're deciding what you are doing within this completely by yourself. A lot of people might, try to give you advice for what it is that you should write about. Take that advice with a grain of salt. Write about what's important to you and what you think colleges should know about you. It's also a place to show your unique achievements. Depending on your environment, you might think that, you know, everybody is doing the sorts of things that you're doing, whether that's having a part-time job or helping care for a sibling or a parent or a grandparent or being a really big part of a religious community or a cultural community or your neighborhood. But that's not going to always be the case. Students who are applying to top colleges, some of them might have very different experiences than you. So really use it as a place to show what your school environment has been like, what your home environment has been like, whatever has really shaped you as a person personally. And then it's also a place to showcase your intellectual curiosity and interest. It's a place for you to explore the things that you are deeply passionate about academically, the things that really impact your world, how you've contributed or want to contribute in the future, and how you're going to be doing that. It's also an opportunity for low-income students to explain hardships or obstacles they've had to overcome. If you have transferred into a really difficult magnet program and maybe struggled a little bit with that, or really rose up to the challenge, or any other number of things, you created an AP program at your school, or you've taken every AP program that's available, every AP class that's available at your school. These are all things that give us greater context and let us know what your environment has been like and how you have reacted to that along the way.
So we're going to give you 5 essential essay strategies that we hope and / know you will find useful. And this is just kind of a preparation for you to give us the best picture of you that you can give us.
So number 1 is choose a topic only you can write about. This doesn't mean that you need to find the very, very most unique thing about you, some teeny tiny detail that you think no one else can share. It means writing about yourself honestly and earnestly. It means being able to share what your life experience is like, because that is much more unique than trying to find that little detail. And that means really writing about yourself and not about other people, not about other circumstances or reflecting on those. And it also means not trying to be too broad. So don't start your essay with, I was born on this day and this day. You can, but don't then expect that the rest of your essay is going to be a bunch of words that are just telling me your broad life story, because you're not going to have enough space for that, and that's not going to give us great insight into who you are. Try to pick a specific circumstance, a specific situation, a story that really serves as an example of what it is that you're trying to communicate. And that might mean really sort of focusing in on a broad idea and then figuring out what is it that figures into this, and how is it that I develop this particular story.
Yeah, and here's a nice example of that. So thinking of a broad topic, you want to think, what do I want to write about? What's so important to me that I want to use it to introduce myself to an audience of complete strangers who are going to decide whether or not I'm accepted to their college? That sounds a little intimidating, doesn't it? So when you're picking something, pick something that's really important to you and that you are excited about, that one thing. Because if you're excited about something, you're going to be excited to share it. And if you're excited to share it, it's going to make for a great essay that will really give us a good picture of who you are. So think of a broad topic, something that immediately comes to mind when you think of the influential parts of your life. So in this case, family. And then specify a circumstance about that topic. So in this case, you could use, if you're in the situation of living in a single-parent household. And then hone in on your unique point, the part of your circumstance that makes your story uniquely your own. You gain greater independence, because mom is working maybe the night shift, or maybe she works 14 hours a day, so you have to go home and really care for yourself. And so you learned how to cook for your own family with a limited budget. So that can be anything, and you can really put even more specific, digging down even more specifically on that. You could say, so I learned how to cook, and now I make the best fajitas in Atlanta, because I've been doing it since I was 14 years old. So that's something that you can really, really tailor it to make it your own and really give us a good picture of that. Because if someone is writing saying, oh, well, I learned all this independence and I learned how to cook, and that's great, we're glad that you did that. But if you use a line like, and then I learned how to make the best fajitas in Atlanta, that's something that really stands out to us and really makes it specific to you. I do not make the best fajitas in Atlanta, I would say.
So just sort of to go over, these are some commonly used topics. These are not necessarily bad topics to pick, but they are ones that if you ask admissions officers across the country, and especially Questbridge partner colleges, we get these a lot. And so when you are writing when you are choosing what to write about, these are just some of the things that we do see a lot. So you sort of want to be careful if you are going into these different categories, because there are some pitfalls that sort of commonly happen with them. And these commonly used topics are talking about a big issue. You know, it's really easy when you're thinking about your passion, what you're interested in, to think that you're just talking about the broader topic. But that sometimes comes off as sort of a report on that topic that you're writing for a class. It's not really about you, and you do want to sort of pivot it to something that is talking more about your own personal journey within that topic. Tales of your success. We see a lot of students who are talking about their journey to become student body president, and it's maybe focusing a lot more on the specifics of what happened, and they're telling us that story rather than telling us, you know, what they learned from it and what they gained and what are the sort of things that we can take away from this particular experience. The sport essay is one we get a lot. The big game is usually how a lot of us refer to that. You know, you worked really hard and then you had the big game and you won or you lost and you learned something from it. It's not necessarily that we don't get great essays that are in that vein, but you know, we do get a lot of those. Then we have the autobiography. We talked about about this a little bit. You know, I was born on this particular date, and then it just tells us point by point the 7 or 8 different major events that happened to you. You don't have that big a space, so if you're trying to cover your entire life, it's a lot of ground to cover. The next step is the significant relationship. This person that changed your life, altered your life. A lot of times when you're talking about the significant relationship, the focus is a lot more on that other person. You know, it might be a grandparent. We get a lot of stories where it's, you know, this amazing story about a grandparent or a parent who struggled in their life and did all these amazing things, and at the end of it we think, wow, I wish I could admit that grandparent or parent. You know, you're not giving us an example of who you are, but rather who this other person is. Moving, the fact that you went from one place to another, that's something where you can also focus on the mechanics of that a lot as opposed to the sort of personal side. The trip, especially the mission trip, where you learn about a different culture or you learned a particular thing about a different culture and how happiness works in a different culture and how you connect. Those can be interesting, but a lot of them fall into the same sort of cliches, and it can be hard to get excited about those sorts of essays if you're not doing something new with them. And then the academic risk. You know, you took really difficult classes and you struggled, or maybe you didn't, and you risked something in that. A lot of the students who are applying to our colleges, especially the Questbridge partner colleges, are top students, and they have those similar academic journeys. So you really have to dig deep to find what differentiates you within that. And you know, for all of these, you can write about them. This is not to say that these are bad essays. Some of my favorite essays have fallen into some of these categories, but it's because they did something different with them. It's because that student was able to show me something new, or because they were a really strong writer who was able to sort of turn that idea on its head. But a lot of these start to sort of fall into cliche, and a lot of them are really easy to get away from you in terms of you not talking about yourself, because that's really the emphasis of this, is you.
Right. So one of the ways we'll get to know you through the essay is if you highlight what's important to you. So think about these 3 questions when you're brainstorming your essay. Have you overcome any particular challenges? Are there specific factors that have shaped you, and what intellectually excites you? So when it comes to overcoming challenges, everyone here has overcome one challenge or another in this room, and online as well. And so if you feel comfortable sharing any information about a challenge that you have overcome, we want to hear about it. And we want to hear in detail, A, what the challenge was, B, how you overcame it, and C, what you learned from the entire experience. So it can be whether you bear an unusual amount of responsibility at home, you help to pay rent or household bills, or actually if you commute a long distance to school. That also gives us context when it comes to your extracurricular activities as well, because you're commuting back and forth all the time. So again, this is also only if you feel comfortable sharing this information with us, okay? If you are not yet at a place where you feel comfortable telling us about it, that's perfectly fine. You share what you need to share, or you share what you feel comfortable sharing. The essay, and I think we'll get to this later, the essay is great to get to know you, and it's very personal, but it's also, it's not a therapy session as well. So don't overshare with us, but give us enough to know who you are, where you're coming from, and what and how these experiences have shaped you.
And related to that, you know, we want to make sure that this is, sometimes when students have this idea of a personal essay, they think, I have to think of the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me and share that story. And like we were saying, you don't have to dig deep into some therapy session. You should be sharing something that shows emotional maturity. It should be something that, you know, you're growing from, that you're maturing from. And so it's really important to think about the trajectory of the essay. And are you showing yourself in a positive light? Are you showing that you are able to overcome obstacles, or are you just sort of veering down negatively in a way that sort of worries us?
So it can be hard to show emotional maturity, especially in writing, and not just at your age, but adults have problems doing that as well. So I think the most important thing to remember is to be aware of your tone in writing. So just quick question for y'all. How many of you have received a text from a friend and it's kind of vague, and you're like, is this person mad at me? Is this person just like matter of fact? Yeah. So what's different about talking in person and interviewing versus just a text is that tone. And so you can convey like a warm tone through your writing. And so if you are writing about a particularly negative experience that you've overcome in your life, we want to hear about it, but there's an appropriate tone to tell us. We don't want you to sound angry. And I think a way to avoid that is by focusing the essay on what you've learned from that experience rather than the negative experience itself. I've read essays over the years from students coming from single-parent households, whether it's low-income students or not, and they have absolutely no relationship with one of their parents. And I'll tell you the difference between a really positive, a really powerful essay was the fact that this is, it concluded with, this is what I learned with not having my mother in the picture, rather than my mother's not in the picture and these are all the problems that happen from it, which are real, are absolutely real, but there's a way to convey all of that, all of those experiences and those emotions to us. And yeah, so it's we want to learn about the journey, but we also want to learn about the destination of where you are now and what you've learned from it.
So the third tip is focus on your passions, not just your career. You know, you don't have to write about a personal obstacle that you've overcome. These are options, but we don't want to dictate what exactly you write about. If you want to focus on this thing that you really love, this issue, or this idea about what it is that you're trying to do, that's great. But just make sure that when you're doing that, you're not necessarily just focusing on, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be this. Those are all great things to want to do, but we have a lot of students who we know can do the work and can get to that place. What we're more interested in is seeing how students are going to be going on that journey and how excited we are going to be to have them go on that journey in our environment.
Great. So one type of essay is a utilitarian essay. It's very X, Y, This is it. I'm laying it all out on the table. So if you want to just read along, attending X college will prepare me to get into the medical school of my choice, become a doctor, and support my parents financially. Those are great goals. They really are. And we have a lot of students who are in that position. However, you can make that a lot more personal and make it a better essay by doing something like this.
Yeah, so this is the stronger approach. This is, I'm going to let you go ahead and sort of read some of this. So, you know, in this particular example, this student is really going in deep with an example of how they are excited about science and how their passion has been ignited and what they've done to pursue that. They say, this fascination led me to seek out advanced summer biology courses at my local community college as the youngest person in the classroom. And they will go on and talk more about what that particular experience is like, what it's like to open up this particular passion at a young age and pursue things past what they have available in the classroom. There's so much more that you're gaining from that when you read this type of essay. Top colleges will be looking for you to not just be focusing on that one job that you want to get to. We are happy to have students who are very focused and know that they want to go to med school or law school or all of these other places, but we also want to know that you're going to be passionate about other things, that you're not just going to be super career focused, but that you're also going to be expanding what it is that you're thinking about and thinking in an interdisciplinary manner. And so when we see something like this, something where you're giving us more detail, you're focusing more on your passion for an academic subject or for an issue, this is where we get into something that we can more directly translate into how students interact in our classrooms and in our school environment generally.
Now, the fourth tip is remember the admission officer's perspective. So when we are reading your applications, I've said this about 5 times now, we want to get to know you as a person. We have your grades, we have your test scores, we have your letters of recommendation. We want to get to know you from your own perspective. All 39 of the QuestBridge partner colleges are very selective institutions. So when we are reading and when we're evaluating these applications, we get really talented applicant pools. We could fill our classes time and time again with the number of applicants that we have. For the most part, the vast majority of them are super qualified. They could come to our colleges, make it through in 4 years just fine, and we could all sleep at night admitting the vast majority of them. However, when we're evaluating applications, we want to build diverse environments that are reflective of the country and of the world, and we want all of these different experiences. We want people from diverse ethnic backgrounds. We want people from diverse religious backgrounds. We want people from different political affiliations. We want people from different parts of the country, and you can use all of this. You can use your essay to convey any of this to us. How has me being different in this environment shaped me? Or what challenge have I overcome, and what am I going to bring to the campus? Whenever someone asks, what's the secret to getting into a top college, I say we want to admit students whose high schools and home communities are going to miss them, because we want to see how you're going to impact our campuses, and we have resources to help you continue to make an impact, whether that's on our campus, back in your hometown, or wherever you want to be after you leave our campuses. So the essay is a really great place to demonstrate who you are and what you're going to bring to our campus beyond the academic component.
And there's a lot of different things that we're trying to do with your essay when we sit down with it. You know, your personality and character come out in an essay. This is sort of our way to feel like we maybe are sitting in a room with you, learning more about who you are and how you react to things, but also, you know, what your personality is like. Where do we see you on campus? Do we see what kind of person you are, how you're going to be as a roommate? All of those things are really important, and those things are much easier to find in an essay than on a transcript or in test scores. You can't really find them there. You can find it a little bit in recommendations sometimes, but this gives us a sense of who you are as a person and whether we'd like to see you on our campus. It also gives us an eye for your writing skills. This doesn't mean that we're expecting, you know, the highest level writing. We know that you're still students in high school. We know that students are coming from different levels of writing, different experience from writing. Some students are writers and they write sort of for themselves in a lot of different ways. For some students, this is the first time that they're really delving into a personal essay. But we are looking for mechanics. We are looking for content that you're able to take a thought and follow it through, because these are all going to be things that that are asked of you in a college environment, and these are going to be things that we expect you to be able to do when you get to our campus. We're also looking for broader context. We want to see what is around you, how you engage with the world, so that we can see how you will engage with our world, and what are the sort of things that you bring to the table, to our communities. And then we're also looking for intellectual interests, and that this looks different at different colleges and universities. At a liberal arts college, it might be focusing a little bit more on seeing if you're going to be happy at a place where you're asked to take classes in different areas. It might mean if you're applying to a specific program, if you are really passionate about the sciences or passionate about a particular thing, what you're going to be able to bring to that particular program. And this isn't just in the essay. It doesn't mean that you have to write about, in that big long essay, about your particular academic interest. There's a lot of shorter essays and places where you fill in that information and you tell us more about how it is that you're thinking and how you will engage with the classroom when you're on campus.
And the last, and in many ways, possibly the most important tip, edit, proofread, and repeat. We can't stress this enough. Part of giving us the best picture of you is giving us a nice, complete, and not necessarily polished, but well-formed picture of you as well.
Yeah, and so there are distinct steps that you should follow to be doing this. These are sort of proofreading essentials, and your process might look a little bit different from this, but everybody should be doing some form of this. And the first is to actually divide your thoughts and figure out what it is that you're trying to put down on a page. It can be really intimidating, I know from personal experience, to have a blank piece of paper or a blank Word document in front of you, and there's all this expectation that you're going to fill it up. But actually think about it first. Don't just expect to be inspired as soon as you sit in front. Write down ideas, write down topics that you'd like to cover. Don't be afraid to take some of those topics out and bring others back in, but think broadly and outline. Whatever that looks like for you, whether that means that you are taking out a big piece of butcher paper and just writing scribbles all over it, drawing it out, talking to someone and having a conversation with them, whatever it looks like for you to outline your process for what it is that you're interested in, do that so that when you come to the paper, you're not just intimidated, you have an idea of how it is that you're going to tackle this issue. And then when you're actually going through the process, read drafts out loud to yourself. There's a big difference between the way that you process information when you're writing it down or even drawing it out and when you're actually speaking it out loud to another person. I don't know how many times I've written something and then I read it out and I realize I would not understand this if I read this and I hadn't written it. So really take a chance to sort of look at your essay in different mediums so that you can see what it is when other people will look at it. Also make sure that you're doing proper mechanics throughout your essay. Capitalize the pronoun I. Capitalize correctly. Use punctuation. It is just much easier to read an essay when your eye is not catching on these details. So really make sure that you go through that and figure out how it is that this should work. Use natural sounding words. People might be practicing for the SAT, learning a lot of new words. You might be reaching for a thesaurus. Use the words that you use in your natural life. Don't use this as an opportunity to suddenly bring in all of those new words you learned just because they sound new and exciting. It really helps to give you a natural voice in your essay, which, like I said, this is a conversation. This is a place where we're getting to know your personality. Your personality is not these words that you picked out of a thesaurus. It's the words that you actually use. And then avoid cliche phrases. Avoid using things that are used over and over again, because sometimes your mind, when you see a cliche, just sort of glazes over it. And we're reading a lot of essays, we're reading a lot of applications. You want to stand out, and part of that is avoiding repeating the same things that students repeat over and over again. And then finally, when you're done with the essay, or throughout this process, this is not necessarily a linear road. You might go back to the beginning at certain points. You might want to move around. Like I said, this process is really yours, and you should do what works best for you. But get feedback. I remember when I was writing my essay, I was terrified to show it to other people. Don't be terrified to show it to other people. Find people who you are comfortable showing it to, and sort of work through with them what it is that you're saying. It might be parents. If you have parents who, I know when I was applying, my parents did not understand what a college essay was. They would not have helped me do that, but I got help from my peers. I got help from teachers. I found people I had gone on programs with who we emailed our essays to each other. Find the people who are going to be helping you go through this process, and make sure that they do not edit out your unique voice. We get all sorts of essays that are sort of Frankenstein together, and you can tell that at one point they had a very distinct personality within them, but all sorts of people came in and just sort of took that out. So make sure you don't over edit. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but it does still have to keep your voice, and it should have been looked at by somebody else, at least one or two other people, so that they can tell you, this doesn't make any sense, this doesn't sound like you, all of these other things.
I'm gonna have to start using Frankenstein as a verb. All right, and just finally, as you move forward, what you can do right now, as soon as you leave today, is just start seeking inspiration. Think about what we said. What's something that's so central to your identity, central to your development, that you want to build an essay around it? Then leave time for multiple drafts, okay? You might even want to start writing, take a break of a day, a week, then go back to it and see, okay, I've been away from this for a week. Do I still like it? Does this still reflect me? If it does, keep going with it. If it doesn't, back to the drawing board. But leave time so that you can go back to the drawing board. Ask teachers for feedback. Like Jasmine said, it's so important to get multiple perspectives, and not too many. We still want it to be your voice coming through, but it is important to have an actual human being read it. Just because, one, to get another perspective, and two, do not rely solely on spell check for those nuts and bolts. Spell check is a wonderful tool. It saves my life all the time. But it may not know some of the beautiful nuances of the English language. Maybe our names, yeah. Or if you write somewhere in your essay, it has been my dream to go to Pomona since I was 3 years old, but you spell Pomona B-R-O-W-N. Spell check ain't gonna pick that up, okay? But an actual human being will, all right? And Jasmine and I are friends. She's not going to send me your essay after that. So,
no.
So yeah, but always just let your individual voice shine through. In the end, we want this to be you. A great tip that I've heard about letting your voice shine through is, you've written a really great personal essay if you printed it out and left it on a table in your cafeteria without your name on it, and a friend of yours could come pick it up and read it and be like, oh yeah, that's his essay, and return it to you. That's how you know it's really personal, and it really gives us a great picture of who you are. So, that being said, we have a few minutes for questions. Mm-hmm. Oh, I like this enthusiasm.
Perfect.
Yes. The question is, do most colleges have a word minimum or maximum? So I would say that most colleges have a word maximum, just for time limits purposes. But that's something where I would check with each individual college where you're applying, but I would say there is a word count maximum.
Yeah, and even if there's not, just to sort of follow up on that, Pomona, for example, we don't have a maximum, but you should sort of think about the fact that they're trying to read through your entire application. And so even if a college doesn't have a maximum, if they don't have a minimum, make sure you're not writing a paragraph that's like 3 sentences. We get a lot of essays like that where it's very, very short and students don't have a chance to really talk about themselves. But for maximums, keep in mind that, we can't be reading 8 pages from every single student.
Yeah, so the question is, it may be hard to stick to one topic and continue to write about it without going off on a tangent, and if we have any tips.
I would say that's where editing really comes into play, especially if you're really interested in a topic. It can be really easy to just sort of go into it and you sort of have a chance to write about it and you get really excited. But that's where first looking back at the prompt and saying, what is this really asking me? What do I want to give in terms of information? And I've already hit my maximum or my internal maximum and I haven't actually gotten a chance to talk about it. That means it's time to sort of go through and, you know, sort of take things out. Don't be afraid to really sort of hack at your essay if you're getting into that territory. I think we want to take a question from the...
Oh, we'll take a question from online. Okay, so the question was from Maya. Hi, Maya. Do we remember the most unique or memorable essay we've read? And the answer is why. I do, and I've read several great ones, but one essay in particular detailed a young man it was a young man writing about his daily commute to school on the bus. And he just wrote about it so well, and it was really personal. Like we said, making it personal is key. His friend would have picked the essay up from the cafeteria and would have said, yep, know who this belongs to, and that was a really memorable essay.
Yeah, I think one of my favorites this year was a student who wrote about their aquarium. And he wrote specifically about how passionate he was about fish and his aquarium and the systems, and he broke it down in detail in terms of how he built out this program and the fact that he had created a YouTube page for this and made videos about the fish and the processes and how he engaged with a community of fish lovers and all of these things that gave me a really distinct sense of his personality, his passions. It was something that I hadn't read before, but it was really the fact that he was able to cover the passions that struck me, not necessarily the fact that this was a very different thing than we usually get, but more that, you know, we really got a sense of how quirky and interesting and how, even though this wasn't what he wanted to study, this was how he tackled things that he was really passionate about.
Yeah, so the question is, can you reuse your QuestBridge applications for the essays in the common application, i.e. copy and paste it instead of writing an entirely new essay? I would say check with each school. Some schools, the case will be yes. Others, the case will be they want you to answer the Common App essay prompt.
And some colleges will require the Common App essay and prompt. Some colleges will not. They will take your QuestBridge application even if you're not a match student or even if you you are not even a finalist. So really sort of make sure that you check with the college. And some colleges give you an option of sending in an optional essay to really sort of back that up. But for all of those, if you're submitting that QuestBridge essay, just make sure that you go over it again. A lot of time will have passed by the time you apply from the time you wrote that essay. So if you can submit edits, if you think that maybe there's more to add, you can always do that.
2 more questions. Yeah, the question was about style, whether we prefer the essays to be more eloquent and conversational or just bare bones and addressing the topic. It's your essay, 100% your essay. If you want to present it in one way that is uniquely you in the way you see the world, that's great. If you want to take a very linear path and answer that question directly, that's your choice as well.
Did we have a question over here? No? Okay.
Yep, last one. Yeah, well, the question was we advised avoiding using cliches in your essay and which ones you should avoid. I would say just common things in speech patterns, like at the end of the day, this is the result. Or what else can you think of?
I would say some of the things that we talked about in sort of common essays, that's common essay topics. That's where a lot of those cliches come in. You'll, for example, the mission trip essay. I think you'll talk to admissions officers and they'll tell you that they get a lot of essays that, sort of end with, I visited this country and I learned that people can be happy despite poverty. And that's not like a verbal cliche, but it's sort of like a broader cliche because it is a topic that comes up quite a bit, and it sort of goes into that very well-trod category.
Great. So I think your group leader is anxious to escort you to your next. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And so in that vein, thank you all for coming out. We want to congratulate you on making it here, and we also want to thank you for spending your day today with us. We hope to see you all at the fair later, and thank you to everyone joining us online as well. Good luck to everyone throughout the process.
Thanks for coming and joining us for lunch. And hello to everybody online. You're all here to learn what is a liberal arts college. So we have three panelists here, and I'll let them introduce themselves in a second, that will tell you all about liberal arts colleges. They're the best to ask. So I encourage all of you, including everyone watching at home, to write in questions or ask questions actively. I'm going to start out with a couple of questions, and then after that, we'll open it up to you. My name is Tara, and I'm with QuestBridge. So Ariel Gonzalez is entering class of 2021 at Bowdoin College, and this is what he says about a liberal arts college. When I first heard the phrase liberal arts, I associated it with the humanities and English, areas that I was not interested in. However, I researched LACs for hours to discover what they really are. I realized that these schools are perfect for me. Small student population, cater to undergraduates, and a nice student to faculty ratio. So hopefully you'll hear even more about the liberal arts colleges in the next 30 minutes or so from Carolina, Jasmine, and Megan. So I'll let them start off. The first question is, please tell us a little bit about your school and what is a liberal arts college to you?
Sure, so I can start. Hi everybody, my name is Carolina. I work at Williams College in Massachusetts. In terms of the liberal arts, so this is actually, I think, goes nicely with what Ariel said just a second ago, but people often think that the liberal arts really means, you know, the arts, so philosophy, English, humanities, style classes, but people forget that the actual title is liberal arts and sciences. So we offer a wide range of subjects and disciplines and really try to give students opportunities to explore the things that they're really most interested in, and that might take them in any direction. You know, they might come in with a really specific interest, and that's great because they can focus on that right off the bat. They might change their mind about what their interest is, and we try to give them the space to kind of explore the things that they're most passionate about. In terms of Williams, so Williams is a small liberal arts college in Western Massachusetts. It's a population of about 2,200 students. They're all undergraduates. What they're interested in really runs the gamut. So some of the most popular majors are things like art history, economics, things like that, but also about 40% of our students major in math and science. So those are really significant majors and areas of interest for students as well. So that's a little bit about Williams. And you know, if any of you have specific questions, we can talk later or you can shout them out here, but that's kind of what the liberal arts mean to me.
Hi everyone, my name's Megan and I work at Colorado College. And Colorado College we're best known for our block plan. So we're that school you saw the video for earlier today with the one class every 3.5 weeks. So we still graduate with the same number of classes and the same number of credits as more traditional liberal arts schools, but you're just taking one class at a time. I think what's interesting for me when I'm a liberal arts graduate, and I've worked at a few liberal arts schools. And what I think is so exciting about liberal arts colleges and the opportunities they provide is that you can do so many different things. And often you can be an athlete who's also involved in music, who likes to study theater, but also wants to do biology. You don't have to have it all figured out. And many people who have so many different interests and are so excited don't even know where to start. That's okay too. So, for example, at Colorado College last year, our most popular major coming into the school was undecided. So feel free to know that you're in good company, that you come to liberal arts colleges with so much access and exposure to different things that you can experience things, try them on, see how they fit. One thing I would point out that I think is really special about liberal arts colleges is sometimes we only attribute research to be possible at a large research university, right? But liberal arts colleges also are abundant resources for you to be able to do research. And because liberal arts colleges are primarily undergraduate students, the first person a professor goes to when they want to do research is you, the undergraduate student. There's no graduate students, very rarely, so you're the first person a professor would go to do research together, and that goes across the disciplines. The last thing I'd say is that A lot of people, when they go to liberal arts colleges, think that they can't study to become a doctor, or they can't study to go to business school or law school. We offer something called pre-professional programs. So that means that you could go to a liberal arts college but still get the guidance and support and resources from pre-professional programs for med school, for law school, for business school. The last thing I'd say is that many of those schools actually prefer liberal arts graduates. Does anybody know why? Why would business schools, law schools, med schools prefer a liberal arts graduate? More well-rounded, right? What did you say? Over here. More well-rounded, exactly. Because the class sizes are so small, you have a lot of opportunities to do collaborative work. You're a good team player. You have to speak up a lot in class because you're having a small discussion-based environment. You have to think critically, you have to write well, you're well-rounded. So if you look up some research online, it shows a lot of these professional schools do prefer liberal arts graduates, which is a kind of neat thing.
Hi everybody, I'm Jasmine. I'm here from Pomona College. Pomona College is a small liberal arts college in Southern California. And sort of what the liberal arts means to us and how we sort of interpret it has a lot to do with our environment and the fact that we're part of something called the Claremont Colleges Consortium. It's sort of a unique institution where while Pomona and all of the colleges around us are distinct colleges, we're all small liberal arts colleges that then group our resources together to give students access to the resources of a mid-sized research university. And so, you know, you have this ability to take classes at other colleges and do these sorts of things while you are fulfilling your liberal arts curriculum at each of these distinct institutions. And so I think what the liberal arts really means to me and for Pomona is a diversity of experience. The liberal arts for all of the colleges here and for the colleges in our consortium, they all interpret the liberal arts differently. They interpret it differently through different core curriculums and different major possibilities and different ways that they structure their classes, like Colorado College. But what they share is this idea that not only are you getting a diverse experience among the different institutions, but internally within each institution, you're being asked to explore different areas and emerge a thinker who is looking at an issue from different avenues, who is exploring different disciplines and then bringing them together so that the way that you look at things shares the complexity with the way the world works. No issue is just one single facet, and that's the sort of education that all liberal arts institutions are trying to give students, is a way to engage with the world and with your academic interests that looks at things the way that they really are, which is multifaceted.
All right, thank you all. How many of you here, for the first time today, heard the name Williams College or Colorado College or Pomona College for the first time? All right, you have a chance to ask more questions. My last question for you, and then we'll open it up to everybody out there, is what are some of the common misconceptions or misperceptions of a liberal arts college?
Yeah, so I think I touched on this earlier, but I think that people tend to think that if you go to a liberal arts college, you can't pursue something like going to medical school. You can't pursue something like business school. If you don't have a degree in one of those things, then you're not going to be able to do that. But the really wonderful thing, and Megan was alluding to this earlier, that you can get from a liberal arts education is that you, regardless of what you major in, regardless of what it is that you kind of spend more time thinking about in terms of the subject that you major in, you're going to be gaining these same skills of thinking critically and learning how to solve problems, learning how to write really well. And those are skills that are widely applicable in any field that you go into when you graduate, and that are going to be really valuable kind of no matter what you do. So even if you become a doctor, you're still going to or a researcher, you're still going to have to know how to write grants or how to write up the research that you are kind of presenting to others. And so that ability to do that, kind of regardless of the field that you go into, is really critical and really valuable. So yeah, that's kind of what I'd touch on briefly.
Yeah, I think I would just highlight what I was saying before about being able to get preparation for a wide variety of careers and a lot of different outcomes. So, for instance, we had a senior last year who was a religious studies major. And I know sometimes when we hear these sort of majors, we think, well, what are you going to do with that, right? It's a very practical question. It's really nice that you're interested in religions, but what does one do with a religious major? But Jaden was very passionate about world religion, but he also wanted to become a doctor. So because the way pre-professional programs work at liberal arts colleges, most of them, you can major in anything you want. You can study whatever really excites you and interests you and engages you. And then you can still get involved with a pre-professional program, like Jaden did. Many students are multi-layered, right? You have a lot of different things you're interested in, and Jaden was just like that. So he was able to continually seek the support and guidance of advisors from our pre-med program while also pursuing his interests in religion. And he was accepted to all of the medical schools he applied to as a religious studies major. Isn't that interesting? So I will leave you with that as just an example of what's possible for your interests and your outcomes at a liberal arts school.
I think one of the misconceptions that I hear a lot has a lot to do with, the fact that so many of you raised your hand saying that you hadn't heard of these colleges. And it goes hand in hand with that, because sometimes students make a sort of false equivalency between knowing the name of a college and the value of that education. And a lot of small liberal arts colleges, because they maybe aren't a flagship state institution or do not have Division I football or something like that. They're not on a national scale like that because they're very small, they're very residential. That means that sometimes people don't know about them as much. And sometimes people think that means that employers won't know what this is, or that graduate schools won't know what this is, or that I won't be getting the same quality of education as at another place that other people recognize the name. And I think with small liberal arts colleges, you really are getting very different experiences, and you are getting a chance to nurture yourself academically. You are getting access to really strong resources that build who you are and allow you to get that really high quality of education. And when it comes to going out into the workforce, to talking to people about where you went to school, to applying to graduate school, you're armed with the tools. And these schools are known in a lot of different ways among a lot of different people. Just because you haven't heard of them doesn't mean that their quality is lower. And so I think that that's something to watch out for, because there are a lot of really great institutions out there that you might just not know about.
Excellent points, thanks. All right, we're opening up to questions. I'll take the first one right here. Emily.
Is there anything that I would miss if I were to choose a liberal arts college over like a big research university?
So the question was, is there anything I would miss if I were to choose a liberal arts college over a larger research university?
I'm happy to start. So that's a really good question. I think that reframing the question might be helpful. I think that you're not necessarily missing something, whether you go to a liberal arts college or a big research university, but the experience is just going to be a little bit different. So for example, in terms of extracurricular involvement and the availability of many different kinds of extracurricular activities, that might be somewhat, the group of activities you have available might be somewhat smaller at a liberal arts college. You might have more options at a larger school, but the way that you're able to engage in those and the way that you're able to impact those and create your own group or become a leader and really kind of make an impact on your institution, that's going to be different. And so it's not necessarily about, what am I missing by going to one or the other, but what kind of experience am I looking for, and what kind of institution is really going to allow me to maximize my college years. And for some people, that's going to mean a small liberal arts college. For other people, it's going to mean a large research university.
Do you guys still have like study abroad programs?
So the question is, do you still have study abroad options?
Most definitely, very much so. So I think that's actually a hallmark of liberal arts colleges, is that even though we're known for the smaller communities on our campuses, since we tend to be smaller schools, is that that's we have the best of both worlds in the sense that we're global communities, meaning we, for instance, like I travel all over the world to help knit together a small community of people from all over the world. But studying abroad, like at Colorado College, for instance, over 80% of our students study abroad at least once. And so we all have like offices of international programs, for instance, where we have like 90, 100 plus programs that you can choose from. And these offices will help you find the best fit for you. So maybe depending on what your interests are, what you want to study, what kind of place you're looking for, they can help you through that process. And what's great is that if you're on financial aid, your financial aid will travel with you to these affiliated programs, and then the credit you earn at these programs will transfer back to your school, the liberal arts school or university that you're researching or studying at. So that's a big hallmark, I think, of a liberal arts education, is having those kind of opportunities.
Great. I have a question here.
Oh, like pre-business schools, like pre-business programs? Yeah, so like they'll call them pre-med, pre-law, pre-business. So if you're looking at liberal arts schools, you can just look at, it's also called pre-professional programs in general.
Okay, I have a question here. Is there STEM implemented into liberal arts? That's a great question.
Yeah, and I would say that it depends. If all schools are sort of trying to make sure that you get this broad range of experiences in the classroom, but the way that it's done depends on the college. So you definitely have STEM majors at different types of schools, but you really want to look into how those are covered in terms of what majors are available. So if you want a particular focus in STEM, is that something that's offered to you at that particular college? If you're not interested in STEM as a major, but you do want to sort of take those classes, look at how it is that a college is asking you to engage with them in terms of their curriculum. So for example, Pomona College has a sort of general education requirements where every student does take a science class. There's a lot of choices in that, but everybody does that. Everybody takes math, everybody takes English classes and humanities classes, social science classes, different types of arts classes. And some colleges, it's going to look very broad like that, and some you're going to have very specific courses, a core curriculum that you take, and then some it's going to be a bit more open. So it really depends how you're able to engage. But like I said before, every liberal arts college is different and sort of decides academically what it is that's available to you and how it is that you engage with the curriculum. And then you decide that as well because of that liberal arts open model. But all of these colleges do provide STEM opportunities.
Great. About right here. So the question is, besides the biggest feature of each of these colleges, what makes your college stand out? That's a good question.
That is a very good question, yeah. So, gosh, I feel like I could take this many different directions. I think what I'll say is sort of the baseline is that I think what we all have in common is we're liberal arts colleges, and a lot of that is going to look really similar regardless of the liberal arts college that you look at, but each of these schools is approaching that a little bit differently, as we've all said this morning. So, for example, for us, in many ways, that plays out in the way that we do our curriculum, but I guess one thing that I'll talk about really quickly are our tutorial style classes. So our class, typical of liberal arts colleges, our classes are fairly small. Our average class size is about 13 students. But we also offer these classes that are basically, they're called tutorials, and they're basically 2 students and 1 professor in a class. So you spend a semester in a class where you have an assigned tutorial partner, and you and your tutorial partner and your professor are basically having the semester-long discussion or debate, and that's offered in every course level in every department. So you could take that in physics, you could take that in English. But the reason I bring that up is because I think it's emblematic of kind of our community in general, in the sense that tutorials are an opportunity to work really closely with your professor and to work really closely with your tutorial partner. And whether or not you're taking tutorials at Williams, that's going to be true across the board. So your professors want to get to know you. They want to work with you really closely, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's doing research, or whether they're inviting your class to their house for dinner, or whatever it might be. And so having that opportunity to engage really closely with your professor and build really close relationships is really valuable for the learning experience, but also in terms of the community that you build when you're on campus. So that's kind of a convoluted answer, but basically I think that one thing that sets us apart a little bit is that, and again, I think this could be said of all liberal arts colleges in a certain way, but I think is that really intentional community building that plays out in the classroom and tutorials and pretty much everything that you do.
All right, so Colorado College, we are, of course, best known for the block plan, as you said, so the one class at a time system. Not terribly common, right? But what I thought was really neat earlier when they put the map of Questbridge partner schools, and we were just in this stretch of the country holding down the pin in Colorado, and I think so our place, so many people will highlight the program, the place, and the people at CC, and so being in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, that adventurous mountain spirit really I think sets us apart in that sense, is that our location, Colorado Springs, is often ranked one of the happiest, healthiest cities in the country because of the mountains, all the sunshine. But what I would say in conclusion is that what kind of person decides, I'm going to go out to this Rocky Mountain landscape out in the West, and I'm going to do this block plan thing. I'm going to do this one class at a time thing. And so our president says that really attracts a special kind of student. That self-selection process already sort of filters in a really dynamic community. So it means that our students are particularly passionate, adventurous, and open-minded learners. So I think that's what really sets our community apart, is it attracts a special kind of student, and we're really collaborative, we're not competitive. So we're all trying to root for each other and work together as well.
And I would say, sort of on a related note, location is something that's very important to us as well, for a lot of different reasons. Part of it is, of course, being part of the consortium. That's part of our location. But within Southern California, and just being a part of California is a sort of interesting thing. It's a place that is sort of defined by innovation, by diversity, by a lot of things that are very important to Pomona as a college. And I would say that we really work to make sure that students are able to access all of the resources that are around us. We're in a sort of really interesting place. We're about 35 miles away from Los Angeles, which is not only a big city, but it's one of the biggest cities in the US. It's a place where people are coming from all over the country, all over the world, to engage in really great communities, to think about different problems in really interesting ways. They're coming to work in different industries. Really, any industry that you can think of can be found in Los Angeles. And we invite and welcome students through things like funded research and internships to explore these areas and to really engage with the world around them, whether it's in Los Angeles or in our local community. And then expanding from that, it's things like the fact that even though we're about an hour away from this major city, we're also about an hour away from the beach, from the mountains, from the desert. It's a really unique sort of central location that allows students to have the best of both worlds, or the best of many worlds in a lot of ways. And we are very intentional about providing opportunities for students to engage with all of these different environments, even if they're not doing something academic, even if they're doing something academic that's not related to their major or to their specific interests, just because we think all of these different experiences help them grow, help them become stronger students, better people, help them to sort of engage with the world in ways that are multifaceted, so that they can bring that knowledge into the classroom, into their dorm rooms, into the club that they're in, and have it impact how they're engaging. So it's a lot of looking at the diversity of things that are around us and really taking those tools in and helping students really anchor themselves within it.
I think that's a really good question also for all of you. When you're walking around and see the group leaders in the bright yellow shirts, ask them the same question.
Yeah.
Ask them, what's your favorite part of being at your liberal arts college or at your college? Because you'll get similar answers, but a very student-centered, specific answer. But you right here.
Are there any benefits that you can sort of speak to by sacrificing the flexibility of going to a major research university to pursue a STEM degree by going to a liberal arts college where you have the prerequisite general education classes?
So the question is, are there any benefits that you can highlight for sacrificing some of maybe the flexibility of a larger university if you're looking to pursue a STEM career to coming to a liberal arts college and attending one of yours?
So I'll try. I'm trying to figure out how to frame this. So I think, gosh, okay. So a good place to start, I think, so in terms of that small classroom experience, especially if you're pursuing a STEM field that leads you to graduate school, whatever that might look like, in terms of getting things like letters of recommendation, being in small settings where you have these really close relationships with your professors, where you're in a class of 10 people and they know your name right off the bat the first day, or you've done research with them for the last 3 summers that you've been a student there, because there aren't graduate students who are competing with you for those research positions. Those kinds of experiences are valuable not only for the educational experience that you're having while you're there, and that you're having opportunities to do things that were there graduate students who were there, you might not have the chance to do. But also, as you think about your future and getting letters of recommendation and making connections after you graduate, those are really valuable connections and relationships to have. And I think that liberal arts colleges really allow for a really unique opportunity to build those kinds of relationships. Not that it's not possible at larger research universities, but I think that liberal arts colleges are really intentional about trying to make those things happen and about facilitating that kind of community building that is really beneficial while you're there and also once you graduate. So that didn't really answer your question, but that's what my answer is.
Just really quick, to jump off of that too, I think one of the big benefits is the fact that you're sort of differentiating yourself quite a bit. Like you're showing what's the broadness of your interests and how are you able to sort of engage with other different things around you, other academic subjects, other students who are in different academic subjects, or do different types of programs because you have the opportunity to do that within a liberal arts college instead of just focusing in on STEM if that's what you're interested in.
And one thing I'll add super quickly too is that there are liberal arts colleges that have open curricula that actually will allow you to only focus on the sort of STEM fields or the things that you're interested in. So you don't necessarily have to be at a large research university to really hone in on the one thing that's interesting to you. And so your question might be more of what kind of curriculum is really going to allow you to get the most academically out of what you're looking for in a college. And you can find that in a liberal arts college, or you can find it at a large research university.
Thank you. Looks like we have a question from the crowd online. Great question, Alexandra, thank you. So she would like to know the best way to research liberal arts colleges so she can find out whether or not it's a good fit for her.
I can start if that'd be good. So many of us here, the QuestBridge Partner Schools offer fly-in programs. So that would be a great place to start, is to apply for a fly-in program. Like at CC, for instance, we'll also fly in you and a parent. So you and a parent and or guardian. So the two of you can come and experience the school, try it on, meet people, meet students, sit in on a class, get the feel, get the vibe of the school. We realize, of course, not everyone can make it to campus, so another option you can do is when you go to the school's website, or their admission website in particular, they will often offer you opportunities to either do a virtual tour, an online tour. They'll have student ambassadors or student fellows that you can email and contact directly, so you can get a current student perspective. You can find out who your QuestBridge liaison is at the school as well. That would be a really great person to connect with. We also offer interviews, so if you wanted to, you could do a Skype interview as well if you can't make it to campus. And I guess that actually brings me to one last point I'd make about the interview. is it's a two-way interview. So you can feel free to get fit or get an understanding of a school through interviewing your interviewer. So you can interview your interviewer and say, hey, is this the right school for me? Based on my interests and my background and my perspectives, how does this translate into this school and this community? So feel free to do some research and interview your interviewer as well. A lot of us, of course, are on social media, so you can follow us on Facebook or Snapchat, and you can connect with current students that way as well.
I think one thing I'll add super quickly is that the first thing is just don't be, so I guess it's two things I'm adding. The first thing is don't be afraid to ask questions of the specific schools that you're interested in. So reach out to admission officers and really ask them specific questions about the things that are important to you, whatever that means, and you shouldn't be shy to do that. And then the second piece is that you should ask them to connect you with current students. So if you don't have the luxury of knowing a student who attends or has attended that school, that's often the best way to kind of get a sense of what the student body is like. So, reach out to admission offices, ask them if they can connect you with a student who is interested, maybe you're interested in math, and so you want to talk to a math major. Or maybe you're interested in dance, so you want to talk to someone who's on the dance team. So don't be shy about doing that would be my piece of advice.
Mm-hmm.
And all the QuestBridge Scholars Networks, each of them have their own Facebook page for the QuestBridge Scholars at each of the 39 schools, with the exception of the newest school because they don't have a chapter there yet. But you can join those and ask questions there as well. It's another place. So we have time for one more question, and I see a hand in the back there.
So all three of your schools consistently rank really high in all three of these places. I think Williams is at the top of a lot of lists, and I see the other two as well. And so I just wanted to challenge you guys to name, if you can, the single thing that you think counts for that status, and also to say just a little bit about the student life of the schools. Is it fun?
All right, so the questions, there are two questions that came in, I think. That was good. He snuck in two. So the first question is that all of these schools, of course, are spectacular schools and they rank very highly. So what is the one single thing that they can say about their schools that they think accounts for this high ranking of the schools? And number two is tell us a little bit about student life, because that's what you're looking for FIT as well. Is it fun?
I can start. So I think one of the things that really sort of at Pomona, we are incredibly lucky to have access to really strong resources monetarily and sort of just in terms of what's available on our campus. And a lot of that is the fact that we are very intentional about using the resources that we have, whether it's resources around us or internal resources, and funneling that directly back into students. And I think that that has really helped us become a very well-regarded place, because students know that Pomona has a reputation as a college where they will get ready access to funded internships and research. They will get subsidized trips to go out into the local area and even further out. They know that that money is going back into their education through mentorship, through helping professors create events for students to connect more with them. We're very conscious of that, and that sort of helps to create an environment where students come knowing, I'm going to get a lot of support here. Pomona really sort of does that and takes care of you along the way. And I think, that's something that's really great for students because they do feel really well supported. And then in terms of fun, I think it is really great to be on a campus that, even though we're a small liberal arts college, there are 5 colleges around us. And it's not a situation where one college is a 10-minute drive away. Our campuses are all on 1 square mile. So you can literally walk from the furthest edge of Pomona to the furthest edge of Pitzer, which is the furthest college, in about 20 minutes. Most students are biking around, skateboarding around, but they are getting from one place to another. They're sharing dining halls, they share teams, they're in shared clubs. And so what that means is that even though you have that central space, you have your dorm, you have your Pomona family, you have all of that you get from being at a residential small liberal arts college, but you also have this big social experience that you can take part in. And that means more activities. That means that even if there's not a big presentation going on at Pomona that day, there's probably one going on somewhere else. Students are engaging with each other in really exciting ways, and it really makes the campus feel really alive, which is great. You'll see students interacting with each other. You'll see them just having these bigger shared experiences because we get to give them these greater resources in terms of the other colleges.
No, go on. I'm so polite. Well, thank you for your question. You know, rankings are such a funny thing, aren't they? Because one thing I was telling some educators yesterday at a panel was, they're not your rankings, right? So this is maybe like the US News World Report. They put together the rankings according to their rubric. But I challenge you as students and families, when you're putting together your list of schools, to put your own rankings together. What is most important to you, and what's most valuable to you in a school and the opportunities that are available? So slight tangent, but I will I will come back to answer your question. I think with Colorado College, I think that because we are the block plan is so challenging, it's so rigorous, it's so exciting. We have you know, this interesting dynamic where not only are students teaching, or not only are students taking one class at a time, but their professor is also therefore only teaching one class at a time, right? So your professor's only teaching the class that you're in. So they don't have any other students or classes to think about either. So they're just 100% dialed in to you and your class, and the average class size is 16. So that's a lot of individualized attention. So I think that would be a part of it to your question. And then finally, for your second part of your question, I think because we're in, Colorado Springs is actually the largest American city to border forest land. So we have this really interesting dynamic where we can walk from campus into this great city of Colorado Springs, take advantage of having a full urban location while also having 500 miles of hiking and cycling trails that students can take advantage of. And we have something called block breaks, which means that in between every class, you have a 4.5-day break. So in terms of the fun, the student life, students are able to travel, students are able to sleep, students are able to catch up on their laundry in between these classes, watch Netflix, explore your backyard. We have service trips, we sponsor trips, we go out into the mountains, we'll do things. We have a wolf preserve that's like 45 minutes from campus. So there's a lot of different things that you can choose from as a student as well.
Yeah, so I think you both spoke well about the rankings, so I'll only touch on it briefly, but I think one thing that all of our colleges do is really, especially in terms of what you were saying, Jasmine, in terms of supporting students, in particular, supporting them to make sure that they're enjoying their experience while they're there and that they're going to leave that place feeling fulfilled and feeling like they accomplished something. And so in terms of academic support services, we have all sorts of free tutoring and a Math and Science Resource Center and a writing workshop. And we just try to make sure that apart from, you know, all of the numerous other kind of fun and awesome things that we try to provide, to make sure that students have the resources they need to feel supported and to feel like they can use our resources appropriately and they can use it in a way that's really going to allow them to accomplish what they want to accomplish while they're there. So I think that's just one thing that I would add. And then in terms of student life, you know, I think unfortunately, I think the Berkshires, which is where Williams is located, kind of pale in comparison to the Rockies, but it is a beautiful area. But it's very, yeah. But I think that one thing that I'll speak of, or one aspect of our community that I think is a little bit different, is that we really intentionally, kind of from day one when students get to campus, try to instill in them this feeling that the community is really important, that it's something that we want students to engage in and really be a part of, whatever that means to them. So freshmen live in these freshman entries, which basically means that the class of 550 students is divided into groups of 20 to 30 students, and each of those groups is meant to be like a microcosm of the college. So they're not all going to be people from Florida, or they're not all going to be people who are interested in STEM, but they're going to be people from a lot of different backgrounds with a lot of different interests who you might not have interacted with elsewhere on campus just because you don't necessarily share interests or activities. And so the idea is that we want to, right off the bat, have students kind of enter into this community and see that we want you to build connections across difference, and we want you to build connections with people who are doing all sorts of really different and really interesting things. And I think that really sets it up for the rest of your remaining 3 years to engage in the community and to be a part of that in a really meaningful way. And I think our rural setting really lends itself to that kind of community because we're in this sort of small town, and because we're not around 4 other colleges or anything like that. We really try to make things happen for students. The college is always providing opportunities for students, and the most wonderful thing is that students are always providing opportunities for students. So they're always coming. I'm always baffled by the incredibly creative things that Williams students do to kind of spend their time and to build connections. So that's kind of what I would say about student life. Also, there's a lot of school spirit, so that's super fun. But yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all. We've run out of time because the next thing is that you get to tour the Emory campus. So a few things before we give them a big round of applause. So we'll give them, thank you very much for sharing all that insight. The boxes for the box lunches, please dispose of them in the trash cans. And Heather is in the back. She's raising her hand and waving at you. She will take you to the tour. Those of you online, thank you for joining us. If you have questions for them about their schools, feel free to write to their admissions office and you'll get the answers there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See if Kelsey is here. Am I supposed to go ahead and start? Are we? Oh, we're on. Okay, excellent. So just wanted to make sure I was on time, and this mic is going to bother me, sorry. I can hear it. Good afternoon, everybody. I know you just had lunch, and now you get one of the most exciting sessions of the day, right? Talking about finances and about money. So I'm going to try and keep you awake through that. That's your job, and your job is also to try and ask questions about all these amazing institutions that you've been learning about all day. And now I'm sure if you start to think about the price tag and what is it going to cost me, what is it going to cost my family, and that's what we're here to talk a little bit about today. So my name is Scott Wallace Judas, and I am the Director of Student Financial Services and Assistant Dean for Admission and Financial Aid at Wellesley College. Now, I know you all watch the videos, right? So Wellesley is where? I heard a mumble or two, right? Where? Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, correct. So we're a private liberal arts college about 11 miles outside of Boston. So you'll be able to hear lots about Wellesley later at the college fair. I'm not going to talk a lot about Wellesley. What I do want to talk about is financing your education and how all these amazing institutions are actually affordable for you and your family. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about is the components of financial aid. So I don't know about you, but I did not grow up in a household where a financial aid officer existed. My parents weren't financial aid officers, right? They hadn't gone to college. I'm a first-generation college student from a town of about 300 people. That means there were about 18 in my class. Same 18 kids, kindergarten through 12th grade. So this room has more than my entire school. And so as we thought about college, where I might want to go, what I might want to do with things, and I would see college price tags and the process, it was completely confusing to me, right? It was something that we just weren't familiar with, and not a lot of schools were coming out to Western Nebraska to visit, right? So what I'd like to do is demystify a little bit about the components of financial aid. So we'll talk about what types of financial aid are available, what these schools that are partnered with QuestBridge, what does it mean to be a partner institution? What does it mean? How do you apply for financial aid? What are the parts? And it'll be at a very basic level. So we're going to try and break it down so we can look at the cost of college, but we'll look at how it's financed from parents and from the schools themselves. And we'll get into some of the language. I have a colleague who does a really great job at this, and I can never quite get the saying right, but we talk about things like FAFSA and an EFC and a COA and a budget and an SEOG and all of those sorts of things. So I'm going to try not to use financial aid lingo, but hopefully at the end you'll also have a better idea of what that means. And then we're going to take a look at some real-world examples. So these real-world examples, my boss doesn't actually like to hear this, but I don't do taxes very well. I don't do my own taxes. I don't really get them. Numbers really aren't my thing, more the humanities, right? And so sometimes I need some visualization. So we'll look at some real world examples of what do we mean when we talk about schools that meet 100% of demonstrated need. What do we mean when we say you need to look at the entire cost of college? What about the real cost to you? Right? Is that what I see on the website, that's $70,000? But everybody tells me it's affordable, but that's twice as much as my family may make in any given year, right? And then we will save some time at the end for process and advice. And like I said earlier, if there are questions as we go through, please do raise your hand. We'll take some of the questions. I don't like to save them till the end. It makes it a little hard. You'll forget, I forget. So we'll just ask, and I guarantee you, if you're asking or thinking about that question yourself, there is somebody else. There are multiple somebody else's who are thinking that question as well. And there'll be time at the college fair where we can talk about some specifics, so you don't have to get into specific questions about your family financial situation, but there are general questions about financial aid. We would definitely take those. So let's start off with the total cost of attendance. So as you can see on the slides, the cost of attendance really is what it will cost you to go to college. So off to the left-hand side, you'll see tuition and fees. Those are generally what you're going to be paying for your education, for your courses. You may be enrolled somewhere between 3 and 5 classes. You may have some labs in there as well. But this is the amount that you are expected to contribute for your educational experience. So if you've been in a public school, or if you've been at a place, not been at a place rather, that charges tuition and fees, that is not all encompassing. So if a school says to you, oh, you get a full tuition scholarship, right? That may cover your educational experience, but that does not necessarily mean that all of your expenses at college are covered. And the reason why is if you look at the right-hand side, there's a whole bunch of other expenses that are listed there as well. So you've got things like room and board. So your parents, they're not going to be providing that room anymore, right? You're not going to have an automatic place to crash. Food, oh yeah, not cooking either, right? So you need to still be able to eat. So that board plan, which is really your meal plan. And for some institutions, like at Wellesley, we have a 19-meal plan. So that covers you 3 meals a day by the time you get up around brunch on the weekends, and then for dinner. So you have a pretty steady meal plan. There are some schools that offer different types of meal plans, and you don't have to understand the details of that right now, but it does all factor into the total cost of college. And those are some of the questions that you might ask. There's also travel expenses. So unless you're from down the street here in Atlanta and attending Emory, or you live in Wellesley and you're attending Wellesley College or Pomona, you're going to have to travel to get to these schools. And so travel costs are also built into your financial aid in the cost of attendance. And generally speaking, schools are going to be looking for 2 round trips. That's to get you there in the fall. That's to get you back at the end of the first semester, get you there for the spring semester, and back for the spring semester. If your school is on quarters, it of course is adjusted accordingly. But it's not to go home for Thanksgiving and come back. It's not to go home after the first week and back. It's not transportation whenever you want to go home, but it does account for the basics of getting you to school and back for each of the semesters. We also have personal expenses and insurance. So you may be able to keep your parents' insurance and stay on that and have it covered through those costs, or if not, you may have to take the school's insurance as well. So those are costs that you oftentimes don't hear people talk about, but can be $2,000 to $3,000 a year that you'll need to plan for. And personal expenses, we talk a lot at Wellesley anyway, and other places when I talk with students about this. There's the toothpaste fairy, there's the soap fairy, the bar runs out, and hopefully you replace it from the closet, but if not, there's a toothpaste fairy that comes in, all of a sudden there's toothpaste there, right? And there's soap, and there's shampoo, mostly. Those sorts of personal expenses, and you have to begin to budget and to plan for those because that's not part of the college costs. So we would refer to the travel, the insurance, the personal expenses, and even your books and supplies, right? Those may be provided by your current high school or your current educational institutions. But in college, for instance, we would expect that you would spend maybe between $800 and $1,200 per year on books. Right? It also depends on books. There are ways that there may be lending libraries. You might be able to buy used textbooks, maybe not buy new textbooks. There are ways, it depends on the courses that you're in. There's a lot of online content now that you can use and help defray those costs. But at the end, you're going to be most successful when you have planned for those expenses ahead of time. So any questions on the cost of attendance? It's meant to be more than what the college is going to bill you for, right? We'll bill you for tuition, fees, room, and board, but you cannot forget and you need to begin planning for those other expenses as well. So, all right, pretty explanatory. So, how are you going to pay for that? And as you see on the bottom of this slide, it's going to be anywhere from $15,000 to probably $68,000. I can tell you none of the partner schools here are on the lower end of that. Right? We're not going to be at the $15,000 range. That is likely to be your local community college, perhaps, or local state university, someplace where you can commute. You're not living on campus, so you're just literally attending classes and leaving. And then it varies all the way up to the $68,000, $70,000 range for the private institutions. Those are the ones that are here today. Right? So in terms of cost, there are really 2 different ways that you're going to be able to pay for this, and only 2. One would be from you and your family. That's that expected family contribution, which we'll dive into in a second. But the primary way for most of us here will be for financial aid, right? That's institution money. That is money that comes from the institution. the federal government, the state government, but it comes in the form of grants, loans, or work, as you can see there. And we'll dive into the grants and scholarship. This is always my favorite slide, and I love the little sunburst there because it's the best type of financial aid. It's free money. Yes, free money is always the best type of money, but you need to understand what strings may or may not come with it, right? And so if we look at the title, we talk about grants and scholarships. They both mean free money, but generally speaking, grants are going to be based off of your family's financial situation. It's generally considered to be need-based financial aid. And scholarships are generally a merit-based, so maybe you have an athletic scholarship. Perhaps you dance or you sing, or there's an academic scholarship. But it's something you have done. It's meritorious. At the end of the day, they're both free monies. And again, the names don't completely hold true. Sometimes grants are based off of merit as well, and scholarships are based off of need. But in general, that's one of the questions that we get. And it's very confusing to families, even this type of language. What's the difference between grant or scholarship? The important thing to take away from this is you don't have to repay either of those. Okay, so those are free money. And again, as I was talking earlier, this comes from the federal and the state source. Many of your counselors or your schools may be most familiar with the federal sources, and they're going to say, yes, you need to worry about the federal application. You need to worry about federal deadlines. That is absolutely true. It is the largest overall source for the millions of students who are in school across this country. But as an example, at Wellesley, we have about $70 million as our financial aid budget. Okay? We have 2,300 students, and about 60% of those students are receiving need-based financial aid. So $70 million for about 1,200 to 1,300 students. It's pretty good. But only $5 million of that comes from the feds. The rest comes from Wellesley. And that is very true for all of the partner schools here, is the vast majority of money is going to be coming from the college or the university themselves. So yes, you have to pay attention to the federal application and to those deadlines, but also if you're working with schools or educational institutions that haven't sent a lot of students to private colleges, they may be solely focused on federal financial aid. And you need to remember that there's another huge source of financial aid out there, which would be the colleges or universities themselves. The other aspect of this slide that I would talk a little bit about would be the outside scholarships, right? And I see some of the Quest scholars nodding, because one of the things that I always tell students to remember as you're looking at this is they'll go for the national scholarships, the Quest Scholar, right? The QuestBridge Match, the Coca-Cola Scholarship, or some of these really national and really big scholarships. But at the end of the day, I've done plenty of these presentations with community-based organizations who run outside scholarships of their own, and they're like, we can't give these away. Sometimes we don't even have applicants because it's $500, it's $1,000, it's $2,000, or it's only for the first year. But in reality, and we'll see this in some of the examples that we provide, if the institution says, okay, you have that outside scholarship, maybe now you can borrow $1,000 less. Or you can work $500 less as you acclimate in your first year. Those can be real advantages by not borrowing, or if you are working, that's just money that you are ahead, right? So that is a way that you can really supplement what the schools and the federal government are giving you. And students will sometimes go back and forth with me, but yeah, I have to do another essay. At this point in time, I'm sure you've written plenty of essays, right? I'm sure there's one that you could repurpose, slightly reword. And at the end of the day, if you spend an hour on the essay and you have to provide a transcript and a few other things, but you spend an hour and you get a $500 or $1,000 outside scholarship, right? Is that worth your time? So, all right, grants and scholarships. The next part is work study and summer work. So work study will be listed in your financial aid package. Okay, when you get the award letter from your college or university, it will have grants and scholarships listed. It will also have work study listed. The difference is that work study is as it sounds. You have to work, you have to get a job, you have to turn in the paperwork, you have to work, and then you are paid. So those colleges and universities are setting aside that money for you to earn, but they're not going to give it to you up front. The grants and scholarships they'll give to you up front, right? So with work study, it is a way, the other difference, it is a way for you to earn what I would consider for most students to be sort of your personal expenses, because you're going to get that paycheck. Generally every week, every other week, some colleges pay monthly, but you'll get that money just like if it were a regular job that you're holding now. But it just is a way that work study is set aside, so the college has said, we're gonna save this money. If you wanna work, we'll pay you whatever the minimum wage is times the number of hours that you work. The other nice thing about work study versus working off campus is the work study amount is not considered when you go to reapply for financial aid in future years. So there is some advantage to that. And oftentimes campus employers will give a benefit or a preference to hiring work study students before they just start to hire other students on campus. So it can be a real advantage to you. Summer contribution is just as it sounds. That's the amount that you're earning over the summertime that you would be expected to pay towards your college education. And again, if we go back to our costs, that might be your tuition, fees, room and board, or it might be those incidental expenses, right? It might be towards your books and personal items. It might be towards other items. Yes, sir. So the question is, what kind of jobs are offered on campus for work study? And that can vary. When I was assigned a job, most schools don't assign a job anymore, and it was to work on the grounds crew, which was fine. I love being outside, but I have allergies, so my eyes swell shut, right? Not a really great way to find a job. So there, I found a different job, but there are all sorts of jobs from landscaping and grounds to dining hall to being a research assistant in many of the labs for our colleges and universities to working in the financial aid office, working for the admissions office. If you have been on campus so far, the tour guides, right? Those are generally work study students. So there are office jobs, there are sort of PR jobs in the admissions office and public affairs, there's research and faculty jobs, so there's all sorts of different jobs. So if you think about it, a college is really a community. And we have all of those needs that we need to provide in a regular community, we have those on campus. And most of those offices are committed to working with students. One of the benefits of having an on-campus job is you're able to make connections with faculty members or with staff members. Like students who work in our office, they're probably not gonna come hang out, although we think we're pretty exciting. You're right, they're not just gonna come hang out in the financial aid office, but there's a lot that they gain from that. We get a lot from the students, but they also take away as well. There's extra time, maybe, I have a question about a budget, Scott, can you help me with this? Or you have sort of a connection with people outside of your classroom as well. So that's one of the great aspects of work study that we don't talk about, but they're in every aspect of the school. Okay, yes? Right, so the question is, do schools take into account your schedule? So one of the other great advantages of work study is everybody who is on campus is working for the college. They all recognize that study and work, or study and your schedule come first. And I've worked with a lot of off-campus employers. The Gap does a great job and they try, but if they need somebody to work at noon, they need somebody to work at noon, right? They can't just close the store because you're in class. So on campus, it's a little easier to work around your schedule. So for instance, in our office, we have a schedule. Students sign up based on their course schedule, right? And then if a student can't come in, one of the life lessons is you need to call and tell us, right? And we understand that you have a study or that you have midterms coming up. So oftentimes campus employers can be a little more flexible, but at the end of the day, there is responsibility that goes along with that job as well. So, all right. So that's work study and summer work. Loans, another favorite topic for folks. So I mention this every time I do this presentation, but oftentimes, I used to listen to NPR before I had a 3-year-old, and now I don't get the radio. So I don't get to choose that anymore, but every time I listen to NPR, I would swear that every single college student comes out of graduation owing $100,000 or more. Like that was just the minimum that you borrowed, right? And there are students who borrow that much, but the national average for borrowing is actually about $30,000 to $35,000, depending on what report you're reading. What I would say about our partner institutions is that each of us are very cognizant of the loan and the borrowing of our students, and we're going to work to minimize that amount as much as possible. We tell students all the time, borrowing, because they'll come and say, I don't want to borrow, or parents, I don't want my student to borrow at all. Borrowing is not necessarily a bad thing, as you're looking at this education that you're receiving as an investment in you and an investment in your future. And if you borrow responsibly and pay it off over time, that is one way that you can pay for a certain part of your education, right? So through the QuestBridge program, most of you aren't going to end up with a loan in your financial aid package to begin with, but sometimes you might need to borrow for some additional expenses. So again, be cognizant of the amount that you do borrow. Borrowing itself is not bad. Excessive borrowing is bad. Right? And I don't know how many of you have taken out a mortgage yet. Anybody? Car loan? Maybe a couple? Right? But when I went to college, I had no understanding of what a loan was. I've talked to students before and they were like, you mean I have to pay that back? Yes. Right? A loan is something you have to pay back. And I didn't understand terms of loans. I didn't understand repayment periods. I didn't understand the difference between subsidized and unsubsidized. So again, while loans aren't bad, I would say, you need to have an understanding of what you're doing when you're borrowing. Back in the day, you used to have to go stand in line and sign the actual check, and it really felt like you were taking out a loan, right? Because they were taking your blood, they were doing all these things. Now, you put in a 4-digit password or PIN number, you read a few things, you take a quiz, and now, as long as you are enrolled at that institution, you don't have to do anything for that loan to be accredited to your account. Becomes to looking an awful lot like a grant, right? So it's really important that you understand when you're borrowing. Not trying to scare you from borrowing, but just saying that you need to be an educated consumer. So up here, you'll see a few lists of the different types of loans. Generally speaking, you're not going to need parental cosigners if you're borrowing through the Federal Student Loan Program. The difference between subsidized and unsubsidized loans would be that subsidized loans, the interest is being paid for by the federal government, or your college or university, if it's a college loan, they may not be charging you interest while you're in school. But anytime you stop attending, hopefully it's due to graduation, right? But if you took a semester off, if something happened, you may end up going into repayment before you go back to school. So those are some of the aspects of loans. I don't want to delve too much into the details about loans, but just to really talk about their overall philosophy that you and your parents need to have as you're thinking about how to finance your education. Okay. All right. So we've covered grants, scholarships, work study, and loans. The other part of financing college would be you and your parents, your family contribution. So in looking at family contribution, I mentioned earlier the EFC. So that's one of the terms that you can get to know a little bit as you're talking with financial aid officers. An EFC is the amount that comes from you and your family. And the best way that I've been able to explain this over the years is when we're calculating a family contribution, we're going to be looking at information from both you and your parents, okay? So it's not just one or the other, it's you and your parents, so students and parents, and we're looking at both income and assets. So, in terms of the formula itself, it is very income driven. And mostly that will be income from the parents, right? That's generally where the vast majority of income is at this point in time in your life. So the formula is very driven by parental income. Other things in terms of assets, we're going to be looking at cash, savings, checking, what's buried in the backyard, what's in your mattress, all those things that you're supposed to report on the forms. We'll be looking at a few non-cash assets. So your primary home residence, if your parents have other real estate, businesses, business values, those sorts of items. That is all included when we're calculating an expected family contribution. Now, this is generally when students or even parents see home up there, like, you expect me to sell my house and move? We're not expecting that. In terms of assets, what we're really looking at is, generally speaking, we're looking at about 5% of your parents' assets, okay? Again, what we do, you'll never see up here on this chart, we're not looking for your individual family budgets, right? That's because this is not a cash flow analysis. We're not looking to say, what do you bring home every month and how much is ended after you've paid everything. And the reason why is because every family budget is different, right? And so what we do is we establish a household demographic information. We say how many people are in the household, how many siblings are in college at the same point in time, how old are your parents, where do you live? It's more expensive to live in Manhattan, New York versus Manhattan, Kansas, right? It's also more expensive if you have a household of 13 versus a household of 3 or 4. So what we do is we build this basic family demographics, we add up all of the income, and then there are allowances that are subtracted from that. So for a basic family allowance of, this demographics for 4 in the household, we say, okay, you need to protect this much of the income. And then we look at what's left. We do the same thing with assets. We add them all up, we give a protection for certain allowances, and then of the remaining assets, we're looking at about 5%. Everybody got that? There's usually questions around this, but yes. Great question. So the question is, for siblings in college, does it matter if they're full-time or part-time or where they go to school? Generally speaking, there are 2 financial aid formulas that are one. One is federal, and we don't really pay attention to that with the Questbridge Partner Schools. We're looking at our own philosophy since that's where most of the money comes from. So for most of our schools, it does matter if they're enrolled full-time or part-time, and it does depend on where they're in school. So if they're enrolled in a community college or a lower cost institution, we may not give the same percentage for the student as we would as if they're enrolled at a comparable institution. So it does make a difference of where they're at. So you'll see all colleges and universities will ask you that, and it's like, well, why does it matter? You're not giving me financial aid for another school. But it does matter because it does factor into the formula. Okay? Yes? Can you say that again? What if there are assets in another country? So another great question about assets in general. So the forms are going to be very specific, and they're going to help you and your parents go through the assets. And in general, it doesn't matter where the assets are, it matters who owns the assets. So if the assets are in your parents' name, it will be counted for them. If the assets are under your name, it will be counted for you as part of your assets. What I would say in terms of different countries would be if you do have assets in a different country that you would want to convert them to US dollars. So both the federal aid application and the CSS profile, which is the institutional one for the college, they do require stuff in US dollars. Okay? Yes? So the question is about if your sibling has already graduated, do they take into account loans and so forth? And the formula is only going to look at students that are actively, or siblings that are actively enrolled, generally at least full-time, and it has to be for undergraduate education. So if your parents have decided that they're going to continue to help with graduate school, that's usually where financial aid sort of draws the line and says, well, if you're undergrad, we can understand. But if you're a graduate student, that's really on the student. If the student has graduated, we're not considering anything that they are repaying for their education. So they do have to be enrolled full-time. Okay? Good. Yes?
What if your parents are divorced or, live with one more than the other? Is there separate forms, or are those 2 different people, one out for each parent, or how does that work?
So I'm assuming you were reading ahead, because that's a great segue into the next slide. So thank you. The question really is about non-custodial parents. So what happens if your natural or biological parents have separated or divorced? And if your parents have separated or divorced, your biological or natural parents have separated or divorced, the custodial parent is the parent that you live with more than 50% of the time. okay? If you can say to me, Scott, I live exactly equal, I'll ask you, are you sure? Yes. Down to the week? Yes. Day? Yes. What about the hour? Fine, it's a draw. You spend both equal time. At that point in time, the secondary test is who provides more than half of your support. But for most students, you can say, where do I live? Not where the divorce decree says I need to live, but where do I live more than half of the time? Yes? I always like the questions because you get questions right, and it reminds you how different everybody's situation is. And if your parents are separated or divorced, but they're living at the exact same physical address, then they are not considered as custodial and non-custodial. They are both considered custodial parents, and both parents need to report the information for both federal and institutional. So in general, I would also like to take a moment to say, for the federal application, you're only being asked questions about your custodial household. Okay? Federal application, only custodial household. Institutional application, you're asked about the custodial and the non-custodial. But sometimes there are reasons, like in my situation, I had no contact with my father for at least a decade, right? Sometimes there's cases of abuse or neglect, long-term abandonment, things that are sort of outside of your control and where there is no real relationship with the parent. Financial aid and the formula, we're not looking to determine a family's willingness to contribute, we're looking at their ability to contribute. So if you have a custodial or a non-custodial that just says, you know what, you can go, but I can't do this for whatever reason, that's not a reason to request a waiver. But if there are those extenuating circumstances, and that's what this slide talks a little bit about, is QuestBridge has a form called the Non-Custodial Parent Waiver Request. And the reason it is a request is because you would fill out, tell us a little bit about your circumstance, and then you would get third-party documentation that would sort of substantiate what you're saying, and you would send it to each school that you're applying to. And those schools might waive the non-custodial information. Again, generally it's in cases of abuse, neglect, or long-term abandonment. Yes? Good question. So the question is, when do you find out your numbers? When do I get the answer, right? And so the answers really comes, financial aid, there are ways, and we'll talk about this in the process, there are ways to get an estimate of your financial aid before you actually apply to help determine whether or not it's feasible. If you're going through the QuestBridge Match program, you can go out to whatever schools you're looking to match with, and you can see they've made a commitment that this is the award that they would provide you. So through QuestBridge, you actually get sort of a head start with that. All right. So you're going to be able to get that answer ahead of time. But if you're not going through the match program, or if you're looking at other institutions, you get the final answer after you've been admitted. Okay. Follow up? Right, so sometimes families come with lots of different situations. So depending on where that second parent may be, they may be incarcerated, they may be out of the country. There are lots of reasons why you may be separated, and maybe your parents haven't divorced, or maybe they don't consider themselves separated. It's just their particular circumstance at that point in time. And with that, I would talk to each individual school. One of the things you'll hear me say today is, unfortunately, sometimes you're going to have to just share with each school because there are different policies everywhere. And one of the things that I would use for that is I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just actually trying to say that schools handle it in different ways. And I encourage you, one of the things we don't do very well in our society today is talk about money or our family situations. And it's hard. I understand that. And I can tell you that if it's not something that we haven't heard before, likely, and financial aid officers are not here to make judgments. We're here to see how we can help. So if we know about the situation, a lot of times we can help guide you in that path of what are our next steps. So like with that waiver request, Here's how we would handle it, and here's what I need from you in order to make this move forward. I can guarantee if you don't talk to us that we are not going to be able to help, right? I guarantee that. If you need help, that's one of the things, and it's hard to get used to because this is something we just don't share. So yes, we'll take one more and then head on. Yes, both parent and student assets are included. The question was, are we including both student assets and savings and parent assets and savings? And the answer is yes. So partner schools handle this differently. There's a match, as I said. The question is really, we're applying through the QuestBridge match program, and so is that a match for all 4 years? And if we determine financial need. Need-based financial aid, you do have to reapply each year, because if your family situation changes, then your financial need may very well change. It doesn't necessarily mean just because your parent earned an extra $3,000 or got a bonus of $2,000 or had some overtime. What we do is once a student matches, we have to have you reapply each year because we get the federal aid money to help supplement it. It doesn't cover all of it, but you have to reapply. Your financial aid will change, but it is possible. So the QuestBridge match program at Wellesley, I can say what we share, but your family contribution is set at 0. Right? Most other institutions will have a prescribed aid package that you get for all 4 years. The caveat is if you have some large change in there, some schools will say, we may reserve the right to relook at that if your family situation has changed dramatically. But if it's your parents have earned a couple $1,000s more, then there's not going to be a dramatic change at all. Okay? All right, so super secret financial aid formula, and I want to be careful of the time and make sure we get some more questions in. But with a super secret financial aid formula, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day. Remember, we start off with the total cost, not only what we're going to bill you, but all of those incidental expenses that you have to become familiar with, right? And then we subtract out how you pay for college. The first one, your EFC, the expected family contribution. For schools that meet 100% of need, the formula is cost minus what the family contributes, and the rest of it is your financial aid award. That's how we calculate financial aid awards. What you want to do as your job, as you look outside of the QuestBridge partner schools, is you want to make sure that they have maximized your financial aid, that you do not have any unmet need. An unmet need is defined if we take the cost, we subtract out your family contribution and your financial aid. If that number isn't 0, there is still additional money that you need to go to college. So here's some real-world examples of this. So if we look at this, we're saying, okay, which of these colleges are the most expensive? Now, I know it's a bright room, right? And I know it's Saturday, but even I can work these numbers. So 19,000 is a whole lot less than 68,000, right? So College A, again, just to refresh your memory, is likely going to be your local community college. You are likely commuting from home, so you haven't gone elsewhere. It is your lower cost option, obviously, of these 3. College B, which is going to be here, the $26,000, should be labeled College B. That is going to be likely your flagship state university. You're probably living on campus. And there's just a lower general cost because some of it is subsidized by the state. This College C, the bottom bar, the $68,000, that's your partner schools, right? Those are schools like the partner schools. Those are the ones that you read and hear about in the news, and that you look at that and you say, that's twice my income. It's twice my family income, or it's equivalent to my family income. How can we afford that on all of my education? So what we want to do is we want to take each of these bars and we want to see at the end of the day which is the least expensive when you account for all of the things that we've just been talking about. So this is the expected family contribution. So we're going to say that it is $2,000 at each one of the institutions. EFCs are not generally going to be the same at every college, but they're usually in a ballpark. So we're just, for the sake of the example, we'll use 2,000. What's the next thing that I get most excited about? The free money, right? Gift aid, you should get excited too. It's gift aid, it's money you don't have to repay. So College A, again, least expensive, but you probably got a nice scholarship, especially when it's only $19,000, you're looking at a $3,500 award, right? College B, a little more expensive, but you got more money. You got a scholarship worth $9,000. So it's likely an honors college, a special merit scholarship, a presidential award, something like that. It's a pretty big award when you look at $26,000, but $26,000 is nothing to sneeze at, right? College C, again, your partner institutions, $2,000 family contribution, but we've evaluated all of your materials and we said, you know what, your family can afford $2,000, we're going to throw in $64,000 in our partnership with you, right? This is based off of your family's demonstrated need. So we're giving $64,000. Now we look at work study. That was the next part. College A has no work study. You either didn't get it or they don't qualify as an institution. They don't have student jobs available. Whatever the case is, there's no work study that's going to be there. College B and College C has $2,000 that will give in work study. That again, remember that money is going to come to you if you work the number of hours. Now, the last part was loans, right? College A is going to give $5,500 in their financial aid package. But remember, a loan is something that you have to repay. Something that I wish I had a stronger understanding of when I entered college. College B is going to have $5,500 as well. But College C, many of the partner institutions and others around the college or around the country have a no loan policy. So they're going to say, based on your family financial situation, we're not awarding you any loans. Now, you might be able to borrow for a loan if you need to help cover your family contribution or elsewhere, but in general, it is our expectation that you don't need to borrow in order to attend our institution. So, unmet need. Remember that formula we looked at? So College A has $8,000 that we don't know where it's coming from. It's not coming from financial aid. It's not supposed to be part of your family contribution, but it still has to be paid, right? So there's $8,000 where we don't know where that's going to come from. College B has $7,500, and we don't know exactly where that's going to come from either. But College C, again, the most expensive, and it has no unmet need. So at the end of the day, we started off by talking about this, the real cost for you. So the real cost in these situations would be your $2,000 family contribution and your loan because you've borrowed it, correct? But you're also responsible now for that unmet need. So College A is going to be about $15,500 at the end of the day for 1 year. College B is going to be about $15,000 when you say your family contribution, your loan, and unmet need. And College C is going to cost about $2,000, which would be your family contribution. So one of the things that you need to do is I would highly recommend starting a spreadsheet. This is a guide. There's a couple different ways you could do this. Listing the college, listing the total cost for each of those schools, and subtracting out the grant to find out what the real cost is to you. Yes, sir. No, so that $64,000 is not money that you are making. The question is, you know, where did that 64? There's sort of some assumptions built in there. That $64,000 is not money that you are making. That is money that colleges and universities are putting in to that. So all of your partner schools here, we're the type of institutions that are putting in that amount of money. If your family can afford $2,000 family contribution and a school meets 100% of need, the only other way to pay for college is you and your family and then financial aid. So that is the commitment that these schools are making based off of your financial situation. So when we talk about resources and that these schools need and want students like you on their campuses, this is what we're talking about. This is how they actualize it. This is how they put those words into action. Yeah. Great question, which is about outside scholarships that I talked about earlier. If you look at this chart, for most of the partner institutions, what they're going to do is they're going to replace your work study and a loan if you happen to have one in your financial aid package before they start replacing their own grant. So that's how it can actually be money to help you, right? Is because you are having to borrow less or you're having to work less while you're on campus. So I know we're very close on time, so I want to get to some process and advice. Net price calculators are out there, so if you're looking at schools that aren't part of the QuestBridge match, remember I said if you're a QuestBridge match, you can go out there and see already what our commitment is for the QuestBridge match. If you're looking at schools out there and they're not part of the QuestBridge program, you can do a net price calculator and you can see at least an estimate of what it might cost, because you're not going to get that final award until you've already been admitted, okay? Required forms. The free application for federal student aid. You can start filing this after October 1st, and you will use 2016 tax data for your very first year. Okay, so if you want to get your parents out of your admission application process, or your guardians, or the other adults in your life, get them started on this instead, right? Get them focused on the financial aid aspect as you work on your admissions app. Yep. So if it doesn't actually matter, as long as you are a US citizen, it doesn't matter where in the world people live. So you would enter it in US dollars. And there's some information about that you could provide in addition to the colleges. We'll do one more before moving on. Permanent resident, so if you are a US citizen or permanent resident, you are eligible for financial aid through the Department of Education, right? The CSS profile, what I would say about this is there is a charge to file the CSS profile. If you qualify for an SAT fee waiver or another fee waiver through the College Board, there would be no cost to you. Otherwise, it's $25 to register and $16 for every school that you are sending it to. And again, you do it as of October 1st. If you are not automatically granted a waiver, I would reach out to your QuestBridge partner schools, let them know that you are a QuestBridge applicant and that you are requesting a fee waiver and that you did not automatically qualify. It doesn't mean you will get one, but a lot of schools have purchased fee waivers that they can, or payment codes that they can pass to you in lieu of that. And then there's also some other college-specific forms. Again, the biggest advice that I can give you as you're starting this process is to be able to tell your story. And that's a common theme, right, with your admission application and as you're moving through this. And it can be taxing, it can be draining, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of money that is available for college. But sometimes, you know, we are accountable for to different organizations for how we spend that money. So we need to make sure that students are eligible for it. And that the application process is one way that we do that. If you get a financial aid package and you're like, this just isn't right, I don't understand how they can expect this much from my family, be sure and reach out to your financial aid offices and ask them. And so the more information that you give us up front, the worst we can say is we can't do anything about that. But the most we can do is, yeah, we can absolutely do something about that. That changes the entire calculation. So with that, I know that we are out of time. I think Kelsey had some announcements before we move on. Great. Yes, thank you very much.
It's my great honor to introduce the co-founder and president of the Quest Scholars Program, Dr. Michael McCullough. Dr. McCullough and his wife Anna, who you met earlier today, founded the program while they were still in college. Together, they spent 6 weeks each summer living on campus with students and developed new methods to help talented young people, like you, achieve personally and change the world, which we know you're all going to do one of these days. 100% of these students in the summer programs went on to college and pursued their dreams. Following his graduation from Stanford, Dr. McCullough attended the University of Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. He earned his MD at the University of California, San Francisco, and trained in emergency medicine at Stanford Hospital. He went on to found 8 national and international nonprofits and medical internships, including QuestBridge, BeAGoodDoctor.org, the Courage Project, and others. Among his many distinctions, Dr. McCullough is a Kauffman Fellow, serves as a partner at Capricorn Investment Group, is a board member of the Dalai Lama Foundation, and is the Dalai Lama's on-call personal physician in California. Dr. McCullough has actively supported academically stellar and financially deserving students for the past 20 years, and has invaluable advice for you about the college planning process. His personal mentees have become top doctors, reporters, entrepreneurs, and have been selected for a number of Rhodes and Fulbright scholarships, using the principles he'll teach right here to you today. So I urge you to listen carefully and think deeply about what he's going to say today. He's going to share some of his mentees and his own best successes and extremely valuable lessons in this next hour, and I have no doubt that you will benefit immensely from hearing what he has to say. So without further ado, please welcome him to the stage.
Okay, so we are beginning at 3:18, so I have until 4:18? Yeah. Great, okay, thank you. Hi. It's not so hot in here, it's nice. Welcome. Just wait for a second. I will explain to you why I have a headset still on. Once this is not moving forward. Tara? No moss on the, and I don't see the dongle end of that. I don't mean to be obtuse. Perfect. Thank you. I think that should work. All right. Yep. All right, how many of you, although every year this gets a little bit longer, have seen the movie The King's Speech? It was about a king from England who had a speech impediment that he worked through. And here's a picture of my twin brother. This is me. I look like I'm an alcohol or something. He looks normal. Who's a pre-med in the room? Any of you hoping to be pre-med? So any of the pre-meds, what do you notice between these two pictures? They're different. I've got a huge head compared to my brothers, right? That was because I had a hemorrhage as a kid, which was missed for about 9 years. So I couldn't speak much until I was in high school and to retrain myself to speak after a brain surgery where I had an implanted shunt. Having speech impairment is kind of like having a cramp in your calf, and you know if you like move one way or the other, then it will cramp, so you try not to. So for me, the equivalent, and I want to make sure I have this on, is like M's and hard G's and hard K's, or things that would make my vocal cords come together are likely to make mine C's. So like Michael McCullough was not a great name to give me when I was a kid. But so for me to speak, I have to constantly be switching words all the time. So my brain's on the right, and that kind of red area is 2 standard deviations abnormal activity, and kind of it'd be almost like if we were in a field with a glass in it having a conversation and you had on shoes and I did not, and I was having a conversation with you trying to move out of the way of the glass. Like I was about to say avoid the glass. I couldn't use the word avoid, so I switched to the word move. So I'm even with this on, and what I have on now is what's called an auditory masking device. So I'm hearing kind of like a kidnapper voice in my headphones as I speak. I also can talk in accents when I get stuck. It rewires the area of the brain I use. Is there any accents you'd prefer? I hate to do a Southern accent. I use it sometimes in the hospital because it's a good accent for sick people. You can yell at someone in a Southern accent, and they don't think you're mad at them necessarily. You speak high volume, and it works really well for old people who are hard of hearing. Scottish, yeah. I just have to remember some I've heard of it before. Yeah, Scotland's fine. Anything else? British, well, there's all kinds of British. You can Cockney. I wouldn't use that for speech, but yeah, it's sort of a little bit more relaxed form of English. Yeah. What? I get in trouble if I use Russian. I can do it. So, particularly today, I'll get in trouble. What's that? What's that? Any others? French. Yeah, it's sort of like Russian. It's sort of a cliche accent. But I can use that too. The first time I spoke in public, I used an Indian accent. I just seen the film about Gandhi, and I was very afraid to speak. And I was... So anyway, not to spend too long on that because we're behind. If I get stuck, I will use those things, and I will take these in and out of my ears as I have trouble speaking. So Anna and I, who you met before today, for about 10 years would live with students for 6 weeks and help them for 10 years after that, into college, through college, pick an internship, pick a major, even how to think about creating a household or a family or something in some of the cases. And so about half the principles we taught in those 6 weeks, I can convey in about half an hour if I'm efficient at it. And I think part of to open up with the principles is to look for dislocations. And when I say that, I mean places where things don't make sense. Like there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, or we gave powdered milk to Africa not knowing that they didn't have the enzyme, or not even asking the question, do they have the enzyme to digest milk or not? And the answer was no. I created a program in Africa which was pretty simple. In Ghana, we created too many orphanages as a non-profit industry, and 82% of the orphans actually had homes and families and were being acquired from those families with money in order to fill up an orphanage a church had built in like Oklahoma or something, or some other area of the US or elsewhere. And the answer to that question was, well, most of the orphans aren't orphans in that country and should just go home artfully. And that's not the way you'd think you'd ask the question. Think you'd ask the question such that, how do you build a better orphanage? And the assumption is, is that order of question even the right question to ask? And a lot of things about our health, our joy, our helping other people, helping ourselves, helping our family, we know more than we use as a culture. And the assumption being that you would go to a good school and that they would have it all figured out, we know to be incorrect. There's been 3 research studies on Harvard, not to pick Harvard, it would be true for any school, where they looked at the people who were accepted, who enrolled, and accepted who didn't enroll, and if you were upper income, they found an interesting result was that there was no difference to life outcome age 30 and 40 as a whole. Meaning that they had gone to Harvard for half a decade and it hadn't changed their outcome. Now, some people have taken that research and said, well, a college needs to be more useful, or they're not doing their job. And I look at it differently, because you can't control what the school does, but you can control what you do. And the notion that you would spend half a decade learning in a resource-rich environment and not improve the trajectory of your life is absurd. But that also means that however the culture has evolved at these schools, they're having absurd outcomes. So the notion that you would enter this school and they would have it figured out for you is incorrect. particularly because those cultures evolved largely to meet the needs of the majority of people who went, which until they had a lot of financial aid, were upper income students. So they may already have an internship or things like that, or access to resources outside of school that you may have to acquire during that chapter of your life. It's not that the schools don't want low-income students. They absolutely do. The sincerity of all the deans is profound on that issue. That is not the same thing as saying that the culture evolved to help you grow into the life that you would like. Okay? So in Africa, it was ridiculous to build so many orphanages in Ghana. Anne and I also work with the Dalai Lama to try to create a group of young people to help to lead the country after he dies in the future. Taking the same principles that we're trying to teach you here now. And one of those that's really important is the following. How many of you like to get a gold star? Okay. How many of you prefer to have a smiley face? Wow, everyone likes gold stars. Okay. No, it's interesting because some crowds will like lean smiley face, some will lean gold star, and kind of a group thing, which also shows me that the people who didn't raise their hand the second question were afraid of answering it the wrong way or something. How many of you would rather have a gold star than a silver star? Almost everyone should raise their hand on that one, right? That's very straightforward. How many of you would rather have a silver star than a gold star? Really? Okay. Now, I'm not saying for a second that it's wrong to want gold stars, and if you're leading a company or something, you create titles and incentive structures and prizes and evenings out for people who did well or something as a reward mechanism to incent behavior. The problem is when the dopamine hit you get from a gold star becomes like an addiction, becomes like a drug, where you feel the absence of it if you don't have it. So how many of you are still feeling the gold stars you had at age 8? How many of you are more concerned about your next gold star more than you were about the one you had a week ago? Okay. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do well, but then you have to ask the question, what are you doing well in? As an example, half of physicians at age 40 say, I wish I hadn't become a doctor. About a quarter of the not unhappy part say, I would head into it with reservation, and about a quarter say, I can't imagine doing anything else. So 3/4 of them made an irrational choice, probably having more data and more of an ability to figure out that they would be in the unhappy half than they use. More pre-meds spend more time talking about being pre-med at parties than they do in the hospital seeing if they actually want to be a doctor or not. And they'll say things like, I wanted to be a doctor since I was 4 years old, as though a 4-year-old has any kind of wisdom to impart on them, and that somehow the length of a dream adds to its authenticity. It may add to its a consistency, but you can be consistently wrong about something. And it's not to say that none of you should become doctors here. I'm a physician and I really enjoy that path, but even for me, I'll go through, I needed to rework how I practice medicine away from the way I originally did it in order for it to work for my life. So if you can learn to feel in the quiet recesses of your thoughts, feel how come you want something. You know, is the person who, like how many of you, when you enter a room, you look for who's your age first? No. And then who's cute? No one does that? Everyone looks for the age, no one does cute? Okay, I'm gonna talk particularly on like live stream unless you guys participate. Okay, so how many of you head into a room, you look for who's your age first? Who's cute? And then who's cute, who's in your range? Because if they're out of your range, it's not cute. Now, how many of you have at least seen someone do that? Someone else, not you. Yeah, okay. Now, there's nothing wrong with that unless it's the way you pick every moment of meeting another person. So to subtract out the words right and wrong and throw in the words useful or not useful Well, then it begs the question, useful for or not useful for what? Well, then your life goals or your life vision, and that begs the question, well, what are those? And if you set those by the dopamine hits of rewards for something you may not even enjoy doing, then you end up in harm's way. That's also true for the, as we'll go through it, the U.S. News and World Report rankings can be a form of a dopamine hit. Now, there are some schools that are better than other schools, but the real question is getting to a school that will allow you to use those resources to meet your life dreams. So what I'd like to do for the next half hour is really dive deep on how you might not just get into a good school, actually, but be happy there and happy afterwards, too. So what makes us happy? And I'm going to be quiet here and audience participate. What's that? Okay, that kind of begs the question. Being in a state of enjoyment makes you happy. That's a circular loop. It's fine, though. What would help you to feel joy? Music. So sensory things that are pleasant in all their forms. Art, music, a good movie or something like that. What else? Being authentic. So that would be the more unauthentic you are, sometimes it creates a disaccordance or a dis-ease. Sure.
Doing something you're passionate about.
Okay, meaning, and then we'll get back to the word a passion and what might that mean. How about relationships of all kinds? And healthy ones. And what's that? Food. I'll go through food at length. You watch out. So okay, so relationships. Isn't that tricky? Older, a parent, mentor, a teacher, equal age, friend, colleague, a life mate, younger, a child, mentee, a student, right? So healthy relationships across the spectrum of human relationships. We are social animals. If you put a chimpanzee into a cage and you feed it food and you don't hug it, it will eventually die. So yes, humans are social animals, and we should think about that. But as we'll go through it, half the marriages end in divorce in America. Does it mean the other half are happy? Okay, so let's just start to go through some of these things. So what else makes us happy? Yeah. Okay, so growth of all kinds. Yep. Okay, or at least not being afraid, or the sense of the absence of things which would create a dis-ease, either a sensory or emotional or intellectual. What else? Yep. Yeah. What's that? Okay, let's go to the accomplishing goal thing. What happens if you pick an unhealthy goal? It could actually make you miserable. As a lot of heart surgeons will attest, the ones who really like heart surgery are really good at it, they love it. Some of them say, oh my God, I spent 6 years, 100 hours a week hating something. So what about health? Exercise? Anything else? Affection, spirituality? Anything else? Yep. Okay, there's people who say money can't buy happiness, and they're wrong. but you have to buy the right things, right? If you buy something like, who said food earlier? Food. Okay, so what's your favorite ice cream flavor? What's that? I thought you said a confusing a cream at first. There's a new flavor for, millennials I didn't know about. But there is. A coconut and cream. But if I fed it to you for the next meal, you'd think I was nice. If I made you eat it for every meal for 2 months, you probably wouldn't want to have any more of it, right? No, but that begs the question. What forms of happiness and pleasure are sustainable? Okay, so of those things we mentioned, relationships, intimacy, meaning, growing, health, physically and mentally, what of those do you learn how to do in college? Do you learn how to pick a life mate? Do you learn how to pick friends? Do you really learn how to pick a career? We have more diabetes in the country now than we've ever had, and we know how to eat healthy. There's information on how to do everything right on the internet, all kinds of good data that we don't use. And of those things we just mentioned, you will learn how to do zero in college. I'll go further. No one will remind you to learn them either. As supported by the number of people unhappy with their profession, unhappy in their marriage, overweight, all sorts of things. So back to the college thing. There are some colleges that are better than others. Better meaning that the outcomes of the students who head there tend to be more in line with what they want. They may have more opportunities for that particular person for what you want to do. They may have better job placement. They may have happier student bodies. They may have better weather. I mean, the schools are different. So to say that they're all the same is not true. But in your life generally, and this principle extends beyond, hearing that, say, Yosemite is a nicer national park than a Yellowstone on average, there might be things about Yellowstone that you enjoy more than Yosemite. There are certainly places in the middle of nowhere, Nevada, that you wouldn't want to go because there's no place to eat or any water and make you miserable. So it's not that all vacation areas are equal, but within a range, you may have a preference. Now, when I use the word vacation, it makes sense because a vacation seems optional. How is it any different in picking a school? Because you are not the curve. Okay, so of these, everyone has to participate. Which curve, let's call it the purple curve or the green curve, for those of you who are color blind, the right curve or the left curve, does the purple curve or the green curve have a higher average value? Here's high, low, high, low. So on the area end of the curve, which has the highest aggregate value? Hand up, hold up your right hand if you think it's the purple curve. Everyone's got to vote, so if your hand's not up now, it'll be up on the next one. Okay, or it's the left if you think it's the green curve. Okay, you are absolutely correct. It's not a trick question. Of course it is. High, high. You guys had all had a trepidation as I was trying to give you a trick question. It's not. This isn't a trick question. But again, what question are you asking? If you're asking which curve has a higher value, obviously the purple one does. But are there areas under the purple curve that are lower than areas under the green curve? Okay, you are a point on a curve. You are part of the aggregate data. And when you think of the outcomes of anything, a career, an exercise program, a school, a medical school, law school, those things, 10% of the people at Harvard have contemplated suicide. It's a little higher than the average Ivy, but it's not at other schools, it's pretty high too. So imagine that for a second. Only single-digit percentages of humanity gets to get a college degree. And 10% of the people going to Harvard, which is in the upper 0.001% of that aggregate education pool, have contemplated suicide as a reward for being there. So just think of that at face value for a second. It doesn't mean half of them have been clinically depressed at one point or another. And I'm not picking on Harvard. It's not a partner school, so I can actually mention it. It's true at a lot of schools because of how we approach it. So if you're looking at an institution, like half physicians aren't happy being doctors and half of marriages end in divorce, and 10% of people at Harvard contemplate suicide, then that begs the question, should you be approaching it like a curve or like a point on the curve? And ask yourself the question all the time, across those 12 things we mentioned that make us happy, how can you move yourself up in the curve so that you have a higher outcome on that curve? I would argue that Bill Clinton, if he'd gone to Princeton, wouldn't have done as well as Georgetown. He's perfectly tuned for Georgetown as a single alcoholic mom, no father, drug-abusing brother from Arkansas would have had a harder time at a school with more kind of aristocraticness, and it was in DC, and he knew he wanted to go into politics. And It wasn't quite as academically hard as certainly as a school like Caltech or MIT would be in science. And he did really well. They won a Rhodes Scholarship, went to Yale Law School. If I had gone to Caltech when I was your age or MIT, I probably wasn't smart enough to have the GPA I had at Stanford by being really creative on the classes I picked, because the sciences are taught at a harder level. Just true. It's the expectation of those schools. And so there are some people from Quest who get into medical school because of going to a school like Yale. And some don't go to medical school, don't get in because of a school like Yale. And that's just true. And we've had these discussions with admissions deans. So all through, every time you see a curve on anything, should be an instant reflex to think, but I'm a point on that curve, and how does that curve apply to me, and how would I enter that curve, and how would I move myself within it? How would I clarify how I was moving? And we know the IVs don't do that for you, because we know the outcome data on Harvard. If you're upper income and you go or don't go and you're admitted, there's no change in outcome at age 30 and 40. So we know they don't teach you that stuff. Does it mean you can't spend half a decade teaching yourself? And, by the way, if you learn how to teach yourself stuff, wouldn't that be more applicable into old age, after school is over? Heaven forbid any of these schools was perfect at teaching all those things, and then you needed them after that. Wouldn't it be better to embrace just growing yourself all the time? Now, as it is, our partner schools are much more like that. There are some schools that are stronger than others on aggregate, but they're pretty close. So much so that most of the areas under the curve overlap. So the real question is not really which one to get into and freak out if you don't end up in your top 3 choices. And it's also not true that you should freak out if you don't get a match offer, because Anna and I are the ones who created the match. We created it as a way to get your attention. The normal financial aid is basically the same. Just for some of you, because it was confusing how they would apply, I said to the schools, you need to offer something concrete, a 4-year aid offer, so they get their attention long enough to learn that the normal aid offer is fine. We pick schools purposefully for if they admit you in a regular admission, it's essentially the same offer as in the match. So don't worry about it if you don't match. Anna and I do not keep track or ask students, oh, are you a match scholar or not a match scholar? That's just a dopamine hit. It was a way to get people's attention. It's a way to get you here so that you can learn on some. There are really sincere deans. There are these incubator institutions which will not teach you the 12 ways to be happy. You're going to have to teach them to yourself or find other people to do that kind of with over time. So visions versus goals. So you brought up, what was your name in the tie? Is that Drew? You brought up goals, and I'm going to offer a counterintuitive comment that you probably shouldn't focus your life on goals. Focus them like a North Star. You focus them on a vision you're creating across ages of your life. So, at age 30, you might want your life to look a certain way. At 40, another way. And you might change that. And then you set the goals to achieve that vision, right? So, as an example, if you wanted to be a heart surgeon and have 6 kids and be able to be home for all their birthdays, that's incompatible. Because no one would you hire a half-time, half-heart surgeon to treat your mom, right? If your mom was ill in the ICU on a weekend, you'd want the heart surgeon to be on call, right? So, but does it mean a person who wants to have a big family can't become a surgeon? No, there are other areas of surgery that are more compatible in their expectations, like ophthalmology or like urology or something. They're easier culturally, but you're still operating all the time. Make sense? So if the dopamine hit comes from you saying, I want to be a brain surgeon because it sounds really cool, if you create a goal set where you have incompatible goals relative to your life vision, one of them will break. Because you can ask yourself the question, would you hire a half-time brain surgeon? I would not. So I went into ER because I knew I wanted to do other things. I couldn't have created QuestBridge with Anna if I had become a surgeon. It would have been unethical, actually. So, stuck. Actually, hardly ever am. Okay, so I suggest that you guys, when you go home tonight, pull out a piece of paper and write on it, like 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, and just what you think you might want your life to be like at that age. You might not hit what you're aiming at, and it might change, but if you aim at nothing, you're not heading in any direction at all. Do you want to be close to your family, away from your family, within an hour, or across a coast? That's up to you. But that might affect your school choice, your profession choice, and the place you start to put in roots and things like that. So, would you all hold your wrist until you can feel your pulse? And when you can feel it, hold your arms over your head so I can see that you can feel your pulse. If you can't feel in your wrist, you can use a carotid artery in your neck here instead. Okay. I can give a personal instruction to whoever doesn't know. There we go. Okay, great. Now, I want you to feel your next 5 breaths in silence. Okay, so I did that for 2 reasons, almost 3. One of them is when you were feeling your breath, you were returning your mind to an internal state, but still having to pay attention to me in front. Right? So to be able to be aware of how you're thinking as you're thinking. So you can determine, this person's not so much a great conversationalist, they're just kind of cute, and I'm talking to them because they're cute. And not that that's wrong to do, but just like call a spade and say, I'm talking to them because they're cute. And that's okay, but don't fool yourself into thinking you want a profession that might make you unhappy in all sorts of ways. But I also did it and had you do that because young people have this illusion of infinite time. Now you've got a long time. You've got probably 80 years to live, predictably, with all the anti-aging things on the way, which will be in a way scary because our whole culture is oriented around retiring at 65, and you won't be able to. And you're going to want to take advantage of these anti-aging medicines and be healthy in old age and see your great-great-great-grandkids. But that will take more resources, as you talked about before, and other things more than ever before. You're heading into a world where you can Skype a person in India for free, but lots of things are rapidly changing, and you're entering that world. All the more to be able to use college as a time to learn to grow. When I was in Stanford, I learned that the population of Honduras grew at like 3.4% a year or something, which was like almost the maximum a country could grow. And I thought, well, that's not that much, I thought. Well, then it doubled in a population like in 18 to 20 years. I thought, holy shit. Any kind of growth or decay that's exponential and consistent is powerful. And because of the laws of physics at every level of entropy, things that aren't growing are usually declining. If you're not in a state of growth, you're in a state of a decay, not like a second to second, but a day to day. That's probably true. Particularly because, we age, our bodies age, you're going to be flexible, eat healthy, eat not, you're going to smoke or not, have habits which are healthy, unhealthy habits, across those 12 criteria or 12 things we said make us happy, which ones are you going to be investing in, so that you at least have some positive exponential growth in learning, in health creation, in forming friendships, in working on your core relationships or your professional skills or those things. So I could take an Excel model and predict, if I had like your genetics and some of your habits and the history in your family, approximately how many heartbeats you had left in this lifetime. How many times that you would breathe until you didn't take any more breaths. Now, I personally believe life probably goes on, but probably not in a form that I understand. And if you don't believe that, either way, it's the only life we know we have. And young people often go forward as though infinite time, when the time to gain the most momentum across those 12 things that we said made us happy, like a professional meaning and impact, enough to have enough money to head in the direction that you're hoping to head in, across relationships, across those things. The 20s are really a time to get it right. It's not a delayed adolescence. And when I say 20s, I don't mean it opens up at 20. It opens up today. Because you don't have responsibilities as a whole. I mean that you may be helping your families a lot, but you don't have your own kids yet, at least most of you don't, right? And you'll be heading to a school where people are handing you these free educations, handing you a lot of time, and most kids blow it. Hence that Harvard data. And then they inherit a lot of the momentum that they inherited from their families. Like George Bush Jr. took cocaine and he got alcohol when he was at Yale, but he had jobs waiting for him. He even failed at a couple. And they kept on rebooting him. Now there are other people like Bill Clinton, Obama, and others who kind of made their own way. And you were all in that same position, that a president of the United States would become, not that you should or should not become a president, but I'm saying you're there. You're in that place to grow from. Who in here wants to have a family? What is your name? Angela. So at age 30, what does your life look like? Okay, how many kids? One, two, or one? One. Okay, how old is it at 30? This is life vision. I'm trying to help you out here. Okay, what? Well, one kid at 30 is 2 years old. Okay, so two. Did you want to be married before you had the kid, or have a kid immediately upon getting married? How long do you want to be married before having a kid? Okay, so 3 years plus 9 months, right? We got to add that in. So that's 5 years. Okay, do you want to court before you get married, or you want to marry someone, meeting them on an instant dating? How long? Okay, so 2 years, so 7 years. How old are you now? How old are you? No, your age, hopefully you know. How old are you now? Okay, 17. Yeah, it's fine. It's good pickup on your part. Like, you do know your age. You should probably answer. Okay, so when I do the heartbeat thing, it has an effect for a few seconds. People, oh my God, but then they forget it because it's a big number and they don't really pay a lot of attention to it. Switching that to days, it's still a big number. People ignore it. Young people will. What's interesting to me was when I talked about months, people start to perk up because they can visualize a month. And the odd thing too was when I said how many years they had left, they would ignore it again. But when I said summer times, they paid attention. So under your plan, you're 17 now, you will meet your husband in 5 summer times from now, assuming that you get it right the first time. Everyone got really quiet about that. That was not my picture that I painted. That was from scratch, you visualizing how you think your life might go, but that then unfolds to you the importance of the 20s. I'm not saying you should have any kid or have them at 30. I'm saying that to make aware choices relative to time can change the texture of entering a cafeteria in a college and thinking, who really should I eat with this meal? Not necessarily to make money. It could be I just want to make a new friend. Or I've always wanted to learn about Judaism and I don't know anything about it. I'm going to sit with an Orthodox person and learn about it from there, or something. Or I'm going to invite my professor to lunch because they will probably come. You've got time. You've got these heartbeats to use in a resource-rich environment. They're giving you a ton of money, and most people waste it. Pleasure, meaning, flow. So we talked about ice cream and money, right? So humans probably evolved to want scarce things because they'd go hunting for them. Sweets, salts, substitute that for fruits and salts, right? But we have a mechanism in our brains to when we have that thing which was scarce, like the fruit in the tree, we won't stay in the mango tree for a week. we will leave the mango tree. Okay, so our minds are trained to want pleasure in the form of seeking things which were comfortable or so that which we might not have all the time. As we talked about, if you ate the same ice cream every meal for 2 months, you wouldn't actually want it anymore. If you get a Lamborghini, I don't think you should at all, ever. But no matter what you do in the pleasure realm, it won't be quite as enjoyable a week later. Meaning, tribes, humans are social animals. The tribes that cooperated probably had a selection advantage over the tribes who did not. And it would make sense to probably cooperate a lot of the time, to be willing to sacrifice for your neighbor in some form. And you pick your tribe. Is it your gender? Is it your street? Is it your religion? Is it your core family? Is it a group of people who you collect together? Human minds respond to the notion that they are doing something for the good of their tribe, their something, their group, or even humanity as a whole. And meaning doesn't habituate. You can have meaning every day and it won't become like less the next day. Okay? Flow is a different principle. Flow is a surgeon who loves to operate. They don't care if it's 1 a.m. in the morning and they have to urinate for 5 hours. They just love being in the OR. It's the artist who's not really even like noticing it's raining and they're so engulfed. It's the mother who just loves being with her kids. It's almost like a meditation. Now you could, if you got flow from a sales, because you're social, you could sell at a 7-Eleven, or you could sell high-end MRI equipment for $500,000 to $1 million a year with the same flow state, the same skill set. If you get flow from art, you could be a street artist hardly surviving, or you could work for IDEO or some high-end architecture company and earn a lot of money, enough. Now, I'm not saying optimize money, but it is true that we live in an area where you at least have to have enough economics to have the freedom to have the other things you like, to fly to see your family, to eat healthy food, to pay for a gym if you don't have a home gym, or things like that. It's not, you don't have to be super expensive. Like I get my clothes even used on eBay. And I think, looks okay. But the notion, and so all this starts to come together, and I'll keep on reinforcing it and building up a single model with this now. You are at one point in life. Society doesn't get it right a lot of the times. On a lot of our major institutions, health, picking a career, picking friends, picking life, we don't do it well. That's just the area under the curve. You can do those things well. Then you have to ask the question, how do you move across those things, across all 12 of those things that make you happy? Having an economic engine underneath it is important. So, but if you hate your job, that sucks, right? So to pick something that gives you flow, where you actually like heading to work and brings you the resources that you need, and is compatible with the visions of your life, so that if you, as an example, really like operating, you would pick an area of, you would confirm that you really did enjoy it, and it's not just a placebo dopamine hit. You'd confirm that by going to operating rooms and talking to surgeons and stuff like that. And then you would pick an area of surgery that was compatible with other areas of how you pictured your life, so that you could have as many of your visions come together as possible. Okay? 150, I have that number up there, is the approximate number of people you can kind of track, acquaintances slash, like a company, if it gets too big over 150, like people don't know, like who knows about the history of the company or how to get supplies or things like that. 150 seems to be kind of like our kind of hardwired natural limit for being able to track a group of people. 50 is about the number of friends you can kind of have in your mind over time. It's not, I mean, a lot of you have like 1,200 Facebook friends. That's your network. It's not your friends. Right? That's your distribution network, essentially. 15 seems to be about the hardwired limit of careabouts in our mind. people you wake up thinking about. You track them. You would take a bullet for them. Sometimes it's members of your family, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a friend, sometimes it's not. Hopefully it's your kids if you have them. Hopefully you have a lot of those people now, but most people don't have 15 at your age. Which means that when you're in college and you don't have these responsibilities yet, it's a good time to kind of recreate another family with high quality souls, picked carefully and invested in. And favor that over like a random encounters or things that require the school. Like clubs are great, they might be a way to meet people. But if the aggregate energized level you have requires institutions which will no longer be there at 22, you're in harm's way. But if you can use college to create a life going forward, that's easier to do. And one, hopefully, if you end up having a life mate, will be the number that you have. What's that? That's a plastic dummy of a corpse that I put a while ago to make a group of rowdy people be kind of quiet. I really meant to show that. Now, what happened when I showed that picture? Everyone got quiet except for a brief. No, it's okay. At one point, I want you to feel your minds for a second. How many of you kind of got quieter seeing that picture? Okay, most of you. That was, in quotes, a natural reaction. Because we're trained as human beings to take a bit of a step back from injury. Thousands of years ago, that may have been an illness or something. But in this case, you've got already enough clues to know that a child is smiling. The background is a home, it's not a hospital. And they spent years in therapy, stretching through painful nerves to be able to hold that posture and smile like that. Almost enough to break your heart. No, but do you think that kid wants the room to become a deathly silent whenever they take off their shirt? You might not have the instinct to ask them how they got burned. Most of the time, just ask them. Because they know you know. It's the elephant in the room. And if they took off their shirt, it's fair game, and it gives them control most of the time on how to tell it humorously or talk about it in such a way that makes them look good or gives them courage or whatever it is. So in all of 1 minute, we could dissect on this picture quickly that the, in quotes, natural reaction was both inefficient and not the right one. So independent of this particular thing, I'm not trying to derive from this particular lesson, it's that being aware of how your mind's even thinking and being willing to challenge even a natural reaction and lean it in the direction of the healthy 12 things and being a good soul as you go through life, particularly where the data has a lot of people who don't succeed. As an example, 25% of doctors are really happy. So you should probably figure out if you're one of those. And to pick an area of medicine, if it is, that would be compatible with you being that happy. But most young people who are pre-meds, which has nothing to do with being a doctor and will not teach you how, if you like medicine or not, never spend time in a hospital. They spend more time on one midterm than they do determining if this should be the rest of their professional life. And that's just insane. So here's some more principles. I'd like to give a big round of applause for the people who are kind enough to watch us online, to my wife Anna, who clap. And kind of rifle through some other principles that we used when we had the program before. So we've already been through to make aware, conscious choices. I'm even saying what they ought to be. On aggregate, if you're making an aware choice, it'll be a better choice than if you're not. Try to make choices and stick to them when your mind is calm, after prayer, in the middle of the night when you're not freaked out but you're clear-headed, on a hike in nature, with a friend who helps you think clearly. and not make particularly important choices in the height of any extreme emotion, either excitement or fear. And try to find the data where so you can see, like if you were going to sail your ship in an area of the ocean, you can look up the accident report, and if no one's had an accident, that's probably a safer place to have your ship. You might look up another ocean and say, 12 boats here have sunk in the last 3 years, and it looks calm today, but it's hard to deny those 12 ships sunk. Doesn't mean I shouldn't be in that area of the ocean. Just means how'd they sink and what happened. You know, who's a healthy or unhealthy surgeon? Who's a healthy or unhealthy consultant, or any profession? There are 2 foreign cultures you're going to have to navigate in your life, because the culture of the elite schools evolved not against low-income students, but for a couple hundred years, they didn't have a lot of them. So the clubs and the traditions evolved for things like ski trips and stuff that most of you can't ski anyway, don't worry about it. No, I mean, I've even had this argument with some of the schools where they thought once that there was a wonderfully well-meaning small liberal arts school who said, you'd be so happy with Michael, we subsidize the students you have so they can go on the ski trips so they don't feel left out. And I thought, well, on first order logic, that kind of makes sense on the surface, but just underneath that doesn't make sense at all, because they can't ski. So they're going to be either a falling in the snow for a day or a drunk in the lodge waiting for their friends to come back. And wouldn't it be better to spend that money giving them 3 days at like NASA or in like the White House or something? Wouldn't that be a better use of time, or 3 days of how to eat health? Something along the trajectory of growth in some form. No one's going to make you do that. You're going to have to remind yourself to do it. So you've got to master the foreign culture of elite life, or an impactful life, which is after college. So you could be the grand poobah, most popular person on campus or on your hallway, and it ends when you're 22. Or you could master the art of making a friend, the art of being healthy, the art of being joyful and aware and growth, and have those skills for the rest of your life. I'm not going to put right or wrong or good or bad on that choice. It's more of a mathematical one. As an example, a lot of your RAs of your freshman dorm will say, you know, you ought to get to know everyone in your hallway of your dorm. We'll even like name our dorm the Orange Hallway or something, and we'll go out together and all these things, and they'll argue, you only have one chance to do this. It's true for only like, I only have a chance to hop on my right foot for an hour or two. I mean, you can use that for anything. Or just ask yourself, what do you think the odds are mathematically that the 20 coolest people you ought to be using your heartbeats to get to know were randomly assigned to the hallway of your freshman dorm? And it's a trillion to 1. The notion that there wouldn't be a cool person a floor above, or a year above, or a graduate student, or something, or in another school, you guys can access people now on like online even and stuff, and form friendships even people aren't in your school. So you know, if it's 12 a.m. in the morning and you think that, well, this isn't an important time, I'll just hang out with a person on the hallway is obnoxious just because they're here, I don't really want to do it anyway. That's an hour you could have freed up to go on a hike with someone tomorrow by picking something you had to do tomorrow and doing it at midnight. Across those 12 things, I'm not saying to be a work freak or to have to make money, anything. I'm saying we named the 12 or so things that make us happy. And we decided you're not going to learn how to do them in school. And we agreed you need to make enough money to support those 12 things. And we agreed you should probably get flow in that or you'll hate your job. It really isn't that complicated. So if you feel out of place in these schools, good. Makes sense. I know I did. And most people I respected. Not that there aren't good people there and Nobel laureates want to teach and a faculty who would love to have you over for dinner, or friends to make and like life mates to meet. They're all there. But the culture itself has alcohol issues often, has harassment issues, all sorts of stuff has evolved. Again, that's just the area under the curve. You are a point on the curve. How do you create a nest-like growth environment for yourself that exists after school as well. So to connect college to your life visions is really important, even at an early age. A real important theme is that most of you, almost all of you in this room can end up at one of our partner schools, depending on the ones you pick. On a full ride, by the way, where they're handing you $250,000 after taxes to go. You have to earn $500,000 to get the $250,000 as you earn more money. So it's like a $500,000 gift you'd have to earn for free. So that also means you're not low income anymore. In fact, I was from a middle class family. I had to pay for school in cash. I didn't get enough aid. So I had to quit every other term for or I was in school for 3 years and I had to quit every other term after my first year. I don't feel sorry for any of you. You're going to go for free. It's pretty cool. So don't waste it. Growth implies change. Change is scary. Therefore, growth means a challenging, healthy fears. There's really no way around it. I borrowed a wonderful metaphor from a friend, Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook, and who, when people got hung up on like ladders, like a ladder for being a lawyer, a ladder for being a surgeon, whatever, life's more like monkey bars. How many of you know what monkey bars is still? Millennials know monkey bars? A jungle gym? Okay, so for those who didn't raise their hand, I now have to explain what monkey bars are. It's like a lattice that you can climb in, and how many directions are you able to go in monkey bars? No, 3 at least. Okay, all right, so generally speaking though, movement within monkey bars is not random. There's up, sideways, and a down across the axis of growth. And we already determined that there's like 12 things to grow on at any point in time or more. Even excluding the things to do to create the framework, like a job or a career or a foundation underneath those 12 things. So there's like 22 things to grow in the monkey bars at any heartbeat, including just being healthy or making a good friend. And generally speaking, if you pay attention to your mind, you'll feel what's up, what is sideways, and what is down. And we know because of entropy, we need to go a little bit up even to stay still, because things decay. So to roll this together, you're here. You're like 17. You're going to live 80 years. That's a long time. It's tens of thousands of days left, but it's not infinite. You've got a lot to do in those 80 years, and it's already begun. You're already impacting. If you ever want to be a parent, you already are a parent. You're influencing the family you don't have yet, the household you have yet to create, with everything that you do and grow and learn, even how you use your mind. You'll need to have economics behind it. We talked about meaning and flow, and in our society, there's a couple dislocations. One of them I'll rifle through, which we already have, a pleasure, meaning, flow. The other, oddly enough, is lust, romance, attachment. And because we began late, I'll really go through a very important principle. Something probably had to evolve to really make a couple interested in an infant. And that's probably romantic love. But in thousands of years ago, people died in tribes, so that you had to be able to reboot romantic love. And our brains seem hardwired for it to extinguish between 2 and 3 years. It's this extra hit of, my God, the moon is glowing more brightly, and it kind of is in your brain. It just feels wonderful. And it was created so you'd hyper-pair bond a couple around a family unit in a time of vulnerability. And all the way back to Shakespeare, here's an example of a dislocation. We look at the divorce rate. We look at how people pick marriages, and it's often in the height of romantic love because it feels so good. But we now can measure on an MRI, it extinguishes. So you'll see people, and as you get older, you'll see them. They are a serial romanticists. They're not even being hedonists. But if you're addicted to the romantic high, you won't seek attachment, which, like meaning, it doesn't habituate. You can always be healthily attached every day. So relationships without attachment and only that require the romantic boost to sustain themselves are not sustainable. And you'll see people, as you get older, go through these 3-year relationships or 2 or 3 relationships over and over again. We know that's true. And we ignore that data. So you have to form the healthy version of the family you already have. Maybe some of you already have really healthy families. Maybe some of you need to work on it. Maybe some of you need to have most of your energy be on new stuff. I don't know. But to really cherish authentic relationships that help you across growing and you help them grow also is really important. And even things like consciously sleeping can be important as well. I will really speed up, Tara. Sorry about that. 2 more key points. So one of them is, how many of you know, or how many of you know how old I am? Not one, because it's not that important to question, right? But you put me into a group. Am I working? I'm not working. Head of Quest or not? Am I still practicing physician? Did I go to medical school? Am I a student? Am I a graduate? Am I retired? Am I working? Am I alive? Am I dead? Right? We put people into groups. A single, married, right? We talked, and this is really important, and I don't have the time I would like to go through this, so really hear me out. When I couldn't afford school, I tripped on the principle that I can either say I was the first person to teach in the med school's history as an undergraduate, or I was a middle-class kid who couldn't afford school, who had dropped out for a term, snuck into the medical school, and got hired to teach it the next year. Same story. I created the precursor to Questbridge as an undergraduate, for which I won a Rhodes Scholarship. If I created a summer camp at age 40, it wouldn't have been as impactful on my life. So I put up the picture of this elephant just real quick and humorously. I had a friend who took the first rectal temperature on an elephant in the wild. And it evoked, and I heard the story over and over again every party he ever went to. But it was cool in college, but in high school you'd question his family. In junior high, you'd throw them in jail. If he were 40, you wouldn't introduce him to your sister. And if he were 80, you'd protect him from himself for the same action. It's a chapter dependent, okay? So why am I saying this? Because the difference between you and George Bush Jr., as an example, you guys are working harder than he works. You may or may not be smarter, you probably are. And I don't want to take a dig at George Bush, but you probably are. And, but he had all these resources waiting for him in the world. You've got these alumni networks and opportunities. Now, it's easier to hire an intern than a person for a job. They get paid less, they go back to school, and if you like them, you can offer them a full-time job later. Now, I had to infuse trimesters into my schedule because I couldn't afford school. To make a long story short, if you take off semester, if you're in a semester school, or a trimester, and add it to a summertime, that's a 6-month to 8-month experience. And most of you, through common sense, if you were hiring someone, particularly someone who didn't have connections in the field, would rather hire someone with 3 half-year-long internships than 2 8-week internships. Just makes sense. And the average age of an incoming Harvard law student or medical student is 24 and a half. It's not 22. That's a data thing again. You're competing against people who took master's degrees and stuff that they don't have the aid for, so you won't be able to do them as easily, at least. It's also time to figure yourself out, and there's almost nothing more intoxicating than a young, healthy student who really wants to learn, and no one's competing for these internships in like March or January because they're all in school. I tripped across this principle. Every mentee I've had who's won a Rhodes has taken off these extra semesters, as I refer to it, and all the schools you're attending will allow you to do it. And you'll have alumni networks to hand you internships in like research labs and all kinds of different things that you won't get otherwise. And I would really take advantage of that. But even our terms for it, a term off, dropping out, a gap year, it's all negative terms. But it's not negative. It's infusing your life with education while you're still a student and defined as such. So people will hire you for no reason. Other than that, you're eager and you're hungry and you work hard, and it's good for them because if they like you, they can offer you a full-time job later. Now at age 22, you're competing with a 34-year-old for a job. That's harder. At age 20, you're not. Make sense? Now, how many of your parents would freak out if you said, I'm going to take off, half a year from school? A lot. If you want, I'll organize a conference call for them, and I'll talk about it because it's just one of those dislocations, like milk in Africa. There are just things that make sense. And you being well-connected, picking a field that hands you flow, that can hand you the resources that you need, that you'd enjoy doing with a network to do it, makes sense. And that's not for everyone, and we won't be angry at you if you don't do it. It's just taking a step back always and looking at your actual goals, where your delta is, how do you move yourself across that curve higher up, and sometimes it requires you to take an innovative approach to your education. Who are these people? It might be easier if you saw them when they were older. So why I said that is Gandhi went to India when he was in his 40s, controlled for the era, 1940 or so. That's like being 60 years old today. He had a full professional life first and networked himself. And he was a rich kid. He wasn't low income. But even he waited to midlife and had a bunch of networks and knew how the world works before he went to India and became Gandhi. Mother Teresa was 38 when she began her order first day. So we will not superimpose on you that you need to go help the world with going right into non-profit work. However, and this is important, we've already said we don't feel sorry for you. We admire you because you have a lot of strengths. So why would we create Questbridge and people like Atara and the people in the room? Let's have a round of applause for the Quest people. We will be judged at some point in your life. If you use all these principles, you'll have enough to begin to think of helping other people. That might be age 40, it might be 30, it might be 50, it might be 62. But you'll know. You'll say, because you'll ask, so do I want to get a vacation home or an extra car? And then you say, I guess I have enough. We will be judged, and we judge ourselves by what you will do with our help and help of these schools when you get to that moment in your life. And if you don't help other people with that, then it was a failed experiment. If all we're doing is moving around money in society and people aren't helping people more than they were before, then this Quest experiment did not work. So I'd like to make a deal with you. If we help you, you have to have other people at that moment in your life. Can I have a handshake on that? Hands out. Even on a video, please. I won't be able to see you doing it. Okay. No time for questions. You can email me at this email if you'd like. I'd love to have feedback on this talk, if you have it. Parts that you liked, parts that you would think should be included. And that email will get directly to me if you'd like. And thank you all for coming today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, next groups 1 through 8 are staying here. You're going to learn about the National College Match Program. We're going to start very quickly, so please just stay in your seats. Groups 9 through 16, you're going to follow Erin, who's right there in the back, and she's going to take you on to the college fair. Don't forget your college
Right now. Tired, I know, me too. Just rallied through the last couple hours. We hope we'll make it worth your time. So, today we are going to talk about the National College Match. And I know that you've heard a lot about this throughout the day, and maybe you have some questions in your mind. Hopefully, in the next hour or so, we'll clarify some of those points of confusion for you and just talk about the benefits of applying and how you go forward from this point. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Grace Sun, and I'm on the staff at QuestBridge. I'm kind of feeling a little awkward holding this, so I'm going to put it here. I feel like I'm about to start singing or something. I also want to say hello to everyone who is joining us virtually. This is being live streamed right now, so I'm feeling very nervous but very excited at the same time to welcome all of you online in this session as well. Before we get started with this presentation, I want to introduce you to our panelists and give them a little bit of time to introduce themselves to you as well.
I'm Kiki Spezio. I'm from southeastern Massachusetts, and I just finished up my 4th year at Washington and Lee University. I'm going back for an extra semester, and I majored in studio art, business, politics, with a minor in poverty studies. I came from a really small charter school that was K through 12, and it was a college prep charter school, but I was the first to kind of leave the Massachusetts area and go to a really competitive high school, or college.
Hi everyone, I'm Willie. I am originally from Brazil. I grew up in Boca Raton, Florida, South Florida. Woo! I'm here at Emory. I'm a rising junior majoring in political science and business. And I found out about QuestBridge a little late in the game, but I am thankfully here. And yeah, I hope you guys are excited for this wonderful presentation.
All right, so the National College Match is the flagship program of QuestBridge. You're all familiar with the College Prep Scholars Program, that's why you're here. And the National College Match is really the next step in the process for you. In today's session, we'll be talking about why we created the National College Match, more about the process and timeline, so what you need to do to apply, and just some additional details about what are rankings and what does that even mean, and in particular scenarios regarding financial aid. And hopefully we'll leave some time at the end for questions. Okay, so QuestBridge was created for one reason, and that was to help high-achieving, low-income students realize that they could attend a top college at little to no cost to them. So on a lot of college campuses these days, low-income students are underrepresented. But actually these college campuses and the colleges that we partner with actually have the resources to be able to offer very generous financial aid to students from low-income backgrounds so that college is indeed very affordable for them. And this chart, it's kind of like a lot of information, but basically what it's saying is that compared to higher income students, lower income students are sort of not applying to the optimal range of schools that they're actually academically qualified for. So what we'd like to see is that students are applying to a range of sort of safety, match, and and reach schools that, that kind of makes sense for their academic profile. But for one reason or another, and maybe it's due to the fear of the cost of attending these colleges, a lot of them just aren't applying even to one of these selective schools. And so that's really why QuestBridge exists, to help students understand the options that are available to them and to realize that these schools are really within reach and can be quite affordable for them. So we just wanted to highlight that here in this slide, and also just to emphasize that all the colleges that we partner with are really committed to meeting your financial need. You probably heard that in some other sessions throughout the day, but they're really committed to meeting 100% of your demonstrated financial need, so that when you're looking at what colleges to apply to, you're not worried about whether or not your family can afford it. You're just thinking about what's the right fit for me, and that's really, the position we want you all to be in as you start thinking about what colleges to apply to and as you embark upon the next few months of your life applying to college. That's what we do at QuestBridge, basically. That's our focus. We work specifically with high-achieving, low-income students. It is our daily work. I know sometimes if you're coming from a certain high school or an area where not a lot of students might go to a selective school, even within the last few years. You may feel like you're the only one looking at certain schools out of state. We work with students exclusively from that, and we help bring them together and create communities where they can support each other as they apply through this process. So we have 3 primary programs at QuestBridge. Of course, the College Prep Scholars Program for juniors, the National College Match, which is a college admissions and a scholarship program for high school seniors to help them stand out in the application process, and the QuestBridge Scholars Network, which is when you become a finalist in the college match process and you ultimately attend a college partner, then you can join this network of students at our college partners, and it's like a built-in community for you, so that once you join that college campus, you really have a network of students that come from backgrounds similar to you, and some that are people that you can just easily relate to. Oh, I see it highlights. Sorry about that. So I'm going to play a video right now for you. Oops. Let me just make sure I can play.
In the U.S. education system, there's a gap, and it's a big one. It's the gap between the nation's brightest high school students from low-income backgrounds and leading colleges and universities. Each year, nearly 30,000 low-income students receive national standardized test scores high enough to make them competitive to top colleges. But over 80% of them don't even apply to a single competitive college. These students are intelligent, talented, and motivated, but they may not realize the extent of the opportunities that exist for them, or that these leading colleges actually want them on their campuses. Are you one of these students, excelling academically, but concerned about your ability to attend a great college? Are you worried that there's no way you and your family can afford the high price of college? Or maybe you don't know anyone who attended a very selective college, so you think your own chances of being admitted are limited. QuestBridge is a nonprofit organization that has over 20 years of experience helping students like you get admitted to top-tier schools with full 4-year scholarships. We partner with over 30 colleges and universities like Amherst, Stanford, Yale, Williams, and Emory that are looking for the best students in the nation regardless of financial background. If you're a student who strives for the best opportunities regardless of your financial background, we invite you to apply to the National College Match, a program that connects the nation's most outstanding students with admission and full scholarships at our partner colleges. We're looking for students who exhibit academic excellence and who are financially qualified. Are you a top student who comes from a family with a combined yearly income of less than $60,000 for a typical family of 4 with minimal assets? Is this you? Do you have the motivation and academic ability to thrive at one of our partner colleges? If so, here's how National College Match works for you. Submit a free online QuestBridge National College Match application in late September of your senior year. The application is designed to highlight your strengths and unique circumstances in a way that other college applications do not. QuestBridge reviews applications and selects finalists to continue in the process. Finalists can choose to rank colleges in order of preference to participate in the college match. Ranking colleges simply means that these are the colleges you wish to be considered for early admission along with a full college match scholarship. If you match, you will only be matched to one school, the highest one on your list that wants to admit you with a full scholarship. Important note about rankings, they are binding. That means that if you are admitted through the college match, you are obligated to attend. By December, you will be notified if you have been matched to a partner college. If you are, congrats. You are now a college match scholarship recipient, admitted with a full 4-year scholarship, including tuition, room and board, and other expenses. College match scholarships are generously provided by QuestBridge partner colleges. If you don't match, don't worry, many do not. It doesn't mean you were rejected. You can still apply for early or regular decision to our partner colleges. Finalists who didn't rank colleges can now apply through regular decision as well. And if you get in through early or regular decision, you can still get a lot of aid from our partner colleges who will meet 100% of your demonstrated financial need to make attending college very affordable for you. We have over 5,000 scholars throughout the country that dared to dream to meet their college aspirations. You could be one of them. So go ahead and dream big. You can afford it. Visit www.questbridge.org to learn more about our partner colleges and how to apply for the National College Match.
All right. So that's on our YouTube channel, and you can see it at any time. Share it with other people as well. Just to note that our income guidelines have changed since this video was created, and so that now they're at $65,000 and not at $60,000. We just wanted to give you a quick overview of what the College Match is all about, and now we're going to step a little bit more specifically into the process. And we've also mentioned throughout this that we partner with these amazing college partners. Undoubtedly, you've met a lot of the admissions officers throughout the day, and you will meet more at the next session at the college fair. We really encourage you to meet as many as you can to learn about colleges that you haven't heard of. I think that's a really important part of your process. And this is the full list of our 39 college partners right now, which include a lot of basically the top colleges in the country, small liberal arts colleges, bigger research universities. And this is really an opportunity to really explore and think about what kind of place you might see yourself or envision yourself at in a year from now? Yes, almost a year from now. I'm trying to get the timing right. Okay, so just a little bit more details about the advantages of applying. Obviously, because the College Match is our flagship program, we think there's a lot of advantages of applying to college through QuestBridge. When I joined QuestBridge 6 years ago, and I heard there was this organization that allowed students to match to a college with a full 4-year scholarship. I mean, that's all I sort of had to hear personally. I thought, why would you not apply for this opportunity? What would hold you back from giving yourself the opportunity to even dream about that, right? Like if you had that opportunity sitting in front of you, even if there was a possibility you didn't get it, why wouldn't you at least try to go for it? And that's kind of what drew me to work for QuestBridge, and which is why I've been there for so long, because I believe so deeply that, that this process works and that it really helps to create a pipeline for students from low-income, high-achieving backgrounds to go to these amazing schools. So of course, that's the first benefit of applying through the College Match, is that it comes with a guaranteed full 4-year scholarship. That means that even if your family's situation changes, that you're still guaranteed that scholarship. And it includes not only tuition, but room and board, travel, some other personal expenses. And I'll let our panelists talk a little bit more about their packages a little later in the presentation as well. So of course, that always comes down as the biggest advantage of applying through this process. But additionally, even if you aren't matched, because I'm sure a lot of you may have heard that it's no guarantee that you'll match to a college through this process, you still have the ability to apply through the QuestBridge regular decision process, and through that process, you can apply to as many of our partner colleges as you'd like, and there are 39 of them. So all your application fees would be waived for that. And with application fees costing up to $90 per college, that's quite a sum that you could save just by applying through this process. Another really interesting aspect of applying through the National College Match is that you can actually be considered for early admission to multiple colleges. Now, how many of you have heard of like early decision? Okay, so you kind of know that it's a binding process, right? That means you can only apply to one college for early decision. It's true that actually if you want to apply through the College Match, you cannot also apply early decision to another college. That's one of the things about our process that you have to sort of think about. But through our process, you can actually be considered for multiple colleges through our ranking process and be considered early for multiple colleges. So it's a little bit of a different kind of situation. And that's kind of what makes our partnership so strong, that we represent not only QuestBridge, but we represent these 39 amazing schools. I mentioned this before, but even if you're not matched to a school, that doesn't mean that you weren't admitted to a school. Or maybe I didn't mention that, but I should mention that now. That if you aren't matched to a school through our college match, you still have the opportunity to be admitted to one of our college partners through the QuestBridge regular decision process, which means that there's sort of multiple opportunities for you to be admitted to a college. I see your question. We're going to take them at the end, so okay. Thank you so much. In a way, you can think of it as rounds. Like the college match is sort of your early round of admission. And if you're not admitted through that process, then you can still be considered for admission through the regular decision process. And the majority of our QuestBridge scholars are actually admitted through QuestBridge regular decision. We don't want you to think that the end of the road is when December 1st comes and you don't get that match letter. We know that it can be a disappointing day for a lot of people who are like, what happened to my full scholarship? It doesn't mean that your opportunities end. It just means you go on to the next stage of the process. Something that QuestBridge really prides itself on also is our application. And maybe you've heard about this through some of the admissions officers throughout the day. But the QuestBridge application is pretty unique, and many of you have gone through that mini version. Of course, all of you have gone through the mini version. I'm sorry. Why are you here right now? Because you applied through the College Prep Scholars Program. And that's really a great introduction to applying to college. In fact, because you've completed that application, you pretty much started your college match application. All your information is going to carry over to your college match application, and we promise that application is going to open very, very soon. And of course, there's going to be some additional components you add to it. You might go back and say, maybe I want to write about this instead. But you know that the application asks a lot of questions. Well, the college match application is going to ask you even more. So it's going to ask you some really interesting questions about what are your favorite movies? What are your favorite books? What do you do in your free time? What do you do on a weekend? I know these are things like, why would an admissions officer want to know this? But time and time again, they tell us that this is how they get to know who you are, how you spend your time, what your personality is, those things that are really important to get to know you and the context of your situation. Obviously, you may have heard from the College Prep Scholars application that we really ask you to fill in every blank, provide the fullest picture possible, to fill in all those things that say, what's the additional information? What are the interesting things about you, your life, everything about your family, so that the admissions officers, as well as QuestBridge, really get a good sense of who you are as a person and what you can contribute to their college campus. So we think this application can really highlight your unique story. And lastly, and I can't kind of emphasize this enough, it's that opportunity to join a really amazing network of students on our college campuses. And it's called the QuestBridge Scholars Network. And instead of listening to me talk, I'd like to turn it over to our panelists so that they can share a little bit more about their experiences of being in this network.
Yeah, so for me, I applied to QuestBridge at the same age as you all. So I did the junior year program, and I went to a conference at Princeton too. And I really, once I found out about QuestBridge, really bought into the mission. So as soon as I got matched to Washington and Lee University, I started volunteering in the ambassadors program and started visiting other high schools in the Boston area and talking about what QuestBridge is, so I could get future students to know about what QuestBridge was. And then once I got to college, then I wanted to continue to be an active member of the QuestBridge Scholars Network, and so I participated in my chapter's events, which included fun things like a scavenger hunt for accepted students, as well as cookouts, or we have a discussion group sometimes about current events, or what your experience is like going through college. We also have professional development type of things with Career Center and with professors and all sorts of things like that. But I also, once I did my first internship in New York City, there was a meetup there, and so I met Quest scholars from other schools that were in the area. And I've been involved on the national level as well. So doing these conferences, I meet people like Willie, where we get to be friends even though we're at different schools.
Yeah, I think Kiki really nailed it. But something also I wanted to add is the fact that I know it could be pretty intimidating going to one of the partner schools in which a lot of people are coming from out of state or out of the country. So I think just having that network and that you can actually really take advantage of, and people who you connect with right off the bat is really, really a humbling experience. And just the welcoming event and having those opportunities. There's a mentoring program in which you could partner with an upperclassman, and it can be kind of your right-hand person guiding you through the transition process. It's just, there's so much to offer, like Quest giving, and if you can't go home for the holidays, we'll make sure that you have a meal and that we have this family-like type of gathering. And I think it's just been really great to be a part of it. And there's so many opportunities The Quest Scholars Network is, I think, very innovative, and it changes from year to year. There's lots of new opportunities that do come about. And your voice is heard. If you have a program you want to really lead, or you want to get to know alumni, there's always an opportunity for you to share your thoughts and potentially take part in actually orchestrating what your vision is. So I think it's been really great. I've been on the exec board for the past year, and just to see the different dynamics and just to really see the growth in our chapter, not just with numbers, but just with involvement and people really wanting to make a difference in either community service, or they take pride in their leadership skills, or they just want that opportunity for conversation. So whatever you like, you can find that within the Quest Scholars Network. So I think that's really, really cool and neat. So yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. All right, so that was a little bit about why you should apply, and then we're going to talk more about how you apply. And a lot of this information is on our website, and we hope that you'll join us for other webinars in the future. So we'll have a lot of information that's going to be going out to you as QuestBridge scholars throughout the summer. But just to give you an idea of the timeline, so very soon in this summer, the National College Match will open, and we encourage you, of course, to start this application as early as possible. The deadline is early, as you know. It's September 27th. It's earlier than all your other college applications. And I know that can be scary and daunting because you just maybe got back to school and you have to get all your stuff together and you have to request things from teachers and everything like that. But think of it this way: once you get it done, you're done early, and all of a sudden you'll have a roadmap about how you want to approach your other college applications. Because we realize that the college match application may be the start of your application process, and there's going to be some additional schools you may add to that list as well. So this gets you start thinking about what you're going to write for your essays, what teachers you're going to ask for recommendations, etc. And it gets all your sort of ducks in order. Now, the deadline is September 27th, and the rankings deadline is a couple weeks later in October 12th. And you can rank up to 12 colleges. We're going to talk a little bit more about rankings, right, in a few slides. But basically, your rankings list is a list of schools that you want to be considered for that full 4-year National College Match scholarship. So at this time, I just want to ask our panelists to share their experience about how they picked which schools they ultimately wanted to apply to through QuestBridge.
So I came from a really small high school. My graduating class was 51, and I thought I wanted to go to a really big university in a big city. And I also was looking at, some of the non-binding schools. I knew I wasn't a science person, so I didn't rank MIT. But I put 2 of the non-binding schools at the top of my list, and then I put a school in New York City because I really loved the city and thought I would fit well there. And then I ranked a school that was closer to home because family is also important to me. And then I ranked Washington and Lee 5th out of 5, and I had gotten one piece of mail from them about the honor system, and I thought it was really neat because even though I have a lot of really great schools around me, it was pretty unique in that, I read that people took tests unproctored, you just signed out your final exam and you went and took it, and then you turned it back in, and everyone just believed that you didn't cheat, and that, you left your books and your laptops and your cell phones everywhere, and people left all their doors unlocked and no one stole anything. And I was like, is this utopia? But it actually exists on my campus. And coming from a school where if you left anything out and it got stolen in 5 minutes, I thought that that was a really great place to go to school to have that kind of peace of mind.
Yeah, and I think something to add is that before you really, start figuring out, I want to go here based on, previous experience or exposure, or what the reputations that you've taken in for the past years, I think it's really important to do some introspection and figure out, what do I want in the next 4 years, right? What kind of priorities and values do I want 100% in my college experience? It's really important to do that. So I do recommend, first and foremost, for you to come up with a list, whether it be location, size, or to give you an idea, for me, I wanted to go to a school where I didn't have to necessarily declare to a certain school, like a school of engineering, school of arts and sciences. I kind of wanted to go in and have my major be kind of molded within my path. And I did do that, and I was able to with Emory. So I've never even heard of Emory before, but then just exploring and figuring out, wow, this school checks off a lot that's on my list. And I think that's really important, is being open-minded and being really doing that research, but also looking within, right, and not really focusing and fixating too much on, you know, numbers and ranks and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, it's about how you fit and how you can contribute to that particular institution. So I do recommend that as well, and that's kind of what I did a little bit later on. So now that you're here, I do think you have kind of a head start on that, and I recommend you each to look into that.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so after you submit your rankings list, what happens next? You'll find out if you were a QuestBridge finalist. Now you guys have a leg up. You are college prep scholars. A lot of times people ask, so how many college prep scholars become finalists? Well, a lot of them do, okay? But it's not a guarantee in the process. Of course, you have to put your best foot forward, complete the application to the best of your ability, and we wish you the best of luck. So October 19th, that's a pretty quick turnaround for after you submitted your application. Now, once you are selected as a finalist, you have to do a little bit more work. There are some additional requirements that are due to each of your colleges that you ranked, and these are due directly to those colleges by November 1st. So that's the next step in the process. So it's usually information like some additional financial information, because they want to make sure they have a really complete picture of your finances. Maybe it's some supplemental essays about why you want to attend that school. So it is a lot of work, and so you have to really, really make sure that the schools you rank are the schools you absolutely would attend if you were admitted through the match. Now, I may not have mentioned this before, but probably you already have heard already that the match is binding. That was in the video, and that means that you are obligated to attend that school if you are matched to a school, okay? So it's a really important process that you go through each of these very, very seriously. November 1st, that's when those requirements are due. The whole month of November, that's when those great college admissions representatives that you met today and then you will meet in the next hour are reviewing your application. So they go in this whole like shutdown mode where they go and just read applications for a full month. They're deciding who they want to match with, and they put together a list for us. By the way, they won't see who ranked them, okay? That always comes up. Will they know if I was number 1 or number 12? They won't see those lists, okay? They just know that you applied to them through the college match. In November, we also want you to really start thinking very seriously about QuestBridge regular decision. I think it's important that you start to sort of prepare yourself for the next step in the process, because while many of you, probably many of you sitting in the audience here today will match, many of you will not. And that's just the reality of our process, because it is a very selective process, because it is a full 4-year scholarship. So during November, we sort of encourage you, we send you a lot of emails and just a lot of encouragement to start thinking about, even beyond those 12 schools that you ranked, or maybe you only ranked 4 schools, which schools would you consider applying to for QuestBridge regular decision? However, on December 1st, some of you will get that good news that you were matched to a college, and that basically it means your college application season is over. You're obligated to attend that school because the college match is binding, but congratulations, you've been matched with a full 4-year scholarship. So that's definitely one of our favorite days in the office. But for the rest of the people who don't match, it just means you continue on through the QuestBridge regular decision process. Okay, so in December 11th, you decide through our application, you know, that portal that you guys all log into, which schools you want to apply to through regular decision, and you check that off, and you'll also have to submit some additional materials at that time as well. Usually those are due in early January. So those are to just complete those applications for regular decision, and you'll learn about your decisions by springtime. There are some colleges that if you weren't matched to them, they're still really interested in you attending their institution, and they may reach out to you if you want to apply to them for early action or early decision. That would usually happen in very early December. So they would reach out to you directly about those opportunities, and I know a lot of QuestBridge scholars get those communications and are admitted to college through that way as well. Regardless of if you are matched to a college or if you are admitted through regular decision or early decision or early action, if it's through the QuestBridge process and you end up going to a college partner, you are welcome to join the QuestBridge Scholars Network. So a lot of people have that misconception that only matched students are part of the QSN. That's absolutely not true. In fact, the majority of students were not admitted through the match, but actually just through the regular decision process. So I just want our panelists to share with you their reflections on sort of their main takeaways from applying to college through this process.
I think one of the biggest takeaways for me personally was that it all works out in the end. So I had never visited any of the schools that I ranked, and unlike a lot of the advice that you all are getting now about doing your research beforehand, I didn't really research Washington and Lee well before I ranked it. And then once I was matched, then I ended up doing the research after, and I was like, well, I guess it's not as big as I thought. It's not in DC like I thought, and it doesn't even have the major that I thought I wanted to do at the time. So I think that even though it had didn't fill a lot of the check boxes that I initially set up for myself, it still ended up being the right fit for me. So once I got on campus, I got really involved in this program called the Bonner Program. And what you do is you do a lot of community service and social justice work, but you also get paid work-study wages for it. And so that really melded a lot of my needs and passions, and at the same time really gave me my outlet on campus to like find my niche. And then once I was on campus, even though at first like the culture wasn't necessarily what I thought it was going to be, and it was kind of difficult to adjust to at times, I still found my home on campus and found that that was the right fit.
Yeah, something I definitely took away is I think throughout my life I've constantly been limiting myself because of just lack of knowledge about what's really out there. So I think QuestBridge really opened my eyes to, figure out what is attainable and what dreams can, be actually fulfilled. And I think that's really important as a message in the long run because, decisions don't stop after college. And I think really taking the most out of your college experience and, college application experience, and figuring out how exactly you go about making those decisions and which mentors you turn to. Because again, like I said, decisions will continue to be more and more commonplace, and finding the way you operate and the way you're able to think through the hard times is really a valuable lesson that I still use and still really cherish. And I think QuestBridge was a major part of why I kind of been able to figure out exactly how I go about, continuing on my undergraduate career and figuring out what do I want to major in, or is this career path the right one for me? And I think you definitely continue exploring, continue keeping an open mind, and I think there's a lot of benefit that can come from that. So, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So I want to make sure we get to some questions, so I may go through some of these next slides fairly quickly. I hope you'll bear with me. Just some additional details we want you to be aware of. So of course, people ask what happened last year, what are your statistics? We did have over 14,000 applications for the National College Match. That included a lot of college prep scholars, but as you can tell, it included a lot of other applicants as well. And from that pool, we've selected 5,000 finalists. So it is a very selective process to become a finalist, and just want you to be aware of that, to put your best foot forward in your application, of course. We did have our record number of our match students, that we had over 700 students matched with a full four-year scholarship. So we're incredibly excited and proud of that fact. And then an additional 1,700 approximately that were admitted through QuestBridge regular decision. So yes, you'll add those numbers up and see that doesn't add up to the full finalist number. Becoming a finalist is not a guarantee that you'll be admitted to a college partner. We think it gives you a good shot at it, but you know that it's ultimately in the decision of the college partners whether they can offer you admission. Of course, these are very selective universities. That doesn't mean you don't try, though, of course. So we just want you to know what the statistics are, not to be afraid of them or to let it limit you, in this process, but just to know that you always have to put your best foot forward, have other plans, apply to other non-QuestBridge schools as well. And just always kind of be as complete in your application process as possible. So just a little bit more about rankings, because it's always like this point that a lot of people have questions about. You can rank up to 12 colleges. Number one is your first choice college, the number one college. And then in order of preference, after that, you do not have to rank 12 colleges. You can rank 6 or 9 or even 1 if you want. Usually I would say that if you're just thinking of one college, maybe the National College Match isn't the perfect application process for you, but of course you're able to do that as well. Now we've talked about binding and non-binding colleges. So what are these non-binding colleges? We do have 4 colleges that offer non-binding matches. Those are MIT, Stanford, Princeton, and Yale. Okay, so that means that if you are admitted with a full 4-year scholarship to one of those 4 institutions, you're not obligated to attend. You can still apply through regular decision and see if you get in elsewhere. It's really up to you at that point. Also remember, these are some of the schools that most students will put on their match list, or at least 1 or 2 of them. So they're highly selective. Of course, all of our schools are highly selective, but these may be some of the most highly selective. So if you decide to do that, that is one strategy, but it may be limiting you if there are other schools that may fit the criteria you're looking for in some colleges. Some other points that you should understand is that you are matched to the highest ranked school that wants to admit you with the full scholarship. So once the colleges review your application, they send us lists of which students they want to match with, and we see, we do the little algorithm and try to match up the people, and if there's the school that appears highest on that student's list that wants to match with them, that's the one that you'll match with. Even if you appear on multiple lists, you'll only know about that one highest school on your list. Okay, that's a really important fact. People go, well, then I'll have all this choice, right? I can attend that one or that one. You can only match to one school. That's the highest one on your list. That's why you have to look at your list really carefully and make sure you would 100% attend any of those schools on your list. As you know, I mentioned this before, but it is a binding admission. So just some other things about rankings. If you rank more schools, you'll have a better chance of ranking. I think it's pretty simple logic. The majority of the students that matched last year rank many schools. They rank usually at least 6 schools, and the average number was 7. But of those 767 that matched, the majority of them also matched to something in their top 4 schools. Just some information for you to mull over. We just want you to know that if you can expand your horizon and think about schools that you might possibly attend, to consider putting them on your list. It can be a great opportunity for you. All right, we're going to switch gears and talk a little bit about what this financial thing looks like. These are a lot of numbers, but basically this is a sample College Match Scholarship Award at Grinnell College, which is located in Iowa. You should check it out if you haven't heard about it. So this was for 2006. As you can see on the, the left side, the total cost of attendance is over $60,000. That's a big sum, very daunting. But as you can see on the right, this is how the costs are covered with 0 expected parental contribution. And they do expect you to contribute to the cost of your education through things like work study and some summer work. So I think that's something that you'll see very standard across our colleges, that you do work a little bit towards the cost of your education, but you'll also notice that really important one in the middle, that is 0 student loans and 0 student savings, and a huge number that comes with scholarships and grants. Scholarships and grants, as you may have learned earlier, is money that you do not have to pay back. So that is an amazing scholarship package, and this is offered by our partner colleges. So that's how they cover the cost for a College Match scholarship. And then just in comparison, for a sample regular decision, so many of you may end up going through the Questbridge regular decision process, and this was for Dartmouth last year. This is like a scenario of a family in Wisconsin whose parents are married with a $65,000 income with 1 sibling in high school. Well, the cost of attendance is quite high again, it's $72,000. There is some expected parental contribution, but it's manageable for this family. And then, as you can see, also a very high amount for the scholarship and grant. So we want to give you a sense that even if you feel like you don't know about this process, you're still feeling a little bit iffy, that these colleges are really, really committed to offering you amazing packages. And even for a lot of our QuestBridge regular decision candidates, some of them get packages very similar to the College Match Scholarship, so with very, very low expected family contributions. If our panelists don't mind sharing a little bit about their packages and how it worked out for them.
So I was matched to Washington and Lee, which is a really great match package because actually we don't have any parental contribution. We don't have a summer work contribution or a student contribution. So work study just goes to cover your personal expenses. So some Quest scholars choose to do the work study like I do because I wanted, extra spending money. Some people choose not to do that, and that's fine with them also. We also, for regular decision applicants, have a thing called Washington and Lee's Promise, and that means that students coming from a family that makes under $75,000 is guaranteed free tuition, as well as additional scholarships and grants that will typically cover the remaining costs of room, board, and other fees.
Right, so I got into Emory through regular decision, and I was actually also something a lot of people don't know is that you can also be considered for different scholarships that they see fit. Such as first-generation scholarships, depending on the partner school, or merit scholarships. So my entire package is considered of scholarship and grants, and that's through regular decision as well. So I think that's also something to keep in mind is that after the match, again, it's not going to reiterate that it's not the end of the road. There's a lot more out there, and different schools have different opportunities, and that could come a little later on. So that's kind of my financial aid package.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we just want you to be excited about the next step, okay? There's a lot of things to think about. We're throwing a lot of information at you. We will continue to throw information at you, and we hope you absorb it. We hope you get to know all of our colleges in the college fair and whatnot. This summer, please start your application as soon as it's open. Register your recommenders if you know them already, if you've been in contact with them. Or of course you can wait in the fall as well. Start your essays. Those are big ones, right? And I'm sure you spent a lot of time hearing directly from college admissions officers about how important it is to tell your story. And of course, research those colleges so you're confident about your rankings list. All right. And of course, submit your application. So this is the timeline, of course, just to reiterate. This is all on your website. We will now open it up for questions for myself, for Kiki, for Willie. Yes?
For QuestBridge regular decision, are we regarded only with other QuestBridge applicants for that specific college, or are we regarded with their general applicants?
Yeah. So the question was, if you apply for a QuestBridge regular decision, are you kind of considered within this QuestBridge applicant pool, or are you kind of looked at in the whole population? At that time, because of the timing, they're going to be reviewing all of the applications for that school, but you'll always have that distinction that you were a QuestBridge finalist. So it's just going to be another piece of information that they can use, and they recognize that QuestBridge finalists come from, this much desired background that they would like to see on their campus. So in some ways, it's both. Yes, your question right here. Yes. Yes. Okay, so the question is, what if you don't become a finalist? So for some of our colleges, they'll still kind of waive your fees for the application because you applied through the QuestBridge application, but it's not a hard and fast rule. So we have to look really closely at after each college basically about what you can do with your application as a non-finalist. We do have some information on our website about that. Yes. The gentleman in the green shirt, yes. So let me see, do you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
So exterior scholarships that don't come directly from the school are counted as external awards. I think for the most part at most college partners. I know at Emory it's like that. Is that Washington and Lee as well? Yeah, so those are considered separate, but they will be added on to, different schools do it in different ways, but Emory will add it on until you cap your cost of attendance. So they do buffer those numbers, such as travel and other expenses, to help you accommodate those scholarships.
Yeah, and you might ask at the college fair, specific colleges, what they do in that situation. Okay. Your hand right here, yes. Yes, so the question was, for QuestBridge regular decision, is it for the 12 colleges that we ranked, or is it for other colleges? So for the most part, if you rank those 12 colleges, usually you already finish the requirements for that college, so you can still be considered for regular decision to those schools. You can add on as many colleges as you want at that time. Yeah, so you can even apply to 39 if you'd like, and there are some people who have done in the 20s that I've heard of, which they said it was actually a lot of work, is what they said. Okay, your hand, yes.
For our college prep application, we had a recommendation.
Yes.
Is it okay if we use that same person
Yes.
for the national match?
Yes, so the question was, for the College Prep Scholars application, I had a recommender. Can I use that recommender for the college match? And absolutely you can, but the recommendation itself does not just carry over to the college match. So you have to register them again, and they have to click on that link and provide it again. But you can say if you want to, just update your recommendation to make it a little easier for them, or if there's anything you want to add at that point. But yes, you can use the same recommender, absolutely. This gentleman in the white shirt, yes.
Supposing you don't get matched for the national college map, does your application roll over, or for the QuestBridge regular decision, is it a different application?
Right, so if you don't get matched, what happens to those applications, basically? For the most part, they roll over right into QuestBridge regular decision, but you just want to pay really close attention to our website for each college about what are your options after the match at that time, because we'll list out very carefully what you can do for each school at that time. Okay, in the front, yes. So the question was, do I need to have all my SATs and subject tests in by the National College Match deadline? We would like to see as many test scores as you have at that time, but we realize that some of you will be scheduling fall tests. I know there's I think there's this SAT in the summer this year. If you can take that, it'd be awesome. Of course, start studying right now. But yeah, what you would do in that case if you have it scheduled is to just put in the application the date that you're planning to take it. And we may not get the score in time for your national college match. It would be great if we did have a score that we can evaluate your application for. But if you get it later, what you should do at that time is send it directly to the schools that you plan on ranking. Okay? Yes.
So if you get admitted through regular decision, you're not guaranteed the 4-year scholarship like match packages?
Right, so QuestBridge regular decision is not a guaranteed full 4-year scholarship like the college match. But like in Willie's case, he was admitted through regular decision, got a great package. So there are some students that will still get financial aid packages that are very similar to a college match scholarship package. Sorry, what I'm trying to say. But it will vary by school about what they can offer you at that time. Okay? Just in the back, though, yes. Is there a deadline for accepting non-binding match scholarships? Let me see about that. I'm pretty sure they give you till springtime, actually. Yeah. Did I just say I'm pretty sure? If you want it, you can go check with one of those tables. The gentleman in the greenish shirt. Yes. Right. Yes, so it's part of our early application policy. We had always a lot of questions about what you could and could not apply to simultaneously to the National College Match process. In general, you cannot also apply to an early action or early decision process, which requires you to only apply to one school, because it kind of violates some of the policies that of our college partners. But one of the exceptions that pretty much has to do with everybody is like if there are state universities that have an earlier deadline or special scholarships attached to it, that you are allowed to apply to those. So just take a close look at the early application policy on our website to see those exceptions. And if you have any questions about your specific situation, just go ahead and write us an email. Okay, in the center, yes.
If we don't match with like the, I know what.
Yes.
So, can we still apply early decision, like after like December 1st, December 15th, to partner?
So the question is, if I don't match, can I still apply early decision? And the answer is there's different early decisions for a lot of colleges, and you may have seen this. There's like an early decision 1, early decision 2. Generally for early decision 1, it's too late because the deadline has already passed. But for a lot of them, early decision 2 may still be a viable option. Yes. That's you, yes.
So when you get the national match scholarship or whatever, do you have to reapply like every year for the second year?
No, so your package will always continue. For the match, obviously it's the 4-year guaranteed scholarship. The only thing that most schools will require you to do is the FAFSA every year, which is the free application for federal student aid. So the government usually requires that for the Pell Grants and other federal aid that your schools will use to make up your your financial aid package.
Yeah, and just one thing to note is that tuition and cost of attendance changes every year usually, so it tends to increase, so it's proportional, I believe, right, to the certain, however much it costs to attend the university, right? It's proportional.
So there are also 5 schools that require you to sort of submit some additional information each year, and those are the 4 non-binding schools, actually, and also Columbia. Okay, so if you have more questions, you can talk to the financial aid table at the college fair as well. I remember you had your hand up earlier. Yes, yes. Yes. Mhm. Yeah. That's. Did everyone hear that question? Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes. So her question was, if I have a non-binding one here and a binding one here, let me see if I get this right, and I get matched to a non-binding one, but I decide not to go there, what happens to the others? Basically, if you decide not to go to that non-binding match, basically that's it for your college match. You can go somewhere else, I guess, at that point. Now, if you put a non-binding, if you get matched to the non-binding, if you get matched to the binding school on your list, then you are obligated to attend that school. And that's the end of your journey as well. Okay, your hand, yes. 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 For the college match. So the question was, are there additional sort of Quest for Excellence awards, like the STEM and Arts awards for the college match? We usually have in the past, so just we'll let you know. We're still in the planning stages of what those awards might be, so just keep an eye out for those. I know you have your hand up in the back. Yes, thanks for waiting. So her question was about summer jobs. Do you, like, kind of where do you have the summer job? Yeah.
So this is another very specific to every school kind of question. So you should definitely stop by the tables and ask them about that. But most schools will let you use, if you wanted to take out a loan, you could do that. If your parents wanted to pay for it, you could do that. If you wanted to use an external scholarship, you could do that. Or like find a summer job kind of thing.
All right. So this is so fun.
Yes, it is.
But our time is over, and I'm getting warning that we have to move on to the college fair. And so thank you so much. I want to say that this is sort of concludes our formal program for the National Admissions Conference. So after the college fair, you'll be going home. But I just want to say thank you for sharing your day with us and for opening your minds and learning about this process with us. We wish you great luck. Be in touch with us, and we want to hear great news from you in the future. Ari is in the back. You can see her. She's waving her hand. She's going to be guiding you over to the college fair. So good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.